said he looked like See you later. Go away. Hey mate, you okay? Yeah, all good.
I wouldn't go with him. I think he's got that big he's alright.
Big feet, of course you're going to big feet. I recognise this.
Day 4, everybody. Can you believe it? We're at the penultimate day of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens 2023. And it's the Colts Under-16 Cup tournament that is going to be coming to a climax here on RE1 across the day. They went through the groups yesterday. They had an elimination round. And here they are in the main comp with the promise of silverware ahead if they can go through today nigh on undefeated. Well, huddled in tightly in the blue and white hoops of the colours of the team that hoisted the trophy last year at Harrow School. They're the defending champions. And they're going to be coming up against CATERHAM School, who are making us wait, but thankfully, and very thankfully to their coach, Ali Taylor, we've got a very detailed team sheet with their corresponding names and numbers. So we're going to have a good old time calling this match. And their coach, Ali Taylor, is the man for the job, really, as far as these lads are concerned. He's a previous Rosslyn Park Sevens winner from when he was a King's Taunton lad back in 2007, so he knows what it takes to go the distance. A little bit of a breeze out there. A few gazebos were sighted sailing across the skies of London, I believe, last night when the wind got up, but thankfully that Pro Hydrate is all tethered down so that he doesn't take off, but we are off here on RE1, day 4 of the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Harrow in blue and white, attacking Caterham in yellow and black. And with rain promised for 70% of the week, we've hardly had a drop. And in fact, we're cracking out the factor 50 today on a morning that is just perfect for running sevens rugby. Caterham just in the hands there of Max Thomas, who gets brought down on the halfway line. Strong defensive press from Harrow, who are making their tackles and looking for that jackal snaffle. Quickly out from Sam Wilson. Scored their winner in the elimination match yesterday. So he'll be coming into this full of confidence as Harrow make a real nuisance of themselves in that breakdown. They suck in a lot of black and gold jerseys. And again, competing hard, but the tackler not rolling away. So Harrow, at the moment, unable to get their hands on the ball as Jack Floyd carries forward and takes in 2 attackers. He's ripped on the floor there and lucky to get away with it, Harrow, but they're going to play to the whistle as they should, and they're going to offload to one of their flyers who was in the tries multiple times yesterday, and he kicks off day 2 of his competition, day 4 of our competition, in exactly the same try-scoring fashion. Underneath the uprights, first score to Harrow. So Caterham with all that possession, but for them, not coming away with the points. Harrow proving ruthless. They saw off Duke of York, Royal Military School yesterday, Cooper's Company, Barnard Castle and Marlborough College. Caterham School. And that kick-off will give them a chance to try and respond now. And I'm delighted to say we've got our first commentary guest of the day. We've got, London Irish great, England, and esteemed broadcaster Topsy Ojo with us.
Thank you. I'll take that introduction on a Thursday morning. No, pleasure to be here. This is day 4 of National Sevens, so yeah, good thing is the weather's improved day by day, so it's been quite nice.
He's getting incrementally better. I was saying that I've had to crack the factor 50 out for safety.
Oh, you need it.
Which I need most days, if I'm being honest, but particularly on a nice day like today. But what a day for slick sevens.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we wanted, really, and especially for these boys as well, getting into the knockout stages of their fixtures. It's nice, it's dry. The ground's just about holding up as well, so you can get lovely play like that. You can move the ball to space and cruise in and get your team another score.
Well, Harrow proving to be utterly ruthless at the moment. 2 sniffs and 2 tries. Caterham finding it difficult to unlock the blue and white hoops defence, but Harrow scoring with ease when they get on it. That's what it's all about. It's about taking your opportunities, and you've seen a lot of sevens here because you're not just here in a celebrity capacity, Topsy. You're here in your capacity as helping St John's School Leatherhead as well.
I am. This is the bit people don't see, the Monday to Thursday. So yeah, I'm here at my school, St John's Leatherhead. So we've been here all week. Boys, girls, 18s girls are here today. But yeah, I mean, sevens strips everything back, doesn't it? It's about control of the ball when you have it and how you get it back when you don't. This detail on kickoff is crucial as well. If you've got really good kickoff detail, kick high, challenge in the air, that one's gone too far. But if you can retain the ball on your kickoffs as well, it's crucial. So Caterham haven't had much ball now, so this will be a bit of a relief now. They can now relax. They've got the ball, free kick, middle of the park. We've also got Harrow defending with a sweeper as well, so if they can find a bit of space, get their noses through, get themselves back into this game.
Well, they're missing a couple of key players through injury. Ethan Van Hoystein and Will Agnew not in the Caterham ranks, so it's an opportunity for other boys to step up, and that's Jack Floyd stepping up with a physical carry to just take Caterham to the doorstep of the Harrow 22. A bounce back to the right, and Caterham getting picked off with an intercept, and their turn to defend. Good contest, little nibble at the jackal, but a really, really physical clear out, and off Harrow go, seeking that edge once again. Good defence, and Caterham are reorganised and moving up. Harrow just looking like they got a lot of time on the ball at the moment. A big man on the edge linking up with one of their try scorers.
Tough call, I thought. I thought Caterham had actually defended that really well.
Very strong competition at the breakdown from both these sides. And that's been a feature of this under-16 Colts. Really aggressive jackling mantra that a lot of the teams are bringing. And this time it's Caterham's turn to pick off an offload.
This is key now when you've just turned the ball over. How quickly can you move the ball into space? Probably just allowed Harrow's defence to reorganise. And then again, contest at the breakdown, but got a tackler not rolling away.
You've seen a lot of other schools with a really exaggerated release and then going for the jackal, and we've seen that painting what they call a good picture for the referee and making that decision a lot easier for them at the breakdown this week at Rosslyn Park.
Absolutely. Well, you want to show the referees everything you can to make sure that you get that turnover. You know, you get precious few opportunities to do it, so when you do it, you want to come away with the goods just like that. Really good counter ruck, pick the ball up, move it away, couple of passes, and they've got to width, although just slightly drifting forward that one. But you can see Harrow's game plan. It is very much wide, nothing through the middle really, where Caterham are strong. They've got numbers there in the width. That's where their space, that's where they're trying to play.
King's Taunton and St George's College Weybridge as well in this group. My alma mater, St George's, who we saw a couple of times here on RE1. They played a decent round of sevens. They had a real challenging game though, just fending off a comeback from Haberdasher's boys. So they had their mettle tested yesterday, just like this Caterham side did, with that winning elimination try from that man wearing 9, Sam Wilson, yesterday. But the turnover and the transition and then a bit of power, taking 2, nearly 3 defenders out in the process. Dying embers of this first half, one where Harrow are the ones who've taken their opportunities and Caterham have found the attacking going a little bit stodgy. Key time for either side to score if they can. Look at that ball off the floor. And that's freed up more space on that right wing as Harrow surge into the 22. Just the hitch. And looking for friends. Just about smuggles the pass away. And Harrow, well, it's a handful of jersey from the Caterham defender, but it's not enough to deny the dark blue and white hoops. In for try number 3. And a big lead to take into half-time.
Yeah, crucial time to score. All about that offload as well. That offload, they end up getting another 20-odd metres in the next carry. Caterham all, let's see, trying to get back in defence, trying to get reorganised. Harrow play to width. Another score.
Ooh, and a peach of a conversion
tiny nudge as well. And there you go, 19-0 up at half-time.
Better than my effort that I did on TikTok this morning for the Rosslyn Park Sevens account.
Oh wow, how did that go?
bit of a streaky one. It did make it through. Was it the first take? Well, I guess we'll never know.
It was the you meant to say it was the first take.
It was the first take.
It's always the first take.
Was the first take. Totsy, where did Sevens sit in your career, in your development?
Well, I played in this tournament as a schoolboy. My school, Dartford Grammar. We were here for quite a few years, so yeah, played in it for quite a while. And the year I probably would have been involved in the England core squad when it was like quite integral with the 15s. Got injured, as you do, but worked out okay in the end because I ended up coming back and making my debut for the London Irish first team. But I know so many players that have done a year or two in the circuit and come back such a better play for it, like their skill set revamped. I mean, going on tour with England is incredible. You know, you go to some all around the world, chase the sun, you play some incredible sevens, but it teaches you some really harsh lessons in terms of your skill set, your catch pass, your tackle. You know, invariably in sevens you see one missed pass, one bad tackle is a try. And actually 15s you can maybe get away with that a bit more, but in sevens you get really exposed. But actually learning those lessons makes you appreciate it a bit more. And I think I've seen that a lot. And even, you know, the brief period I was involved as well, particularly as a winger as well, when you've got 20, 30 metres to defend one-on-one, you're going to need to learn how to get your body position right and get yourself in the right areas to make those tackles. So been a big part of my life and glad to be here now back in a coaching capacity as well.
So Harrow get us underway and into the hands of Theo Banton. Caterham really do need to try and get themselves on the board here. Harrow made them work for every metre so far. Comfortable, not in possession, but that's a bit nicer from Caterham and some invention to make sure the pass gets to his man out to this edge. Little stutter from Alex Sherry, the captain. Caterham looking a bit more fluid here, looking more confident, and some more options for the ball carrier as well there. Ooh, not the ball that he wanted there, travelling at pace. And that watchful Harrow defence again, really stubborn, isn't it?
That's it, really interesting. So Caterham are actually doing much better there in terms of moving the ball left and right, being patient, because Harrow have 6 in the front line and a sweeper as well. So you want to move them around a bit and then find an opportunity to stress them, which they did there, but they just, the timing of the switch, they just executed it a little bit earlier, they would have got away with it and then they would have been at the races. But a small error, Harrow get the ball, and now they have to defend, try and get it back.
Well, there's some nice shapes from Harrow, bringing one of their strike runners in from the blind side. Beautifully worked, beautifully executed, and Harrow in for a fourth.
Yeah, really nice set piece from the scrum, just a little run around. And again, if you end up watching the ball instead of the man, all of a sudden you get flat-footed and gaps can open up and Harrow can cruise through for another score.
It's pretty apt that we've got you here for Harrow. Not that you went to Harrow, you're involved with Harrow, but from a London Irish perspective, some fantastic players are emerging from Harrow. Henry Arundel, who doesn't know that guy, but an emerging talent who led this under-16 side to the trophy last year. He's doing the business for the London Irish Academy this year, and England under-18s at the weekend was Kepu Tuipulotu.
Yes.
Who there is a lot of buzz about him.
Yeah, and understandably so. And I mean, this is the pathway, you know, schools like Harrow, This is where the boys ply their trade, they develop, and then they come into the academy systems, you know, at silver and gold level. They get exposed, they learn, they develop, and then if they're ready, as they're ready, they can progress through the program. And, you know, London Irish have been fortunate to have some really good feeder schools, you know, Harrow being one, Wellington another, this, that, and the other, that develop really good quality players that are part of the system and go on to become first-team professionals, and that's absolutely what you want. You know, you could see it through the league, the amount of professional players now that will have played in this tournament as schoolboys, gone on through their club academies into first-team professional rugby. So it's a really good development pathway, and London Irish are benefiting. You know, good success at 18s again in the Premiership League. A couple of boys doing really well at the under-20s as well. And like you say, the likes of Henry Arundel, Ollie Hassel-Collins, doing the business for the senior team.
Yeah, that leap isn't necessarily that large after schoolboy rugby,
No,
is it? It may seem like a real sort of distant goal, but the speed with which you can climb that ladder and find yourself, well, wearing the white jersey of England like Henry has is quite remarkable.
Absolutely, and it will feel a million miles away for a lot of the boys right now, but actually, particularly if you think about the 18s, a lot of these guys will hope to be being professionals next year. And if you break through, you know, you develop really quickly. As CATERHAM look, they're about to go in for a score and just fumble the ball, but like I say, if you develop quickly, you could be doing it in a very short period of time, and that has been done.
Good news for you as a retired back three player now, Topsy. All these young lads coming up with a lot of talent and ambition.
I retired to give them a chance. It wasn't fair to keep making them wait. So I thought, you know what?
You didn't look back through the Irish Academy and think, ooh, it could be a challenging few years with this crop underneath me.
Come on, why would I do that? It's nice to see, and even say, going back to London Irish now, seeing the boys that were in the academy just as I was finishing up, coming through, the likes of Ben Loader and that, Tom Parton, that group, Jack Cook, JP Atkins, those were the 18, 19-year-olds in the academy looking to progress, and they're still there now.
And they're the ones that took London Irish all the way to the Premiership Cup final recently. And CATERHAM they're getting their rhythm, but they're just not quite able to find the end product at the moment. It was Sherry who went close in the Harrow 22, and he's really hassled and harried there. I beg your pardon, that's Theo Banton there. He does well to come away with the ball. Big shot coming in as the pass went away, and a weaving run from Will Taylor, looking to link up with the last man at the end of the chain, and CATERHAM are playing with 6 because they've got a stricken man in midfield. Short line coming in from Freddie Abel, but all 6'7" of him unable to reel in that pass that was just a touch behind. Well, he uses his long levers to get a handful of shorts, but his fingertips aren't quite strong enough. Harrow break away. There is a pursuit coming in from Sam Wilson, but the Harrow man just about has the gas and the weave to evade him, and in for another.
Really tough you feel for CATERHAM there. You thought they might just get that consolation score, go down to 6 players, turn the ball over, and then you think, right, Harrow probably going to go on and score here, and they do. One missed tackle, breaks away, goes the length, and Harrow rubber stamping this victory. It's been a good performance by them, controlled. I say, good in defence, haven't really been broken. Even when CATERHAM have made a few metres, they've stayed composed. And your word, ruthless, when they've been on the ball. Tri-fest.
Yeah, it's been quite a thoughtful display. They've never looked too hurried in anything that they've done, and you said controlled in all of their actions.
My gut says, I say my gut, Warren Abrahams, former England Sevens rugby coach, might have a little something to do with with the control that they're putting on display at the minute.
Yeah, they've got quite a talented coaching ticket at Harrow. But it's not to say that this is the end for CATERHAM today. There are a couple big matches ahead: King's College Taunton and St George's Weybridge. That looks a little bit high, and no malice in it, so we'll get ourselves underway straight away. CATERHAM continuing to challenge the line, but Will Taylor losing control, and there'll be a try to put an exclamation mark on this Harrow performance. No time left on the clock, but just enough time for Harrow to cross the paint once more And, well, it's a notice served to the rest of the competition. The reigning champs are back, and they're looking to go back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good performance, efficient, good win, and they can move on.
Well, no conversion to add, but a consummate performance from Harrow as we get a last glance of this effort. Defence and attack working in unison.
This is a good lesson in a nutshell. You know, sevens, you talk about space. You go route one thinking, right, I'm a bit frustrated. I just want to make an impact. You lose the ball. You turn it over. You're going to concede a try. So a little lesson there in terms of space. Find gaps in between defenders and go from there.
What does the day hold for your St John's group today, Topsy?
We are, girls are on 11:40. Samuel Whitbread, that's the first game. First experience, this sort, you know, you have to try and fit it in amongst school and all of that, but no, the girls are really excited. So 11:40, second game at 1 o'clock, and then we'll see how they fare after that.
The most inclusive Rosslyn Park Sevens ever. More girls than ever playing in this tournament, and we had a day off from that side of the competition, but the under-18s Girls Open and the Ace coming up today, so loads of action and some of the great figures of the women's game here. I've seen Giselle Mather knocking around, and we're hopefully going to get her on comms later, who's heading up Ealing's Premier 15s effort now. And one of the great personalities of rugby, Giselle Mather, is a really interesting person to speak to.
Yeah, she's brilliant. I get to know her well from her time at London Irish as well, when she was in the academy, so she can tell you stories about your Jonathan Josephs, your Anthony Watsons, your Alex Corbusieros. You know, she has seen and done it all, both men and women's games. No, she's brilliant. So yeah, I'm sure she'll have a good time. You get her up on comms.
Well, up now we've got the LEYS school in Group E against Trinity Croydon. It's the under-16 version of the Trinity team that has really shaken up the school scene. They're defeated by Oaklands in the Schools Cup final last Wednesday. Some very, very talented players at under-18 level. So we get to see the next evolution of them from the under-16s. Watchful stuff from two teams who were enjoying a bit of a kick clash, but certainly looking very comfortable on the ball despite being pressed back by that blue wall of defence. Nice step inside. Great continuity retaining this ball. And eventually winning a penalty. So we're going to get you for another game, Topsy.
Oh, yeah. Why not?
Here we go. Foot race here, and the bounce, oh, is oh so sweet. Well, you roll the dice, you take your chances, and you get a try like that. Well deserved, spotting the space in the back, and then the bounce to boot.
Yeah, really good. And it's one of those where when teams defend with 7 in the line, that kick space is so tempting, but you got to execute it. You need the bounce of the ball as well. What you don't want to do is kick loose and turn over. It's a really good decision, good execution, really good score. Nice start. You can see it here, just sizing it up. So all 7 in the line, loads of space. Gets the bounce in the right direction as well. That's crucial. Sits up nicely. And cruises in for the opening score.
So the LEYS just causing a bit of disruption from the kickoff. And the kickoff is really an interesting space in sevens, and well, it's widely regarded as the third set piece now, and that's kind of leaked into 15-a-side. It used to, it's probably the genesis of that has come from sevens and the level of competition, and you use the word detail around kickoffs and how important it is to use that as an opportunity to win back the ball.
Yeah, it's huge, because if you've just conceded in sevens, you know that the other team's going to kick off, so invariably you're going to get the ball back. But as an attacking team, if you like, actually, as a boot goes flying in the air. of that kick. That is not detail. Do your laces up. But if you can kick and get the ball back, all of a sudden you've got the team on the back foot. So absolutely a crucial set piece, and the good teams will execute that really well.
Well, just about taken by a fingertip, but the messy delivery means it's a knock-on from the LEYS, and to be Trinity's best bit of attacking ball.
Yeah, they've been on the back foot up until now, so bit of ball, scrum left-hand side.
Trinity just travelling from the base of that scrum and dance inside, and a good tackle required from James Pater. Little glint of room round the fringe that Trinity almost exploit, but instead they go a bit laterally before straightening things up through one of their larger individuals. Really hungry defence from the LEYS, but offside in their desire to get on the front foot.
Yeah, had a LEYS player just not retreating quick enough. He'd made a tackle, he was kind of getting back up off his feet, then made another tackle from an offside position. Bit more ball for Trinity.
If there's one thing that boys and girls are going to learn from their time at Rosslyn Park, is to always take the quick tap in front of the referee where they can see it. The number of times you see them do it behind their back and get them called back.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that, and you'd think by the 50th time they would be like, okay, let's get this bit right. Again, did allow them to take their time, kick to the corner.
Not a tactic you see employed a great deal at this level, but one that they're using increasingly on the World Series.
Yeah, absolutely. Not too much at this level, but we'll see how it plays out now.
Well, a smart drill gets the ball away just as smartly, and how about those for some tricky feet to try and tie in with a tackle. Trinity probing down the short side, and still they're happy in the more congested area of the field. They're keeping their width nicely, albeit maybe a bit flat, which is helping the LEYS defence. And oh, thought there was an advantage there, but maybe that penalty's what Trinity needed. Good competition at the breakdown again, but Trinity wrestling their way to a metre shy. Pick and go and a reach, and enough to satisfy the whistle of the referee. Trinity get their score, and they've got a conversion with an opportunity to level things up.
Yeah, they got there in the end, didn't they? Ground their way in. A couple of nice pick and goes in there too, but it's 5 points on the board. That's all that matters, and conversion to come to hopefully level up the scores. But again, good. They went to the line out. They won the ball. They were patient, looked after it, got the penalty advantage. Eventually they crash over and they convert as well. So 7-all. Good game.
Maybe not textbook sevens.
No.
with the one out running
yeah.
and the prevalence of the pick and go, but there's many ways to skin a cat.
Yeah, there is. Tap and go, run into the nearest player. I'm not quite sure that's what the coaches had in mind, but bottom line is they're over the try line.
Well, Eric Trinder, the man wearing 8s, to finish the job. And there's a slight change of personnel as Dan Miller departs for Trinity. And do they find some grass before that bounces out? Yes, just making it just into that tricky no man's land between the front and the back line of reception from kickoff. So chance for Trinity to put some pressure on. Just taken by Josh Adu Kwapong there. Trinity, again, looking to ease their way into the 22. The pick and go makes a return, and that's great power to drive them across the threshold of the 22, and just enough of a nibble from the LEYS defence. And they're going to inject some pace into the game and seek the edge. Looking for that seam between centre and wing, a lovely ball over the top, and good powerful running as well now from Ollie Saltwell.
Just went a bit too far, didn't he? Just really, really good carry, but at the point where he was starting to slow down, maybe have looked to get the ball away, didn't, and then went into a squeeze ball as well. And once you go with the squeeze ball, you paint an obvious picture to our referees that you're likely to be holding on to the ball, preventing a fair contest.
Well, it's breathed a bit of life into the closing moments of this first half. Final play, but just taking his eye off the ball with the defence rushing up. So that'll be the last action of the half, 7 apiece. Good contest. Finally poised in our second match of the day on day 4 of the Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens. The LEYS kicking off into the arms of Archie McIntosh of Trinity. A little burst of pace by one of the more diminutive playmakers in dark blue, Rhys Gormley. The defence has been really dedicated from the LEYS. Look at them holding their shape and just forcing Trinity to the boot. They couldn't really think of another option, and LEYS come away with that possession. Just working away in the 15-metre channel at the moment. A lot of dark blue defenders in the line, and there's that space spotted in behind from the man who carved out the try to open things, James Pater, almost doing it again. But has he created room? Has he created opportunity for Trinity to go on the attack? Still in the 22. Ooh, an extra roll, that's tough.
Very tough. More momentum for me, but again, that's another one that is being clamped down on quite a lot.
A lot of tackles coming in this match. Not quite as much width as we saw in the opening match where Harrow put on a bit of a clinic.
Yeah, clear difference. This one seems to be playing in between the 15-metre channels, quite narrow, quite attritional. But if both teams are going to go at it this way, why not? I mean, it's suiting LEYS at the minute. They're the ones up, or about to potentially go up.
Well, that's a little bit faster from the LEYS. Oh, that was the pass that needed to stick. It asked far too much. But miraculously, Zach Reed finds a way down the narrowest avenue on the pitch. It needed something, and Zach Reed was the man to do it.
Absolutely. Brilliant line. Came out of nowhere just when you thought the attack was about to break down. Loose pass that went to floor, but managed to recover it. And then a lovely line as well to give the LEYS the lead once again.
Big kick here. And beautifully slotted. In a game this tight, that kick could be crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is the moment you thought they might go in. Just starting to create a bit of width. Loose pass. I think, right, it's about to go out, but really well recovered. Back to his feet, and then the line. out of nowhere. Thought it was going to be an intercept. Different ideas. Call it a try.
Plucked from Zach Reed. Now, having bigged up the importance of good kickoff drills, they haven't been at their optimum in this match so far. Trinity using that free kick as an opportunity, though, to just inject some pace into the attack and question the Leys defence. But the jackal technique there from James Pater, absolutely spot on. And then Trinity marched back 10. Not quite sure what was happening there. It was like a counting of the jerseys.
They tried to make a substitution, but for a brief period they ended up with 8 on the pitch. And because one of their sub was coming from behind the post, they just got themselves in a bit of a muddle, and the referee, she spotted it.
Well, the try scorer loses his footing, and Trinity with some renewed vigour to try and drive back the Leys. Just running down a dark blue cul-de-sac there. A lot of breakdown penalties at the moment. The inaccuracies just sort of halting any rhythm to the match as a whole.
Yeah, they are. Both teams hotly contesting the breakdown. But again, just have to do it legally. Hands on the floor. If you've made the tackle, need to roll away. Show those clear pictures so you know for sure this is a turnover.
Well, that's a brilliant pop off the floor, and then the wrap around to add a bit of extra support. You have to compliment the defence of both sides. They're making each other work so hard for any glimmer of room. Pater showing off his long passing skills as well. He looks like a classy player. And the Leys, well, they're not in the mood to be rucking because they're popping off the floor until they're stripped in that tackle. Big opportunity for Trinity, with a little bit of disorganisation in the Leys defence. And no sooner I say that, 2 hoop jerseys clamp themselves onto a Trinity boy. And they're just trying to negate the power of Trinity with 2 men in the tackles. But there's some nice hands and some stuttering footwork into the heart of the 22. Trinity pressing all that pass needed to go. The 2 Leys defenders cinching in, and then the jackal.
That's it, isn't it? That's the opportunity. So Trinity have worked so hard to finally create space. They have 3 attackers out there, 2 defenders, and the pass doesn't quite go. And again, it's one of those small coaching tips. Once you tuck that ball into one hand, especially your inside hand, it's very difficult to then offload away to your right-hand side. So they're doing a lot of hard work, a lot of effort, a lot of grind. They've got a turnover now, so they've got a chance to level this game up.
Or 4 metres shy. They go to the power play once again, but repelled by 3 big shoulders. More power, more close range, reaching. Oh, heroic defence from the Leys to deny Trinity. Still the dark blue jerseys come, but still they're getting swallowed up by the Leys. A tap. Well, Trinity's way has been to be direct. And I think the Leys are going to be reduced to 6 here for not being back 10 from that tap.
They are. I mean, incredible defence to stop Trinity scoring, but it's proved costly with the yellow card. And
well, their 15-a-side strategy is just about paying dividends.
Yeah, they are very clear on what they're about. As long as they do it well, that's all you can ask. I mean, they've got themselves back in the game. Conversion to come. This conversion is crucial, and then have to check how much time is left. We've got the clock in the red. It's tough.
That is incredibly tough. We spoke about how key that fine conversion could have been from the Leys, and it's proven to be decisive. A last-minute try from Trinity, unfortunately not maximised, means that the Leys school come away with the narrowest of victories over Trinity, 14 points to 12. Entertaining stuff in our opening 2 matches here on RE1.
Yeah, it has been, absolutely. Entertaining, contrasting styles, but as you can see, the effort now, especially these latter stages of the competitions, got trophies on the line, so it's going to come down to fine margins, as we've seen. Heroic defence. Conversion to take it into extra time. Not quite.
The finest of margins, Topsy. Well, the action is coming thick and fast for us. It is going to be wall-to-wall rugby here on RE1, and of course you can always hop across to RE2 where Next Gen are putting on a stream there. Commentators aren't as good, but you know.
Nah, average,
yeah,
I heard.
You know.
RE1's where the action is.
Well, RE1 is actually genuinely where the action is now in terms of the Under-18 Boys Cup, because Finborough School are playing Wellington College. Wellington College, the reigning champions, who were one half of a ding-dong of a cup final last year against Millfield. So they're coming back to retain their crown, and their under-14s went all the way to the cup final as well yesterday, beaten by Eton College, last play of the match. So all the Welling teams thus far have been up for the cup. It is they're a fearsome outfit, Wellington, reputationally and also, well, frame-wise, some big boys striding out onto the field here in amber and black.
Yeah, well, you know, Wellington have a rich pedigree in this tournament, invariably tend to be there at the latter stages, and as we were saying earlier, some of these guys, especially at this under-18 level, would hope to be in academies and potentially playing first-team senior rugby next year. So, got to have the frame for it, but the skill set to go with it as well. So these sevens experiences, national school sevens, delivering when the pressure's at its highest is going to be huge. So this is going to be a really good matchup.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Right, I'm back, Topsy. I'm back. I'm just receiving a team sheet for our visitors from Sweden. We've got a Swedish school here, and most importantly, phonetic pronunciations on the names. But there has been a true international flavour to the Rosslyn Park Sevens this year. We had teams from New Zealand, Australia on day one. We've had a Belgian side. We've now got the Swedes. We also had a team from Canada. So, well, capturing the international schoolboy imagination.
Absolutely, this is what it's about. How's your Swedish?
Ropey. I'm trying to think of one word in Swedish that I could say to fend you off there, and I've got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, good luck. I'll be, I think the girls are playing then, so I'll be on one of the RE pitches.
Well, Wellington have been unlocked by a bit of powerful running from Finborough. And Finborough in the dark blue, looking really slick. The offloading play very nice. You know, then the desire to get it wide. A little show in the wraparound play just to add a little extra support, and swallowed up with a big tackle on the fringe of the 22. Here come Finborough, hopping and skipping and trying to hold their defenders. Looking very comfortable on the ball, a dummy and then a flip out of the right hand that doesn't go to hand, but knocked on by Wellington. The advantage goes to the boys in dark blue. A stutter and then a good tackle to dislodge the ball. But this is the 18s, and you can already see like the skill, the speed, the power levels just jump right up.
Yeah, there's an intensity about this one for sure. Really good start by Finborough. Good line break, good power, good carrying. You almost felt at the point where they actually had Wellington stressed, they then slowed the game down. Probably could have kept that pace up. Bit of space out there, but lovely scrum position. Middle of the park, 22. Come left, 9 could pick and go right. Really good options.
One of the least desirable positions on the field to defend, and Finborough are using all of that big blind side, and he uses the man who's held his width to keep the defender honest, just shows enough, and then darts through the gap for the opening score.
That's a brilliant start, exactly what you want. You know, you can talk about Wellington, but if you put them on the back foot, you starve them on the ball and possession. you get your rewards, and it's been all Finborough to begin with. Really good from minute one, and then using that blind side, loads of space. So you break, it turns into a 2v1 straight away, ball in two hands. Good decision, backs himself. Really good score.
And, you know, we've made a fair bit of hype about Wellington coming back as the defending champions and speaking about the prowess of their under-14s that went to the cup final yesterday. But, you know, with that expectation comes that added pressure, and also the desire of every team that plays the champions to elevate their game by one notch.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of that target on your back, isn't it, as a school? If you're renowned for success and for being in the latter stages, you know, as an opposition, you want to raise your game, you want to stress them. You give the good teams time and space, they will punish you. So we'll see what Wellington can do ball in hand now.
Again, targeting that seam between centre and winger, and that's nice link-up play, everyone knowing their supporting roles. Finborough are fierce in the contact though, aren't they? Making a real nuisance of themselves in the ruck and winning the penalty. And they ain't hanging around either, these boys. Into the 22. No one delivering a tackle just yet. Eventually they do. Ball squirts out and Wellington fight out. That is brilliant athleticism to scoop that ball back, and every inch being battled for right this moment.
It is, it's fierce at the minute. Finborough on the verge of a second score, thinking this could be crucial, but Wellington's defence holding strong.
So Wellington go jumping through Ollie Teague, through the challenge. And taking some pace off the ball, happy to work their way through. Finn Walder, the man to do it, then bounces and meets a big right shoulder from Rory Rees. Well, he's not rewarded for the big hit, which is a shame. But Wellington won't hang about worrying about that decision. Into two dark blue concrete shoulders.
And the turnover as well.
Has he got the speed? Brilliant tackle, low, lassoed round the ankles from Luke Anfield. But Finborough pouring through to the 22. Options left and right. They go to the edge. Little pop ball inside netball style. Doesn't find the intended recipient. And I thought there might have been a knock-on from George Staveley, but Wellington survive until they don't.
There's definitely one there. That's for sure. I mean, exhausting stuff, isn't it? In this opening 5 minutes, both teams going back and forth at each other.
Yeah, there's the added thing as well that these guys would have watched the under-18s Vars on Monday and Tuesday. They've watched the sevens through the stream all week, getting amped up, and here they are, RE1. They're finally let loose and like sort of caged and starved dogs, finally released now.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely. All week at school, watching, thinking, right, it's our turn on Thursday. Can't wait to get down there.
Well, I was going to say the hungriest dog in the fight right now is Finborough, who I think have just been awarded a penalty try. So they won't need to take the conversion. That's an automatic 7 these days.
6 as well. Looks
the
like
lesser spotted penalty try.
Yeah, it was. I just want to say, yeah, there was an infringement at the penalty. Like I say, Finborough are probably about to crash over and score, so it becomes a penalty try. Yellow card as well, immediate 7 points. All of a sudden, Wellington, I mean, sevens could change very quickly, but 12-0, 6 men. If you're Finborough, you're thinking, let's get another score here. Our scrum.
And they've already scored from a similar position earlier in the half when they're against the full complement of Wellington players. They'll go to the same side that yielded the 5-pointer previously, and they'll dart inside, and they go almost to the line, just dragging defenders with them. Then with the cool heads to feed the man in a prime position to dot down in the right-hand corner. Finborough really in the groove here in this first half. 3 tries to the good. This conversion could take them to 19. And there are some serious questions for Wellington to ask themselves in the half-time huddle as we watch Well, cracking effort on the conversion. Doesn't sail over, but half-time, Finborough leading 17-0.
And rightly so. Completely deserve it, and this has been a good example of what they've done really well. Good power in the carry, in the contact, but then actually getting the ball away as well. So when they've needed to offload it, they've been able to, but when they've been rucks, they've been able to secure their ball there as well. It's just a replay of the penalty try.
I don't think I've ever seen a yellow card
brandished
quicker.
It's an interesting one because the infringement's at the scrum. So to say it was absolutely certainly going to be a try is a bit interesting, but decision made, yellow card and 7 points. Finborough won't complain, that's for sure.
Definitely not. Wonder what that team talk is about right there now. Probably would. I mean, they're clearly a strong sevens team, this bunch of boys. They would have come into this as underdogs in inverted commas reputationally. But here they are with a handsome lead. Does that change the psychology now in this second half, that you don't want to be protectionist, you've still got to go out and play your rugby?
Yeah, and I think that will be the message. It will be keep the foot down, because Wellington haven't been able to get into the game because of the pressure Finborough have applied, both with and without the ball. So if they ease up, they could easily concede early on, and then as we've seen, as quickly as they've scored 17 points, they could concede it. So from this kickoff, apply huge pressure. Wellington are still going to be down to 6 for at least another minute or so. That was a quick yellow card, wasn't it?
Well, back to 7.
I mean,
side.
Penalty try. Well, there we go. Carry on.
A high hanging kick into the sun here on RE1. What a glorious day for sevens. But what a mountain to climb for the amber and black of Wellington, and they're starting fast and they're starting decisively. They find their big man on the edge who gets brought down. Lloyd McEwen-Peters, the big frame there, and Wellington with plenty more pep in their step in this opening to the second half. They know they need to raise their game, and McEwen-Peters is lurking again, not receiving the ball just yet. The door closed by the Finborough defence. Then there's a shard of light. All the offload almost away, but crucially for Wellington, the ball squirts back. Enjoying their time on the ball, still yet to make it into the 22, but they do so now with a pirouette and then a one-handed offload. The bouncing feet taking them to 10 metres from the line. Well, bit of invention through the legs, and it's gobbled up by George Staveley, who rounds off a lovely passage of play for Wellington, and that is more like it from the reigning champions.
Yeah, they'll be much happier. Some really good work initially, straight from the kickoff. I think a couple of key substitutions as well have made a difference. McEwen-Peters, absolutely, this carry on the left. Some nice invention here as well. You know there's players out there, so just get it out there however you can. Good finish, conversion as well, and there you go. They've done the first job, which is score early.
Was it Carlos Spencer who famously had it through
he
the legs?
famously did it, but there's a nice list of players who have done that as well. I think Danny Cipriani did it once upon a time as well.
So he's in good company.
He's in very good company.
Oh, a spleen tickler from the kickoff for the Finborough recipient. And he does really well to recycle under immense pressure. He's walking off that shot at the moment. It's all about the timing from the kickoff, and it's all about Finborough going surging down the flank and then feeding the speed, and he almost gets away. Lewis Burns. Penalty for Wellington. That feels big, but a fumble from the tap. Oh, he's lucky. He's lucky.
Oh, he's let them away with that one. I mean, that tackle was incredible because he was gone, literally by the bootlaces.
So Luke Anfield managed to sort of style out that knock-on from the tap, but there'll be no styling out from George Staveley and co on that occasion. Knock-on and then picked up by his player in front. So it's a penalty for Finborough. time running out for Wellington, and opportunity knocking for Finborough and one of their new faces, Junior Kapoku. And the physicality continuing to be brought by Finborough. Wellington just lacking the telepathy that they so often bring to the sevens field at the moment. Still in this though, just over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, but it's the pressure. It's the pressure. Finborough playing really well, scrapping for everything, defending really well. Is that Junior Kapoku, you said?
Junior Kapoku.
Not so junior. I mean, he's a big boy, isn't he?
I dread to think what Senior Kapoku looks like.
I mean, yeah, some of these 18s, I mean, they're ready for senior rugby, aren't they?
They sure are. And Finborough are ready to start their campaign with what will feel like a famous victory if they can get another try in this instance. They get picked off though. Pass is a little bit looser from Finborough in this second half, and Wellington are also finding their groove a little bit more. Turnover from Junior. He then gets us off and away nice and sharply. More time Finborough spend on the ball, the more time the clock ekes away, the taller the task becomes for this Wellington side. Good turnover there, and well, no one truly cherishing possession over the last couple of minutes. Junior's long levers almost creating a second turnover in a row. Wellington. Oh, just an over chase on the defence. And that was all the invitation that George Staveley needed to race across for his second. The call is hurry up from his teammates. He dots down, misses the conversion.
I mean, you said it. It just took one player to overchase. I mean, again, that conversion could be crucial, but again, both teams just really going back and forth against each other. And as you can see, shoulders going towards the touchline, a nice right foot step back against into the gap, and that covering defender, that gap just being a bit too big in between them.
Junior Kapoku is a man you want on kickoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why I kick to him, I don't know. Kick away from the tallest guy on the pitch.
We can see the throngs of people just amassing on that far touchline. They sense a big result coming for Finborough here. Wellington into the final 60 seconds of which they can turn this around. Finborough haven't been as potent in attack as they were in the first half, but importantly, they're still in the lead on the board, and they're still in possession in the Wellington half. Onto the boot and turning the Wellington defence on their heels and gathering. Lost forward. Do we have time for the scrum? We do not. So Finborough record an impressive victory in the Under-18 Cup against the reigning champions, Wellington. A fine first half display was enough to see off the black and amber hoops of Wellington College. Wow, that's the level for the day, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And as you spoke about the crowd just starting to build around, like you could sense it's going to be a fierce day, and that is the level. It's going to be to and fro, back and forth. Strong carry, strong in the breakdown, but that's how the game can go. Finborough did the job in the first half and they come away with a huge result. I didn't want to like ask him. I'm like,
Good morning, welcome back to RE1. We've got some more under-18s cup action, and I can imagine that if we have the similar amount of excitement and thrill that we had in that previous game, we're certainly in for a treat. My name is Will Roberts. Alongside me for this clash is Topsy Ojo. Topsy, I mean, these are two sides that will very rarely cross paths within the school's game. We've got the ace Bishop Burton College and Bedford School, based in the southeast of England. I mean, it should be an enthralling battle between two very opposing sides.
yeah, absolutely. But you know, this is what the National School Sevens is about. You know, you get to play teams from up and down the country, all over the world as well. Get the best of the best in the competition and see who comes out on top.
Good challenge in the middle of the park, and away Bedford School already going. This is Johnny Wyman back into the midfield with Tom Kerr and Simon Ward as well. Kerr scored a multitude of tries within the 15 season. Craven, strong challenge there up against Oliver Vining. For doing relatively well to keep possession, but just fumbling it in the midfield.
And that was it. The offload was a good decision. Just didn't quite go to hand. Doing very well at almost getting all those Bishop Burton defenders to congregate around the ball carrier and then trying to move the ball away. Very good tactic.
And a profitable place for set piece here for Bishop Burton. Right in the middle of the park. Options either side. It's taken well by Ferguson, who's wrapped up in the tackle, and Bedford School over the ball well. Maximum Ward, the co-captain for the 15 season, he's going to get Bedford back underway. It's Brock. Wyman out to Godber, who just assesses his options, and Bedford keeping the ball alive well, but not necessarily making too many metres. Bit of an evasion from Brock, and he's found a little bit of space around the outside here. Will Brock, it's a little bit of magic from him, and it's going to carve out Bedford's first score almost from nowhere, Topsy OJ.
Really good stuff there. Again, you were kind of just waiting for somebody to say, right, I'm going to make something happen, I'm going to take the ball forward. And there you go, that's how to do it. Lovely slaloming run, show and go on the edge. And then the afterburners as well.
Excellent bit of patience there from Bedford, who wore out Bishop Burton, found that outside edge through Will Brock, typically a winger and outside back, and showed his qualities there. I mean, Topsy as a winger yourself must be proud of the pace and flair and skill that was on show.
Wow, this is the game for your outside backs, isn't it? Bit more space out there. Good stuff.
High and testing kickoff that goes long and lands in the hands of Matt Ferguson. Bishop Burton will be looking for an early response here. Shrug off in the tackle, Vining. Handling and through the middle they go. Davis. There's a little bit of space through the middle for Bishop Burton, and still powering through. They go past the 10-metre line. Penalty, not rolling away. Ill discipline costing Bedford. It was through the hands, and it's Oliver Vining wearing 7. The two Vining brothers combining. There's Ferguson again, and still working on that outside edge. Oliver Vining, that is. Neil, Henry de Boulay, one of the star players of this Bishop Burton side, and they're creeping towards the try line. De Boulay into the corner. Few blades of grass separating them from the score. I think it's actually a penalty try that's going to be given, and a yellow card.
Yeah, 7-pointer.
I think that's Eldon Craven, who's been sent to the bin.
Really good by Bishop Burton there. Again, good patience, playing with really good width. Sure, we'll have a quick look at what happened, but I always want to say after this initial carry, possibly a player on the floor illegally stripping the ball there. I mean, it's a tough one again, you know, he's pinned underneath the tackler.
Well, Bedford will be looking for the ultimate response here. It's a floated ball from Ormond Ward, which passes through Kerr and Wyman. Kerr again just trying to use that outside edge of where Bedford School have been most profitable. Here's Ben Agbenu, certainly a name that would want to keep an eye on. Came off the bench in the Prem Rugby Under-18s final for Northampton Saints only a few weeks ago. Pressure on Henry Dawkins to collect possession here. Tom Godber all over him in Bedford colours. Good work at the breakdown.
He's done so well there.
Managed to get the turnover. Little bit of injection of pace from Tom Kerr. Flicks the ball up to Ben Agbenu, and it's that working in transition which seems to be the crucial element for Bedford School to get that score.
Wow, it was really good. Initially Bishop Burton getting back and actually managing to resource that first breakdown, but then the counter-ruck came in. That was crucial. And then Bedford on the turnover. Really sharp. Nice little offload. And then despite being down to 6 men, they come up with the perfect response.
As you mentioned, a man down, and doesn't seem to be phasing them at the moment. Conversion missed, albeit banging between the posts, but it's tired legs, tired minds already in effect.
It's all right, he's in good company. There's been a lot of there's been a lot of conversion that's missed in front of the post.
Handful of seconds left of this half. Few changes being made by both sides. Rotation key in tournaments like this. It's Freddie Drake Lee, the lower sixth boy, who's come on. Replacement of Ormond Ward. Gets the game underway. That's a nice restart as well. Falls into the hands of Ben Agbenu, who could set on his tracks. Into the 22, still evading defenders. Agbenu strong in the contact. Work over the ball from Frankie Fawcett, and it's been disrupted by Bishop Burton. Advantage though to Bedford. They couldn't keep a hold of it. Wyman looking for the space out wide. Slightly isolated, gonna cut back in field. Freddie Leys managed to retain possession, and they're just pondering here, just deciding which way they're gonna try and attack here. Kerr, through the middle he goes. It's been offloaded, but Bishop Burton have ended up with it. No, they haven't. Knock on there. Good defensive acumen in the end from Bishop Burton to round off the half, but this has certainly been on a knife's edge, Topsy.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Teams going back and forth against each other. Really good battle. Important there for Bishop Burton to hold out, because if they conceded, as we saw in the previous game, sometimes that deficit is very difficult to claw back. So Bedford 12-7 up at half-time. They probably come back up to 7 men as well. Leaves the second half nicely poised.
7 minutes that you won't want to miss. Come back to us in a matter of moments for the second half. Here we go then, back for the second half. It will be Bedford School and Drake Lee to get us back underway. This one long and deep. Bishop Burton will try and play their way out of the 22 now. still a mere 5 points separating the two sides. It's Frankie Fawcett. Played for North England in the counties games for the RFU not so long ago. Lots of experience littered in and around this Bishop Burton side, obviously without a few of their England names, the likes of Ty Raymond and Tom Burrow as well, who've been playing rugby at Bishop Burton so far this season. Could that potentially be the difference here? Harry Tongue has just come onto the field and is in possession, as is Tom Jenkins, and the ball's flung out wide here. It's a 2-on-1 for Will Brock to try and utilise Tom Godber. Craven, who's back on the field after serving his time in the bin. Kerr trying to head straight to the middle. It's been a strong green wall either side of half-time that have kept Bedford at bay. Intercept pass has been thrown as well, and Bishop Burton now with the ascendancy. Will Brock, though, managed to pluck the ball out of thin air. Good offload as well to Godber. Handling from Drake Lee. Caught a little bit in isolation, but manages to get the ball off the deck. Bedford very comfortable just to hold on to possession here and not seem too frantic. It's got to applaud their patience at the moment, Topsy.
Yeah, it's a long passage of play, isn't it?
Little chip over the top, and it is going to work. Again, it's another moment of magic from Will Brock. Seems to be pulling rabbits out of a hat at the moment for Bedford, and just that extra score this side of half-time could be absolutely vital.
That was key, wasn't it? Bedford a lot of possession. Bishop Burton just hanging on, skin of their teeth, but again, a lovely little bit of magic there. Chip kick, well executed. So again, just patience, offloading the ball, not too many rucks. Just keeping it alive, keeping Burton moving, and then there it is, lovely bit of skill outside of the right foot. Bounces up. He's certainly been the difference in this game.
Jenkins gets the ball off the deck. Bedford whirring once more. Matt Wyman's joined the fray. On for his brother Johnny. Slightly different in size and stature, I must add. Will be a Bishop Burton line out though, and they'll be keen to get themselves on the score sheet.
Absolutely, they've had zero possession really in this second half. So although they're a long way out, first job win the line out, second job they'll be very brave with the ball in possession. They've got to have a go.
I think they're going to do just that. And blindside, that's Oliver Pearson. Ferguson. Again, just that movement and manipulation behind smoke and screen in the midfield. So penalty for a high tackle. Bishop Burton still whirring. Ferguson, he goes straight through the middle. It'll be a race between him and Tongue, but I think it will be Ferguson who will dot down. Again, just those individual moments of brilliance from either side, which are just keeping this game in the balance.
That was crucial, and even more crucial, he's nailed the kick as well. Good patience. Just waiting for one defender to get slightly flat-footed here, as you can see. He's looking around. And then there, just a slight overchase between 7 and 8, you can see there, and as they turn, that gap's too big, can't recover.
The kickoff, crucially, is unsuccessful for Bishop Burton, so Bedford will have possession on the halfway line. Agbenu, who's back with us, who provided those moments of magic in the first half, is looking to do similar again here, pumping the legs. Agbenu, he's got options with him. Excellent offload. Jenkins racing for the line, but he's snapped up. Agbenu once more, he will get through. An excellent response from Bedford, all came off that insufficient kickoff from Bishop Burton. Ben Agbenu and Tom Jenkins linking up superbly there.
Immediate impact from Agbenu, isn't it? Nice when you can roll someone on and off in the sevens. Thought his work was done. Like, actually, we just need you to come back on and see this game out. Initial impact, huge power in the carry. Thought he might get the ball away. I mean, that's a lovely offload off the floor. And then actually gets back on his feet. Again, trying to get a second touch on the ball. Nice fend. And that could be the score that just takes this game away from Bishop Burton.
They're still going to very much act in the fight for now. Handful of seconds left in this game. Bedford certainly in the ascendancy. There's Matt Ferguson captaining the side and has certainly led from the front this morning, and Bishop Burton to potentially make this game interesting. They're going to head down the touchline. It's a superb tap tackle from Will Brock, who's shown up offensively and defensively at the moment for Bedford School. He's been the difference. Still though, Bishop Burton with possession, and there's Henry de Boulay, the big frame of de Boulay bowling over. He will get the score, and I imagine there will be little time wasted in between this and the conversion and the restart.
There is time. There's time. This is going down to the death. Crucially, it's all about this kickoff, isn't it?
It's a three-point game, grandstand finish. Bedford will take all the time in the world to get back into position. Bishop Burton will be wasting little.
Just got to judge the win now.
Charlie Metcalf get us back underway, and it is a good nudge, and Tom Kerr's going to have his awares about him, and game was done and wrapped up. Kerr seals the deal. It's a bit of brilliance from Brock and Agbenu that separated the two teams. Bishop Burton stayed in the fight, but were knocked onto the canvas late on.
Good game, very good game. Two good scores going at each other. Again, Bedford score probably just with that tiny bit extra quality to especially bring back on off the bench to help them see the game out. But both teams will definitely be in the mix in the latter stages of this tournament.
It's a tight group this. That score and result for Bedford could prove vital. Final result here on RE1. Bedford School 24, Bishop Burton College 21.
Yeah, all good, all good. Cheers, mate. Might pop back. Depending on timing between games. Are you sure for this?
With rugby boots on and all.
No comment, yeah.
Well, Oratory kick-off into the hands of St Peter's York, and St Peter's York immediately capitalising on the penalty. Numbers pouring through, but not enough to be the first there. Tackle round the collar means that Oratory will go, and they'll go out wide before just regathering the troops, taking some pace off the ball, but then injecting some power. But a big shoulder coming in there from an Esu Chindov. And it can go round the fringes. No contest at the ruck. There was an opportunity for St Peter's, who eventually get their act together and convert that opportunity. They get the turnover and some more counter-rucking. Bit sluggish from both sides in terms of the resourcing of the ruck. And a real squabble on the floor, but Oratory, their hands went beyond. So, penalty with Aidan Dogue going to take it. Oratory take a yellow card for their endeavours, so reduced to 6, which means bigger gaps for big boys like Archie Pye to barge through, and he threw a lovely offload. But we're going to be denied a great try there. The ball not taken from the mark. Real shame that. St Peter's York, take 2. Short line, knocked on. In the first scrum of the match. So St Peter's York just going through who they've got today in Group B. Well, they ran out 35-10 losers to Dulwich in their opening match, so they do need a response here against the Oratory before Tunbridge come next. Tunbridge themselves with a victory over the Oratory, so both these teams looking to get their game back on track, and there is a demonstration of the age-old adage, play to the whistle. Knocked on by Oratory, and Aidan Doig of St Peter's York, the quickest to react and acting decisively as well. He gets the first try of the match, coming from a handling error from the Oratory. Decent strike, but a little bit wayward. So just the 5 points for the boys from York. We take another look here. Big long ball. Looking for space out wide, and after the knock on, he just didn't react, did he? But Aidan Doig certainly did. Stealing across for the opening try. Just dropping the kickoff into that no man's land between the front and the back recipients. It always creates a little confusion, but Oratory do well in the end. Nice take and a pretty swift recycle before a pretty direct run, and 2 St Peter's York jerseys hanging from the Oratory man. And with that go forward ball, the Oratory go searching down this right-hand side. They weave back inside, across the halfway line, Oratory come. Side entry on the clear out, too much haste and not enough thought on the entry point. Chindov offering himself. Doig throwing a loose presentation, but York will do all right because they had penalty advantage for the Oratory not being 10. Popped off the floor into Rob Coggrave's hands. Well, it's hungry defence from Oratory. They're all back on their feet, and this flank is well marshalled with numbers, but the tackle not quite on the money. And Aidan Doig, once again, is cantering into the dead ball area and dotting down for St Peter's York. Strong start from the boys in brown and white, banishing the memory of their opening round loss to Dulwich. And in this first half, getting their Rosslyn Park Sevens back on track. A conversion that once again is struck very nicely indeed. This time it navigates its way between the uprights. Just giving confirmation to our scorer that that one went over. It was tight. It's one of those that sort of surfed over the top of the upright, so maybe there's a little bit of room for interpretation, but the referee happy. Oh, and Doig is pulling out all the tricks and all the vision. His cute kickoff routine gives York the ball, but then they knock on as they look to shovel the offload into one of their flyers' hands. Back onto the ball. We are. Chin Dove brought down to the floor. And just some pirouetting and gyrating through the tackle from Ollie Steele. Again, York looking to make their offloads, but they're not quite sticking. Nice line, looking for the seam in the defence, and the messy presentation. Again, just about working out for St Peter's York. And it works out so well that Tom Deniz finds himself at the end of the pass in acres of space, and he has the pace to finish the job. A final act of the first half, a good first half for St Peter's York. Conversion sails over, this time from the right boot. St Peter's York lead the Oratory 19-0 at half-time.
Oh, how's it going? Very good, thanks. Doing a lot of talking this week.
Disrupting my work, really.
Really, you've been watching it, yeah?
In the background.
It's difficult, isn't it? Like, you stick it on for like one game and you end up watching it. How's the game going today?
We lost the first game of the last night.
No.
It was a good game.
Who's that again?
Seventh grade. Second.
So you played one, next one, how many have you got?
Brighton. Then we've got Belmont Hill. And then Blues as well. And then I have Kent.
Oh, cool.
Where's Ups and Rats?
What sort of signal?
I didn't get a hit last year.
Back for the second half, and St Peter's York kicking off with a handsome lead behind their backs. 19-0 they lead the Oratory, but Oratory started with some real zip. The man who saw yellow in the first half, we were denied of his fizzing steps as a result, and a real injection of acceleration, but the turnover from St Peter's York is going to be punishing. In the blink of an eye, the ball shipped all the way out to the white paint of the touchline. And they've got too much pace for the covering Oratory defence. A delightful bit of play from Oratory, but if anything, too quick because he found himself isolated. St Peter's York turning over. And before you knew it, they're making their way underneath the uprights. Try to Dawson Spence. Just stretching his legs. And then when he was home and hosed, arcing round to make the conversion that little bit easier. And it's duly been converted, so 26 points to 0 the score. Lost forward though by St Peter's York, so Oratory will have a chance now. Uppingham School versus Whitgift, that's up next in the under-16 boys Colts. Remember, we started the day actually with the under-16s and the defending champions Harrow, who put on a pretty comprehensive performance against Caterham. And this is a pretty comprehensive one from St Peter's York so far. Up they go, close to the line, not far to go to finish. And the brown and white hoops are over and across for another. A spin of the ball on the fingertip, little bit of a showboat from Archie Pye, who treated us to a delicious offload after a heavy carry in the first half before play was brought back for not being tapped from the mark. So that may not make the official highlights reel, but he will get a try to tally by his name for the end of his Rosslyn Park week. A week that is rapidly coming to a conclusion, I'm devastated to say. Day 4, after 3 fabulous days before now. Loads of rugby everywhere on the Merton pitches, the Asda pitches, the Wimbledon pitches, and of course here on the likes of RE1 and RE2, which are being televised. There'll be the setting of the finals. You don't win silverware unless you feature on RE1. The boys under 13 prep school competition is underway over on the Asda fields, and well, here we're enjoying the Colts, but the under 18s have been in action for their preliminary rounds. The finals will take place tomorrow, whilst over on the Merton pitches it's the girls ace competition and girls under 18s open. We're going to get the final for the girls ace here today at 5 o'clock. And after 3 busy days, I can tell you that it's as busy as ever. Just throngs of people scuttling up and down the touch lines, just dropping into the exhibitors' tents, tucking into the great grub here, and just loving hanging out with good Rugby Sevens people. They did get that conversion after a little bit of an injury delay. 2.5 minutes remaining. And Oratory looking for their first score of the match. They deserve one. They've really worked hard, and that's a nice bit of footwork to evade the final defender. They do get their score. A bit of try-scoring wind in their sails. But St Peter's York do have this wrapped up, and they'll have bounced back after their opening round loss in and their second day of competition. .90 seconds left. Ooh. Bit of a gust of wind. I nearly lost my team sheet for the next match, but mercifully I've got enough phones and bits and bobs to keep the paper down. And oh, he's been threatening to break free all game, but gets wrapped up on the doorstep of the 22. Hands, the order of the day for St Peter's York, and into the hands of the number 15, Ed Hughes. It doesn't quite get there to finish the job. A real tussle, 5 metres shy of the line. Hughes goes scrum half, and St Peter's York being harried by the Oratory defence. Good tackle. That is well, that is some side entry. When you're that big and you're running in that hard, you're not going to pull the wool over the referee's eyes. And from that penalty, Hughes is going to get another opportunity to dart down the right flank and finish the job that he started moments ago. Valiant defence from Oratory, but ultimately St Peter's York too deadly when the try line beckoning in this match. A big win for the boys from York, and I think that may well be the final action of the match. Conversion to come, certainly an attempt from Jack Yates. Doesn't split the uprights, and well, we're going to get another kick-off. So we will get a chance for a little more action. There was the penalty. Nice hands to the edge. Hughes jumping inside, then tackled. Adjudged to have not been held, and then getting as close as he could to the uprights. But Oratory want the ball in this young man's hands. You've seen him go on the burst early in this second half and show some electric pace, but he's well watched and wrapped up. But then an arcing run with some pace of his own, the big number 2 freeing up the hands, and this is lovely stuff from Oratory, who go to the toe. Let the bounce be kind. Oh, and it is one of the tries of the day here on RE1. Many team members making it, and many little moments of brilliance in there. Well, instead of going over, Oratory hit the conversion top bins, but it was only a consolation try anyway, because St Peter's York had this game wrapped up a long time ago. But we do finish with an Oratory flourish, a brilliant team try with some magic individual moments, including the kick through, the gather, and a fine, fine score. And pupils alike. Well, the commentary gantry is becoming one of the busiest spots, and welcoming a bit of TikTok rugby royalty up to the gantry, because I've got none other than the goose-stepping sensation, the rugby guy here for this clash. Is this your commentary debut?
This is my commentary debut. This is not something I ever thought I'd do, to be honest, but great to be here.
Well, class is just permanent though, isn't it?
That's,
you know,
true. Oh, what a wonderful offload.
Well, there's Uppingham, who are wearing the dark blue jerseys, no numbers, so we won't be calling any names of the lads, but I do have a team sheet for the Whitgift under 16 boys. Very, very nice handwriting. And
Is that your handwriting?
no, this definitely believe this is probably the coach, but I mean, it's very legible, corresponding jersey names, but for 24 Lewis Johnson, he has in brackets afterwards Ginger. So we know who Lewis Johnson is. He's the only one with any extra notes added, and he's the one celebrating as Whitgift get a penalty.
I feel like I should be adding more here. What would you like me to say?
Well, I want to know how you would inject your unique brand of creativity into this match as we see Whitgift go surging down the right flank.
Yeah, for me, it's standard 10 and give it to me 60 metres out and I'm probably going all the way. A little goosey and I'm off and just run off me for a little offload.
I mean, it's widely regarded that you taught Cheslin everything he knows.
Guilty as charged. Also, Jason Robinson.
Yeah.
I was growing up and Jason came to me for advice and, you know, it is, and then he wins the World Cup.
Well, do you know what? It's funny because Jason Robinson was here earlier in the week.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You get the minor celebrities for the earlier days,
Yeah,
don't you?
you do.
And, you know, it's nice of him to sort of warm up the Rosslyn Park crowd before your arrival here.
This is very true.
And what sort of stuff are you going to be up to here?
So today it's a lot of Rate My Goose. I don't know if you've seen that on TikTok and Instagram, getting people criticising people's goose steps, really.
Yeah.
As the goat of the goose step, and then just hanging around, seeing some good rugby, spending time with you.
Yeah, spending time together. Interesting. You just got me thinking what a hybrid of a goat and a goose would look like.
Yeah, they go. Well, when I do
it's
it's called the goat
you.
step.
I guess you. That's if a goose and a goat fell in love, we get the rugby guy.
We get the goat step by the rugby guy. There we go.
Well, no scores to celebrate at the moment, but Uppingham looking to go from their 22, shrugging off a few Whitgift defenders in white. And the pass not going to hand. It's pretty keenly contested out there for every bounce of the ball thus far. And that breakdown as well is a squabble and a squabble.
Oh, here we go. Crying out for a goosey. The space on the outside. Oh, took a nice little tumble there.
Well, we've got a player stricken there, and the play going a little bit closer. Hope he's all right. Doesn't look in the greatest shape. Medical provision, always the priority at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, and straight away a halt to the game and player welfare, the pinnacle. It shocks me that you've never done any sort of commentary before.
Yeah, the thing with me is I'm okay in front of a camera if I have about 50 takes. So I know this is in front of a camera, but when it comes to speaking and in front of a camera, it usually takes me about 50 takes. So this is one take and it scares me.
This is one take that will live on the internet forever and ever.
Is this going on the internet? I did not know that.
It's going worldwide. We've had teams.
Well, it is now.
We've had to. Yeah, well, exactly. We've just gone global since you arrived on the scene. Well, we've had schools from New Zealand, from Australia. We've had Belgians. We've had United Arab Emirates.
Amazing.
Who am I forgetting, Timmy?
South Africa?
No, South Africa. No, they didn't fancy it.
No.
Don't like it up them. I think was the official. The official line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sweden, we've got some Swedes here today as well.
How have which nation has impressed you the most?
The Belgians, the Belgians in the UAE, the Belgiums, and the Jess School Dubai. They really brought the noise across the boys and girls competition. In fact,
fantastic. So who are we looking at? Because I don't know. I went to school in South Africa. I don't know too much about school rugby here in England. Okay. Who are the favourites?
Who are the favourites? Well, that's the beauty of schoolboy rugby, that it's cyclical and you get fresh stars like Lewis Johnson searing through gaps like that and making his mark at big events like this.
Wonderful.
To put Whitgift in charge. Whitgift, they've got a lot of rugby heritage. There's traditional schools that are usually mixing it in the cup knockout areas, but we haven't had anyone retain the trophy from last year so far, and we're into day 4. So we had rugby win the under-18 Vars, which is big for them because it's 200 years since the game rugby was created at their school.
And that's crying out for rugby always wins.
Rugby was the winner.
Rugby was
How
the
did I
actual
miss
winner.
that?
You missed it.
How did I miss that? Well, Uppingham are not missing an opportunity to inject a bit of pace to take them across the halfway line. Penalty for them as well, and well, they're a team in a hurry, aren't they? Oh, sat down in the tackle with the big don't argue. Out comes the pump action fender again. A brilliant solo try from the lad in the blue scrum hat.
Wonderful try.
Well, how about that? There was maybe not the subtlety that you bring in your style of attacking, but certainly a bit of biff.
Wonderful to watch. Little Goosey went on the outside, little fend, and he's over. Outstanding.
Do you have any access to sort of data on the prevalence of the Goosey since your notoriety has gone stratospheric? I feel that...
I mean, there were a lot of big words in there, and I didn't understand half of them. I'm going to be honest with you.
I'll break it up. I'll break it down. I'll break it down. Do you think that more people are indulging in the Goosey since you began championing it?
I'd like to think so. I'd like to think I brought the goose step back.
Brought the goose step
back. For sure.
Did
Obviously, Marcus Smith was doing it on the international stage, but is he the king of TikTok? No, he's not. Is he the king of Instagram? No, he's not. So, yeah, I'd like to think that I brought it back. And, you know, there's a lot of people talking about the head movement and I have brought it back.
Yeah, I mean, let's break that goose step down, like, because it's not just the feet. There's so many biomechanics involved there. Many.
Well, there's 3 steps really. You've got to have a good jump, you've got to have good lift off, and then the head movement's got to be good, because realistically, what are they looking at? They're looking at your head, and then your feet have gone around, and then last thing, you have to be explosive.
Got to be explosive. What about some of the intangibles? You got to give them the eyes. Like if like your tongue's hanging out, does that add like a little extra swagger?
Not really. I think the head movement's the most important, because I'm going to do it over here. So we're going to do it on the platform. I'm not sure it's safe.
This could be the end of the commentary gantry and us.
So little Goosey, but you make eye contact. Your head's there. They're like, okay, we're going to follow the head, but then your feet are already gone. You've gone around him on the outside.
Uppingham are looking to go round the outside, but they just feather a knock on after Whitgift's knock on. Well, you painted such a vivid picture lyrically, but of course the only way to see it in all its glory is via the Rugby Guy TikTok.
Yeah, rugby.
And at RPNS7S TikTok. God, that rolls off the tongue.
That really does roll off the tongue. Yeah,
that rolls off the tongue. That's the Rosslyn Park.
I was going to say, what does that even stand for? Did you just make that up? Sound like you did. Is it half time here?
Well,
yeah, it is half time. We were having so much fun, we missed it.
Well, I think it's a premature half time for an injured player. A couple of heavy injuries. So again, wishing him the best. But yes, a tight affair between Uppingham and Whitgift, and just going to sort of tell you, so Uppingham starting their day with a 38-7 win over Churches College, whilst Whitgift put RGS Guildford to the sword 38-7. They had a tight one to close out the day in their elimination against Framlingham College 19-12. But otherwise, it's been pretty plain sailing for the boys from Croydon. We bid farewell, and the building crowds here generously applaud off the injured Uppingham player. He looks in some real bother. Hate to see that. Hate to see a young man's big day, big 2 days at the Rosslyn Park Sevens come to an end prematurely. I mean, beyond the rugby, I mean, surely I imagine that you've got a sense of what an occasion is to be involved in the biggest Sevens competition in the world.
It's the first time I've been here, and I just wasn't expecting it to be this big, to be honest. I played Sevens at pretty big tournaments back in my school days, but nothing comes close to this. I mean, the fields go on for what seems like miles. Yeah, it's really impressive to see, and there's a nice buzz around the place.
A lovely buzz all these boys, all these girls looking to write memories with their mates, with their teammates, and look at that for a pick-up, and then the backdoor boogie.
A lovely offload.
What an offload.
A lovely offload. Rugby.
Hashtag rugby.
Hashtag rugby.
Well, that bit of individual brilliance, worthy of a guest spot on the Rugby Guys TikTok, I'd say.
I'm sure. Can we get a copy of this? And I can stick it straight
We'll
on,
clip it up.
straight on the old TikTok.
Let's get that man's name in lights. Well, he's shown a real variety of skill. We saw the biff and the bosh when he powered across for the first try, but that time we saw the deftness of touch to set up his teammate. Here's another look at it. Onto the toe, a kick to cause a bit of chaos, not cleaned up cleanly, but that,
there it is. Beautiful.
Cleaned up very cleanly, and then the instincts to ship the offload out the back door. Uppingham School heading into the half-time, leading Whitgift 10 points to 7. Well, there's a mighty old queue by the commentary gantry, and I tell you what, it's not to hang out with me. It's not to get a selfie with me, but we are going to retain your services, Jared, for the next 7 minutes of a tight game between two very good schools. You feel that this one could go a long way to determining the progression to deep into knockout territory of the cup. Whitgift putting some nice shapes together, but that low slung tackle just forcing the heavy fall of Thomas Williams, losing possession forward. These are under 16s, Jared. There are some large specimens out there.
There are. I've met a few under 16s today, and I felt short. I'm 6'1", and I was the shortest in the group, so there are some big players out here. Also, you say there were people queuing up. There was one person, and I'm pretty sure that person works here. So
trying to get you down off the commentary gantry.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be up there.
Here come Whitgift, looking for that inside ball, slung out of the right hand, one-handed, and it's really messy back there. Someone needs to take ownership, and eventually Uppingham do. They're hemmed in their 22, and it's watchful defence. But we do come back for some advantage that was being played for Uppingham. So a scrum, Uppingham ball, albeit in their 22. The slenderest of leads that they're enjoying, 10-7. We got the dogs of Rosslyn Park are back.
Beautiful Labrador. It's quite a long shot of the dog there,
just a couple of old hounds hanging out, just like you and I.
Very good. Quite punny, actually.
Oh, that's a beautiful show and go, and then the burst of acceleration through the gap.
Absolute
Uppingham
rugby.
chasing shadows, and Jasper Abington with a moment of individual brilliance to unlock that defence.
Wonderful try. Are we going to get to see it?
We will get a
okay.
we will get a replay. We will. So no conversion added. These kicks, you feel, might prove crucial. It was a win against the head, so the big lads up front won that ball, and
Little dummy show and go. Straight through.
well, you know it's good when the cameraman buys it twice. We've been getting some fantastic shots from our cameramen throughout the competition, but Jasper Abingdon outfoxing the man on the lens on that occasion, not once but twice. But most importantly, outfoxing the Uppingham defence. I'm being told off for outing our cameramen now by our director. It's all in appreciation for Jasper, and nothing negative to our hard-working cameraman, I assure you. Well, Whitgift, having taken the lead, are looking to extend. They're looking to stretch away that little bit more through the pace of James Marshall. And how quickly can a game of sevens turn? Uppingham in the lead at the break, but now trailing by a whole 7 points. And this conversion, very crucial, because it could stretch it to a 2-score game.
Very, very crucial.
Will we be seeing any drop goaling from you today, Jared?
I don't know. I feel a bit nervous. There's a lot of people watching, but then I'm great under pressure. It's got it.
Well, you can take a leaf out of Jasper Abington's boot. The coolest head on pitch RE1, and he jogs to the touchline. That'll be his last contribution, and it's been some contribution in the 4 minutes of this second half. The go-ahead try, and then the conversion to turn it to a 2-point game. Uppingham need to respond. They do have time, plenty of it. But they're being hassled and harried by the white jerseys of Whitgift in the hands of their main man, who produced so much good in the first half, a try and an assist. His carry sets Uppingham up, still deep in their 22.
Oh, wonderful. It's on. Here we go.
What skills under pressure, right on the doorstep of their own try line. That pass needed to go. Everyone on the touchline with their head in their hands. They wanted it to go to the edge, but still Uppingham come.
It's on again.
Well, numbers on this right-hand side. There's he out the back door, chicken wing again. Galloping through the gap, but the offload too high. Whitgift now in possession. Frenetic stuff between the two sides. An awkward bounce for Whitgift to gather. Dylan Bauman just about, well, no, he's feathered it forward. They're just asking the referee the question whether there's some advantage for them, but he says no. From all that harem, scare and play, Uppingham have a scrum in a prime piece of attacking real estate just on the doorstep of the 22. Nice big blind side to work with. What are you thinking here as a playmaker, Jared?
As a playmaker, the only thing I know is goose step, to be honest. You've got to give it to the 10, little goosey, suck in the outside defender, and then go wide. It's as simple. Rugby is as simple as that. I don't know why everyone else doesn't do it.
I don't know why they bother with passing, switches,
no point.
chips.
No point.
All you need is the goosey. There you go. Few other great players from days past knocking around. Loads of them today. We've had Topsy Ojo up here. Dylan Armitage, another great London Irish flyer. Knocking around. I said great London Irish flyer. The man won the European Cup 3 times for Toulon as well. So he did it in England and France at the top level, and he's here coaching this week. And he's coaching sides that are battling so hard. Whitgift have had to come from behind. throwing some risky balls late in the day with them leading by 9 in the last minute of the match. That's a nice line. Their strike runner, Abingdon, back on the field. And that penalty will do very nicely as our clock ticks to 14. Not necessarily 100% in step with the referees. Well, there's your answer. Whitgift say enough's enough. They boot the ball out and end an enthralling game that's seen them come from behind to defeat Uppingham School 19 points to 10. I'd love to keep you here all day, Jared.
To be honest, I don't think I'll be doing this again. I've had loads of fun, but I feel slightly out of my comfort zone. Thank you so much for having me.
My absolute pleasure. Don't go shouting that around. I don't want everyone to think that spending time with me on the mic has led you to premature commentary retirement. That's not good for my brand.
Fair.
But we've loved having you.
Thank you so much.
Didn't even look at it, man. They want the numbers, nothing to me. Nah, I can't go there because I know what you would do. Yeah, I know you would. It's not my first radio, mate. I'm hiding still.
Well, we've got another foreign visitor here. We have the Federación Rugby Comunidad Valenciana here playing against Seaford College. Seaford College in the navy and white hoops. And Valenciana in that shock of orange. And looking nice and comfortable on the ball and threatening the Seaford line. Sucking in a couple of defenders. But the side entry from them will deliver a penalty to Seaford. They'll get another 10 metres, having kicked the ball away. And Seaford, who, you know, they're a competition team. You see them around the circuit quite a bit in the 15s and 10s. They have their own Seaford 10s tournament, which is fantastically attended. And they're all just showing some of their smarts, but that pass a little bit loose. I do delighted to say I've got a team sheet as well for Valenciana boys. Great to see all this international participation in terms of the growth of the game and just getting more eyeballs on this great tournament in foreign fields. And these boys are playing some nice rugby. Pablo Arago Alcina taking the ball on, wearing 20. And some slick passing as well, inviting runners to move on to it, like Ivan Fabra. And a delayed pass, big shot, but it's opened up the defence. There goes Alcina again. He finds support in the shame of Vicente Ricos Caras. The call, vamos, from the touchline. And he does just that. Valenciana on the board first here in their big matchup against Seaford on RE1. Well, that late pass was the one that unlocked the defence initially, but then, well, expertly gathered in. The ball dying and had to use all of his wingspan to reel it in. Valenciana starting smartly, starting impressively, but well, that kickoff hasn't just not made the 10, it's actually made -2 meters there, because it arcs round and goes straight out of touch but behind the halfway line. So that's one he's going to have to, or want to, wipe from his memory. Seaford, oh, looking really impressive as they scamper down that 5-meter channel. He's looking threatening for them there, number 9, and he's back on the ball, feeding a bit of speed and a bit of power and some evasion on the left flank. Seaford respond immediately. Good game on our hands. And it all came from the kickoff error. No extras added, so Valenciana retain the lead. And here we go. This is the danger man, isn't he? Very flighty, very aware of his surroundings and his support, and then just facilitating that winger to get across that try line. Valenciana being asked to go from deep in the hands of their try scorer. His offload is almost taken by the Seaford lads, but instead Valenciana come away and they're attacking through Alcina again. Alcina in 20. This is Jimenez. Offload and just left behind as Alcina went to drive through the gap. Just a little bit cagier from the Valenciana boys, but running some nice angles and looking to play in a really enterprising manner. It's pleasing sevens. Seaford know they're in a battle here. But their diminutive darter goes firing down that short side. He's oozed threats, the moulayed man, and he gets a try, having created one earlier. Hell of a haircut on him. But when you play sevens like that, you can wear whatever lid you want. So that'll be the last action of the half. No conversion added. And Seaford take a 10-7 lead in at the break. Right, second half, and Seaford College with just a 3-point lead, 2 tries to them, a converted one to Valenciana. Seaford had a hell of a game against Oaklands College, 29-28. They ran out victors in their first match. This is the first game of the day for the Valenciana boys, though. They've got Oaklands College up next at 1:20, and then Dulwich. So John Fisher as well. Goodness me, that's a rap sheet, isn't it? Hell of a bunch of teams to be taking on your journey in the Under-18 Boys Cup. But you got to beat the best to be the best. And at the moment, it is Seaford who are just about besting the Valenciana chaps. But Olchfa, who's shown up in attack, shows up in defence with a low ankle swinger. Into the hands of the creator for Seaford, the try scorer. He finds a big man on the shoulder who arrived just in time, surges through the tackle of Ignacio Monzon on Rubia. And Seaford, with their third try, just beginning to edge away. We've seen the attacking gifts of our international visitors, though, so Seaford know they need to be on their mettle if they're going to preserve their try line for the rest of the match. You feel there's more scores in this from everyone. It was just the threat of their creator here, just keeping the defender honest long enough to put the big man through and ask too much of the stretching limbs of the number 8. And that kickoff is held up in the wind nicely. Olchfa collects, spins, and sets up a launch pad. Valenciana in the hands of Olchfa. Wow, more strength and revolutions. They get the penalty. Tap. Go. And this time they go to the boot because they spot green grass behind. Well, there's a fast sweeper there that Jimenez just about catches, and Seaford cough up the ball. They leave it behind. It's all very scrappy. And from that identification of space, from the execution of the kick, and chiefly the desire to hunt down the Seaford sweeper, Valenciana have a scrum 5 meters out, big blindside to work with, similar to the one that Seaford utilised towards the end of the first half. But they need to win the scrum first. I mean, that is obliterated, but illegally so. And it's a yellow card, either for dissent or not being back 10. I wonder if Valenciana would probably have rather kept the try, but it doesn't matter because Juan Perez Mencheta negotiates his way across the line. So a real twist in this match as the conversion also goes over. 14 points to 17. Seaford reduced to 6 for the next 2 minutes. They will get some time at the end of this game where they're back to the full complement. But Valenciana will want to get play underway ASAP. There we go, that's a ball from our gantry. We keep one spare here to keep the game moving. And Valenciana will want to strike quickly because Seaford down to 6. And that kickoff maybe going a touch longer than Valenciana would have liked because Seaford are given the possession from it. They travel through the middle, set upon by a couple of orange jerseys, but recycling pretty neatly. Oh, that pass not to hand, a couple of bounces, and they're back on the ball. Seaford depleted in numbers and depleted just in concentration at the vital moment just then. Ball was in here, in his hands, and then somehow skipped out. Just over a minute left on the yellow card. Valencia trailing by 3 points. Grandstand finish coming up. So the Spaniards winning the put-in. Loads of people amassed for this match. Real intrigue. It's so tight. It's so tense. It is so fast. From Pablo Arago Alsina. The super speedy Spaniards have taken the lead with a minute left on the clock. They're asking the question. I think the referee has just gestured 2 minutes. He's potentially stopped his watch while we were resourcing that ball. Alsina has really caught the eye. And look at him roadrunner his way through that gap. Finish underneath the sticks as well, so the conversion was an easy one. Seaford need a try. That'll help. The kickoffs haven't been great from the Spaniards. Last time they made an error from the kickoff, Seaford scored immediately. Well, they've got a minute to score a try that will give them the victory, that will keep their Rosslyn Park National School Sevens campaign on track. Tough coming up against an unknown quantity from a foreign nation. They've led for most of this match, but at the moment they trail the Spaniards with the clock ticking into the red. Just running down an orange cul-de-sac and swallowed up and wrestled back. Seaford going to the edge, finding one of their pace men. It goes around the outside and the offload is forced and knocked on. The Spaniards back in possession, asked to be released. Oh, but a knock on from Seaford. There is time for the scrum still. Asking the question, how long left? Is this the last play? A famous victory for Valenciana over Seaford College if they can close it out. Concentration necessary for the Spaniards, who win the scrum. They pump the ball out deep into the woods surrounding pitch RE1, and it is victory for the boys from Valencia. A thrilling game, one with searing pace. FRC Valenciana 21, Seaford College 17. Great entertainment here on RE1. All right, well, keeping with the international flavour, we've just seen a milestone victory for our Spanish visitors, FRC Valencia, and right here, well, unmistakable in that yellow kit, we have the Sweden boys team, and they're up against Hurstpierpoint College. And I've been furnished not only a team sheet, but also a map of where all these young Swedish individuals are from. Well, let's see if they can navigate their way across the try line a few times here against one of the traditional English rugby schools of Hurstpierpoint College down on the south coast. We'll say it again, how good to have all these international teams. We've had Belgium, we've had New Zealand, and we've got the Swedes chasing a few shadows there. Too much pace and rangy running from Hurstpierpoint. A little swerve at the end as well to lose the last defender. And Hurstpierpoint going from their 22 to open the scoring. So we're back underway with Hurst with a try in their back pocket. Was that ball forward on the transfer? Well, I guess not, because Hurst are attacking into the Swedish half, just looking to breach the 22. Season hasn't started in Sweden yet, so, you know, these boys, really their first rugby for quite a while, and they're coming up against a supercharged Hurst team who look really in the mood at the moment. They've got numbers out left. The hands will do it, but not quite well enough, because John Moolman comes across with a low tackle round the ankles, but Hurst able to find the continuity to keep the ball alive, and they're in for their second. And I'm delighted to say I've got a co-coms with me who is representing Hurst girls today.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm Tiggy. Very excited to be up here commentating for the boys.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's great because we don't have a team sheet for the Hurst lads, so you're absolutely ideal, that opportune that you would come up and say, I fancy a bit of co-coms.
I don't get to play today because I've got concussion.
Oh,
so,
no.
Yeah, after getting it organised as a captain, it's a bit disappointing, but here supporting anyway.
Oh, that's desperately disappointing. But yeah, exactly. So you're playing a sort of a team managerial role for your girls instead.
Yeah.
And tell us a bit more about the Hurst boys that we're seeing in action here. They've started well, they're looking pretty confident.
Yeah, I think they're pretty confident, hoping for a win this game. It was a hard loss last game, but yeah, we've got some great players on our side. Charlie Ranger, Josh Mann, some qualities players.
So which numbers are we looking out for?
Ooh. I mean, Josh Mann on the wing here.
Well, these are some nice shapes from Sweden, and getting through the gap, and almost the offload coming to Zeb Dahl. Zeb Dahl's in at first receiver, doesn't get it because Ludvig Nicholson comes charging on. And the Swedes looking pretty sharp on the ball. They get picked off though. Lost forward by Hurst. Referee happy for play to continue. Bit of a squabble on the floor, and the Hurst boys coming away with the superior breakdown work. Ludvig Nicholson out here defending the edge, and he's working with Eskil Flawn Orpana. I've just been handed this team sheet, so apologies for the odd stumble.
Ronan Daniels.
There we go. He scored he scored the opening try. We're just seeing fantastic breakdown work there from Harold Soderstrom. Pretty messy picture at that breakdown, but your Hurst boys battling hard, Tiggy.
As they should.
Off they go to the left flank, the fruitious left flank that they scored in last time, and a lovely inside, outside, and a big right paw. And a try for the boys in red. And Tiggy, I'm looking at you for the name. Who is that try-scoring hero for Hurst?
Ollie Das.
Ollie Das. Ollie Das's name in lights. You mentioned that loss. So Hurst coming unstuck against Ipswich School, 33-12. This, the first sighting of the Swedes, and they're well supported. There's a Swedish flag fluttering in the wind here on RE1. You know, these boys, they face a number of challenges, a big distance between sort of the club sides in Sweden. For example, Malmo to Stockholm, a 7-hour drive. So traditionally, Sweden not having sort of school sport rivalries, it's more around local clubs. So, you know, these young chaps who are over wearing yellow, representing their country, they're representing great endeavour to be improving their rugby, to, you know, even be training at times. And for them, it's going to be such a valuable learning experience at the biggest competition in the world, and against pretty well drilled Hurst side. Twiggy?
It's all right, I get it all the time. I think the boys have been training especially hard, so hoping to get some more wins.
And what about your Hurst girls?
So exciting. This is the first time we've been at Rosslyn, because we haven't had a girls' side before at all. It's only this year we've tried to push. We pushed loads for it, and they listened, and we've been training so hard, giving up break times and everything to catch up with the other schools that have been having a team for much longer than us.
That's amazing. So a big student drive to get girls rugby.
Yeah.
And what was the desire from you and the girls particularly, that what made you really want to be playing rugby?
I think it was just the fact, I mentioned it a couple of times, like, oh, the boys do it, it's really fun, I promise. Like, that's just proof that we can do it as well. And I think we just wanted to prove that girls can do whatever they want.
Girls can do whatever they want. And they are more than ever doing what they want here at the Rosslyn Park this year. There's the most female players and teams ever in the history. And, you know, years ago there weren't many, and we never used to have international sides like Sweden and like James Golden, who's carved himself out a fabulous personal memento here on pitch RE1 to date back to Scandinavia. A brilliant try created by Golden, finished by Golden, and a golden moment for Sweden. There you go. Well, my esteemed co-commentary partner Dave Rogers has turned up, but unfortunately he's sacked actually because of your arrival and a few other celebrity guests that we've had along the way. 24-7 the halftime score, and another shot. That young man from Erikslund KF, an English mother, Welsh father, but James born in Sweden, and doing well, donning the yellow of the national team. Yes, they tell me that we got more girls than ever playing. And tell me about some of these training sessions you've been working so hard on in breaks, and, you know, who's been coaching you? Has it been a combination of player and teacher led? What's been happening?
Yeah, well, after I got concussion, like, I started to take on more of a coaching role, trying to, you know, get the girls riled up more. But we're big shout out to our coach, Mr. Jones, who is over there. But
Mr. Jones,
the man himself, he has done it all with us, like just taking our girls team and like going right the way through with us, like putting up with a lot of a lot of stuff, a lot of silliness that goes on, but yeah, it's been good, like having to give up break time and stuff to get extra stuff in, and he's always putting on gym sessions for us, just us girls. It's been, yeah,
That's
very
absolutely
thankful
class.
for him.
It sounds like you might have had some reluctant participants at the start, but are there any who have just completely fallen in love with the sport and surprised themselves?
Yeah, I'd say one person especially is Emily Sherman. She, the girls are waving at me, they're distracting me.
They're probably listening into the stream, because they could probably watch it on their phone and listen to what you're saying as well. We just see them there waving back at us from our gantry position.
I'd say like Emily Sherman, she was not keen to start at all when we were looking for people to start. She was very hesitant, but she absolutely like took it on, and now I think very keen on the sport and absolutely demolishing players.
Demolishing players, watch out. If you're up against the Hurst girls, there's a demolition expert in the ranks. And Sweden started this second half well, and if that offload could have gone back into Zeb Dahl's hands. It was fantastic work from Eskil Flon Orpana, the Malmo man. Well, great adventure from the Swedes in their opening match of the tournament. And they steal the line out as well. Bit of a messy drill from the Hurst boys. Still in play. Seems a little bit confusing over there. I think eventually the decision's for another line out. And you're very eager to come on, get on co-coms as well. So you're a budding broadcaster as well.
Maybe. After this, see how this goes.
Wow.
The reaction from the crowd.
I think you start with a bang.
Oh, perfect.
You've had way more hype from the far side than I have in. And it's my 4th day. So.
Well, maybe new career for me.
Well, I'm feeling threatened. You'd be shocked at how many young broadcasters are emerging and putting pressure. And Hurst continue to put pressure on the scoreboard against this Sweden side. Who's that careering over?
I think it's Sam Griggs, but yeah, Griggs.
Sam Griggs.
Yeah, hope so.
Sam Griggs with the try. So do you think there's going to be big numbers from Hurst tuning in?
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
Shout out to everyone at Hurst listening.
Yeah, if things don't work out for you as a commentator, you could be like a garage MC. Like, there's a lot of sort of big up, shout out, that sort of vibe.
Send in,
you could be the hype on stage for like an MC DJ duo.
I'd be so down.
Well, the crowd getting behind this Swedish team. The try scorer, James Golden, looking to just inject that impetus into their attack, and he's doing so as well as Florn Urbana goes spinning round in the tackle. They get a penalty. Golden keen to drive the tempo. Here comes Milios Sartre. Picked up by 2 and put down, but he smuggles the offload to Golden, who's across for a brace. The boys from Scandinavia really bringing a lot of sevens joy to RE1. They stay in touch with Hurst. 17 points, the difference. And if this kick goes over, it keeps things very interesting for this final 3.5 minutes. A lot of rugby left in this match. Oh, it was a beautiful strike, wasn't it? But not quite splitting the poles. What do you like about this try that we're going to see here?
The quick reaction from the boys, just absolutely, the step is just the offload, everything about it. So timed. Perfect, I'd say.
Timing.
Timing is key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like great commentary. It's all about the timing. Or a rival to do commentary. Well, here come Hurst. They've conceded again, and they won't want to concede another. They know.
Josh Mann, up the wing.
Here we go. This is your
Can he
moment.
make it
Take
under
it
the
away.
post? Oh, legs. Absolute speed there from Josh.
Legs. You heard it. You heard it right there. Put it plain and simple. Legs
Oh.
from Josh.
See if he can follow through. There we go. Classic J-Man.
Classic J-Man. Classic J-Man with maximising his own try. You'd be shocked at the number of conversions that are missed right in front of the posts here.
That never happens from the girls' side.
Never happens. No. Okay. I'm going to come over. I'm going to come across to Merton and see if you're telling me porkies. Sweden have been good value in attack. And Ludvig Nicholson just soaks up a few red jerseys, but they've had to put quite a few numbers into that ruck, so they're a bit short out wide, and Hurst are well resourced themselves. Nice hitch kick to take play across the halfway line. No short line on this. Well, the referee getting in the way of Svensson there. He can consider himself unlucky, and well, when you're down, sometimes the bounce of the ball, the rub of the green, or the positioning of the referee doesn't quite go your way, but that is clinically finished by Hurst.
Ollie Das again. Great player.
Big Ollie Das fan?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's all right.
One of the best?
Ooh. I don't want to make any comments.
Who's the best in this Hurst side? If
wow.
you know. $1 million question.
Charlie Mange is pretty on it.
Charlie Manger.
Chas Mange.
Chas Mange, okay. So Chas Mange, what number's he? In case we get Hurst again.
He's not on the pitch at the moment.
Would you like to name and shame the person who just did that kickoff?
No. I don't want to get in trouble.
Well, he's had his blushes spared because we're showing the replay at the moment. So you've missed a less than aesthetically pleasing kickoff, and an unconventional headed ball in the midfield, going to intercept with his perm. Hurst come away with it though. Hurst looking for another score, looking for a half century of points against the Sweden boys. Just burrowing away and fishing that ball out.
We could just... Ollie Das.
Ollie Das, good offload.
Joss.
The defence holding firm from Sweden at the moment. The
Offload.
yellow jerseys swarming. A straightening of the line, but again another good tackle. Oh, and after all the hard work
We
to have kept
fumbled.
it under control,
Fumbled under the pressure.
a handling error to close the game. Hurst won't get their half century, but Sweden get two fantastic tries. Wonderful to welcome the Scandinavians to the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens, but it is Hurst's match. They take it 43 points to 12. And I've had an absolute blast on comms with you.
Same here.
What time are your girls on?
1:20.
1:30. And who have you got?
I should know this.
You should know this.
Collegiates.
Collegiate. So 1:20.
Go down to pitch M3
Pitch
and support
M3.
the Hurst girls.
Yeah, get yourself down there, see the Hurst girls in action. They've worked hard to get here, and we hope you have an absolutely awesome time.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming to join us up here
It's
as well.
been a blast.
It has been a blast, hasn't it? Let's do it again sometime.
Yeah, soon.
action still coming thick and fast. And I'm alone for this one. Very, very much enjoyed that cameo from the Hurst girls captain, sadly missing out on playing with her girls who've worked so hard to get here, but really illustrative of the rise and continued rise of girls rugby, and also just the number that want to play, and they're getting captivated by the sport that we as guys have loved for so long. Fantastic female representation here at the most inclusive Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens in its history. Most players, the most diversity. Bring it on. Woodhouse Grove in possession at the moment against Brighton College, and they're really getting hassled by the boys from the South Coast, fighting hard but driven back across the halfway line. Good jackal coming in, nice and precise, and Brighton will get a chance to attack. Oh! Wow! He leaves his opposite number just clutching at mere memories of the man that once was. A big jacking inside and outside, and a lovely try to open up proceedings in this match between Brighton and Woodhouse Grove. Well, I said that I was going to be alone for this, but I'm not, because I've got another young budding commentator, Will Stace, who's come to join me. The queue for taking my job and Dave Rogers' job just gets longer and longer as the tournaments progress, but I'm here for it, and we're delighted to have you, Will. You're here, well, you've represented St Joseph's College, where you go to school, and just generally doing a few rugby bits.
Yeah, delighted to be here. I am here as a neutral. I just got to commentate Ipswich School in their second win of the day, but some incredible rugby on display. This is the pinnacle of schoolboy rugby sevens across the world. You're watching the best of the best right here with the best commentators as well.
Oh, wow, you're buttering me up, Will. Here we go. Oh, claimed in the skies. What a kick-off routine, and what a finish from the big man out on the edge. Well, it's all happening for Brighton in this last 60 seconds. Well, sevens can really turn like a flip of a coin. Woodhouse Grove attacking for the early stage of this game, but now 2 tries down.
That is a special try from Brighton College. They'll look to add the extras, but just inside 3 minutes, getting their second of the game. I think I've seen this a lot today. Teams want to close out those games early on. Brighton College wants to watch for this cup. Might be. Brilliant try.
Whew. And a pretty sweet conversion as well. So Brighton moves to 12. The sun continuing to drench us here in southwest London. It's forecast rain all week, but here we are. Slathered in fact to 50, hoping that it goes away for a little bit.
As last year we sat here in almost 25 degrees.
Yeah, it's no patch on the heat wave of last year. You know, there is still a gusty breeze swinging through here right to left, so it's behind the backs of the Brighton boys at the moment. It hasn't been particularly influential on the outcomes of games thus far, but what is often influential is a man with feet like that and a bit of pace to boost in afterwards. Oh, lovely use of the wide man to sell a dummy, and then he buys himself some more time. Coos of appreciation from the touchline for the fancy feet of that young individual. And then Woodhouse Grove go and explore the other side of the pitch.
Oh, what a way to try and get themselves back into this game. Some excellent pacey work on this right-hand side. Strange to see a number 1 with that amount of running ability.
Oh, well, he just looked up and invited his mate to go chasing after the grubber, but the most mischievous of bounces doesn't go to his teammate's hands. It sits up for himself. He's first to react. And what he was looking to assist, he ends up carving out a sweet try of his own.
Oh, Woodhouse Grove, their number 9. And he put his hand up to claim that one. And what a try to claim. Brilliant score from Woodhouse Grove to get themselves back into this one. Conversion is a tough one, but back into the game, surely.
He just delayed. He locked eyes with his winger, and they all missed it. And he arrived on the scene, and he liked it. Woodhouse Grove, get us back underway. Last 90 seconds of this pretty entertaining first half. Teams taking their opportunities. Oh, and an opportunity almost offered up to tickle the ribs of the Brighton number 2. Does well to evade the oncoming right shoulder. And then he does more than that, because his offload frees up a Brighton flyer down the right flank. He's arching back, he's grimacing, giving us all the facials. And it's just enough to beat the speed of the defender. Across Brighton go for their third, coast to coast.
I think this number 8 for Brighton might be their target man. He's been on it all day and continues to bring some excellent rugby here on RE1 for you all to feast your eyes on. Brighton College absolutely ruthless in the early parts of this game. Pleasure to watch this team shine and show their stuff. Woodhouse Grove, they're giving some answers, but they might need just a bit more.
Well, still time for another play in this first half, and it's a play that Woodhouse Grove would like to utilise for a try to get them a bit closer to Brighton. And, well, the area that they're being asked to do that is suboptimal. Bit of footwork in the middle, breaks through almost out of the 22, and the offload is the right option, but it doesn't quite go to hand. That'll close the half. Woodhouse Grove trailing Brighton College 19 points to 5. We're ready for the second half here, with Brighton kicking off to Woodhouse Grove. Brighton leading 3 tries to 2 and 19-5 on the scoreboard, but you sense there is opportunity for both these sides. You sense there's opportunity for Woodhouse Grove, but just a lapse in concentration and the knock-on coming. That's a good opportunity for Brighton to hammer home their advantage really early in this second half.
So small mistakes and small moments that change these games and change the course and the outcome of how today and tomorrow will go for the under-18s competition. You've got to be on it for those 14 minutes. Any lack of confidence and assurance can mean that you go out and unfortunately concede a few more. Brighton, though, very much confident and assured in their play.
Brighton seeking a fourth try. Extravagant dummy actually does sell to that Woodhouse Grove defence and carves out a little bit of space, but again the handling letting the teams down. They haven't had the stickiest fingers, these two schools, in the opening 8 minutes. And who are some of the teams that you've seen, Will, out and around the circuit that have impressed you in the under-16 and under-18s, and of course the girls' competition as well?
I think Harrow will be one to watch in the under-18s. I've watched Ipswich as well, they've done well. I'm looking forward to watch a bit of Sedbergh. They are one of the ones to watch for that under-18s competition, but there's been some outrageous scores across the board in all competitions, so getting used to it, enjoying it, and trying to understand how things will go tomorrow. Yeah, plenty to come and lots on offer here on RE1. Enjoying it very much.
Well, Brighton College, speaking of extravagance, a very eye-catching finish from the number 13 in the left-hand corner. Brighton College have their fourth. Woodhouse Grove, that task comes just that little bit taller off the back of that try from Brighton. And sadly for them, they were put under pressure by that knock-on early off the kick-off receipt. Punishing old game, rugby sevens. Punishing in the minutiae of the game itself, but also in terms of what you have to do across the 2 days. A lot of games to be played to lift a trophy here at Rosslyn Park. To win the Vars, you had to win 10 games over 2 days.
Yeah, that's big.
But rugby school were the ones to do it in the end, and it's not much different for the under-16 and under-18 cup competitors as well.
It's the element of professionalism as well. They've got to learn about getting cool, getting warm, hydrating, eating well, keeping themselves energetic across 2 days. 10 games of rugby, that's a lot to ask of some young bodies. But a lot of these teams are being very successful in this tournament.
Well, the error from the kickoff this time comes from Brighton, not going the 10, so a free pass and a chance to launch for Woodhouse Grove. Just surveying the scene, looking for an opening. A lot of movement from their playmaker in the middle, wearing 7. The meters, not easy to come by, and they're forced to throw a long and loose pass that falls into the arms of a Brighton boy.
Great hands from Brighton here.
Right, just look that little bit more threatening, that bit more willing to take the game to the line and challenge the shoulders of the Woodhouse Grove boys. But that is strong counter-rucking before being pilfered, illegally so. So Woodhouse Grove, they're stringing the passes together, but they need to get some forward momentum. Again, they stop in their tracks and swing play back to the right. Nice stutter step to keep the defence honest, and this is a little bit better from the boys from up north.
Yeah, starting to get into the game now. Just being a bit more confident with the ball in hand.
Well, how about that for an accurate bit of jackal work? Referee calls it back.
You've asked me the hard question. I'll ask you the hard question. Anyone you're watching for that under-18s Cup winners competition?
Anyone I'm watching for the under-18s Cup? I haven't seen loads and loads of under-18s because here on RE1 we get a mixture, and I guess I'm probably like most interested. I'll tell you who's interesting was the school from Valencia, the team from Valencia against they beat Seaford College. You know, ordinarily, optically, you wouldn't expect a Spanish side to be coming out on top against one of the established English rugby schools, but they really, really brought a great zest to the way that they played, and they were worthy winners against Seaford. And I love these international storylines, having had Nelson College of New Zealand and the Belgians, and we've had the Swedes as well. Just looking back through some of the matches that I've done. Finborough Finborough looked excellent in their victory over Wellington, and it's probably a result that no one saw coming.
Well, they're a serious side, filled with Saracens players in their setup, local to where I am. Know a few of those lads, Junior Kapoku, want to mention.
Nothing. There's not much junior about young Junior Kapoku.
He is very large. He is very tall. But that Finborough side is an interesting one, beating last year's Cup winners. Feet to be beaten. But very excited to see how this competition turns out.
Well, high tackle gives Woodhouse Grove a chance to really put the foot down through the middle. It's a great tackle. And they're battling and they're finding the offloads off the floor, and Woodhouse Grove are weaving and they're evading through the heart of the Brighton defence. They've tussled and toiled, but they eventually get their second half score.
Well, that's something brilliant from Woodhouse Grove. When the game's gone against them, they have the energy and the power to go through Brighton. Excellent work from that number 12. Incredible breakthrough. Gives Woodhouse Grove that less of a points difference, which could be important later on today. Woodhouse Grove with a lovely try there.
Well, Woodhouse Grove have spotted Brighton napping, and that was almost a very nasty coming together on the floor, and everyone's scrapping for it, and Woodhouse Grove are the ones who are being rewarded. Off they go, a team in a rush. The clock ticks through red, so the game won for Brighton College, but Woodhouse Grove still on the hunt for more points.
It's great to see teams going right until the end of the game, even when it is up against them. Seen a lot of that this tournament. It's great to see. All about the culture and the celebratory elements of rugby here at Rosslyn Park.
Well, that kick, maybe not quite what he had planned. It did almost work out. In fact, it has, because he holds on the floor. That's definitely not from the mark. I think can be a little bit of leniency allowed at times, but if you're outside of a 5-metre radius, it's unlikely you're going to get to go. But Woodhouse Grove, despite that, get on their way and they get into the Brighton 22. As you said, fighting to the very death. But in that fight comes a bit of desperation, a bit of inaccuracy. He is taken out off the ball. I think we're going to get a yellow card here to end the game. So a real helter-skelter finish.
Bit of drama at the end for this one.
I wonder, will Brighton just get this one out? In fact, I can see their coach, Nick Boy, making the international sign.
Kill the game.
His neck, saying, kill the game, that's done, we've got the win. And a good one at that. 26-12 winners over Woodhouse Grove. And Will Stace, I'm now going to invite Dave Rogers to come and relieve me, because I think no rugby watching audience should be subjected to more than 3 hours of my voice in a row. So I'm off for a bit of lunch. I'll be back a bit later.
Thank you very much, Joe.
The action continues on this, the busiest day of the National School Sevens at Rosslyn Park, and great news, it's the sunniest day as well. Absolutely delighted to have your company wherever you're watching around the world. We're in the under-16s boys Colts competition, Cup Group G, Bedford School against Eton College. And for those of you who've tuned in, not only have you got a great game of sevens, he says, as the opening kickoff goes short, we've also got a great guest for you. Probably the leading voice on social media in rugby at this age. Is young rugby, is it an identity, is it an alias, or is it just an account, Will?
It's just an account. I'm still
Okay.
Will Roberts. It hasn't consumed me just yet.
No, Will Roberts, great to have your company for this game, maybe one afterwards as well, but also on the lead comms on pitch RE2. Oh, I thought we had the first knock on there, but no. Just a turnover. And a good bit of ball movement. Hoping for a quiet game so we can really chew the fat about the state of the tournament and what you've been up to at the moment. But knowing this tournament, as I do, that is categorically not going to happen, because it's chaos from one end to another. Bedford defence being called into question because Eton throw the dummy and accelerate away. They give up on the chase. And under the posts go Eton, to a vociferous bench who told him exactly where they wanted him. But that's a good start. A minute of decent defence, and then the opening score for Eton.
Gotta say, there's a little bit of disparity in terms of size and presence between these two teams. Bedford, a side that have enjoyed to throw the ball around a lot throughout the last 2 days of the tournament. Eton potentially using Route 1 slightly more to their advantage, and their size coming into account there. And it's going to be an interesting encounter between two contrasting teams. Obviously faced each other they're in the similar circuit in terms of 15, so they'll be aware of their strengths and weaknesses. This is not the first time that these two sides have met this season, but first time they've met in sevens format, which could very well be the difference.
Well, that's a warning sign for Bedford that they can't make mistakes, because if you cough the ball up, you're going to be punished. And you learn that pretty quickly in this sport. That's a much better restart. Oh, a contestable one. And a great take, scooped up in one hand. And Eton on the move again, hitting lines hard. There's that physicality that Will talked about. A lovely little, dummy, faking the wraparound. And now it's Bedford's turn to be physical down there, defending their own 22, in survival mode. There's an offside penalty. And this another opportunity for Eton, 2.5 minutes in to this first 7-minute half. They've used that dummy again, and they're within a metre. And there's space around the fringes. Eton relentless, what a start. Not even 3 minutes on the board and 2 tries already.
Excellent manipulation of the ball there from Eton. A few times that they just managed to confuse Bedford enough with a little bit of smoke and screen, and it's meant that once they had that forward momentum within their grasp, they could use that power that they had off the base of each ruck to compound Bedford's mistake off kickoff, really. And well, that's 14 points in 3 minutes conceded by Bedford. They're going to look to collect this restart if they want any chance of getting themselves back into the fixture.
How are you with philosophy, Will?
Well, I think it depends on what context it's coming in, but you can have a go at me, Dave.
We'll have a chat at half-time. I've got a philosophical rugby-related question for you, as that's another fabulous restart by Eton. And they are just dominating that area, but there is a mistake. Butterfingers to allow Bedford some ball.
And they're going to be keen to use this wisely, I imagine. The first chance that they've really had to provide something in an attacking sense. It's Alfie Allen who has his hands on the ball here at scrum half, and a few actually under 15 sandwiched in between the under 16s for Bedford today, youthful side.
What a great experience for them. Oh, and that's a lovely turn of pace. The offload needs to be good. The offload is good. Here's a foot race, and Bedford are going to win it. That's a response. They've wasted no time in coming back with a fabulous score of their own. But now, with Eton's 2 tries being converted, it needs to be a sweet left boot, and it is. That's a great response. Bedford 7, Eton 14. And a little glimpse of how important possession is going to be throughout this game, because both of these teams look lethal when they've got their hands on the ball.
Absolutely, and it was strong, just continuous play there from Bedford straight through the middle. It was Miller who ended up scoring, so certainly got themselves back into the fight. Can they potentially respond to level up proceedings as we head towards the half-time break?
That's a really good tackle there. Now Bedford had their defence breached inside their own half, and oh, that's been knocked on. Referee saying just a knock on. No, now the taps are well and truly opened, and the tackle is coming across. Oh, another good tackle, forcing the knock on, and maybe a high shot there. One knock on, then the other, but the swinging arm. The referee blindsided on it. In this under-16s Colts competition, they don't have the benefit of the ARs.
It's a nasty challenge, potentially classed as a little bit of a rugby collision. Players moving so quickly, changing direction suddenly, and I think caught out Eton slightly there.
Don't think it was malicious, it was just a swinging arm. Rugby incident is the phraseology
it's
they
the hot
use
topic,
these days.
isn't it, at the moment, really? I almost feel quite nervous sort of talking about that with the results of England-Ireland last weekend.
Well, we do have the benefit of a camera to bring you the live stream, and it's our great pleasure to do so, but we do not have the benefit of the TMO. Bedford on the move again, penalty at scrum time. Well, there's not a lot of space outside, and that strong defence. The touchline never loses a tackle.
Ollie Smith just going on his own slightly there, and caught out as double shot by Eton, who just ushered him into touch again, just using that strength and physicality to their advantage.
3 in the line out here for Eton as we tick towards half-time. Just a reminder, oh, it's not straight. Just a reminder that our clock isn't linked in with the referee's watch, so when it goes red, it'll give you a good idea of where we are, but there still might be a twist and a turn and something fun for you to enjoy. Oh, we've had some late drama. Had the under-14s Cup decided with the very last play of the game. Oh, lovely pass off the left hand. This nice from Bedford. They look fluid. They've gone edge to edge, but it's been coughed up. Been a few rips from Eton. They're really concentrating on the ball. And perhaps they'll have an opportunity now just before half-time to extend the lead. It was 14-0. Bedford reduced the arrears. Those offloads off the floor are something that Eton have really looked sharp on. Oh, this has gone backwards, but then forward, says the referee. And that should bring us through to half-time. And our philosophy lesson. Bedford 7, Eton 14. Congratulations on England under-18s.
Oh, thank you.
How did that go? Commentary, not selection, for anybody listening.
Not that good. Yeah, it was an interesting game down at Esher. Rain and then some.
Great.
Which meant that we had puddles on the pitch by half-time, which provided its own sort of interesting quality to the game, but England under-18 side littered with a lot of talent, just falling short to a really, really neatly packed French outfit. A few of those England under-18s players actually playing today as well, ahead of their game against Wales on Saturday. It's non-stop for them.
Well, that was the philosophical question.
Is it now?
So this is a tournament that means so much to so many people who get to put their school jersey on, some of them for the very last time. But there will have been a few involved in the England 18s camp who, as a result of it, won't be playing in this tournament. So what would you rather do?
I think the context to be applied. It's England versus Wales. It's a friendly game. It's not necessarily the Six Nations that's coming up in a few weeks. For someone like Ben Redshaw, who I know is here for Sedbergh, head of school for Sedbergh, he's captained the team for the whole of this season and a really successful time. I think on a player-by-player basis, it'll be slightly different, but I think schools do mean a lot to these players.
And coaches are much better now, aren't they? They manage players' minutes. They
do.
I was listening to a podcast the other day, and a footballer a little bit before your time, Mark Hughes, Manchester United, Chelsea, Wales, of course, a management career as well. When he went to Barcelona, they sent him out on loan to Bayern Munich, and he played 90 minutes for Wales against Czechoslovakia, got on a plane, and then played 45 minutes for Bayern Munich in the same day.
Oof.
Very, very tiring. That wouldn't happen these days, as Bedford are on the attack in this second half. Next try feels really important in this one. Eton dominating the physicality, but Bedford looks sharp, and what a bravery and attacking intent. We've just seen it there. Oh, he was held in the tackle. Needed to release the ball.
Fergus Tongue is his brother Harry, starring for the under-18s as well. So that's two Tongues across under-16 and under-18. I'm sure there's a joke there.
Some tasty collisions as well. This is a good rivalry. As you mentioned, they'll know each other from the circuit.
Two teams that usually butt heads around October during the school rugby season, which means that it's usually right in the middle of their school calendars. It's normally marked in big red pen. So the fact that they're getting to go at each other again this time in sevens format is surely exciting for these boys.
Some lovely delivery from Bedford in the midfield. They've got some good ball handlers, but they're finding width. Quite hard to come by, but there's an overcommitment from Eton. The final offload. Just letting Bedford down. It's been a bit scrappy in the opening 2 minutes of this second half.
But bear in mind, this is obviously the second day for this for both these sides as well. So not only are they testing the windy conditions of today and trying to hype themselves up, they'll be fatigued, they'll be mentally tired, which means that little increments of error are starting to creep into both teams' play.
Well, we've spent the week talking about this, and it was only when I remember it every year, then forget it, and then remind myself that to win the under-18s Vars, you need to win 10 games. Oh, this looks special. This looks special. When you take the long way around like that, when you flirt with the touchline around the final defender, you've got the pace and the strength to score a try, a game-changing try like that. Absolutely sensational. And Eton extend the lead.
Well, you mentioned, Dave, a few moments ago that the next score was crucial, and we didn't really expect it to come in this sort of fashion with individual brilliance. I mean, it starts with a bit of miscommunication, players bumping into their teammates, but just finding that outside edge really nicely, and good arcing run to provide the space and little afterburners to confirm the score. Well, now Bedford with an uphill battle.
Once you get round that final defender, it's curtains, really. The only thing is, you look at the post and you think, oh, they're still 60 metres away.
Getting further and further away, probably, as you keep on running. It's just really difficult to find your way over the whitewash ditches there.
Please, hamstrings, don't fail me now. Oh, and Bedford nearly intercepting that line out, but Eton really getting away with one. They overthrew it. And then an infringement over on the far side. Like a big ask now for Bedford School until now. Picked off in the middle. Great read. Big chase as well. Oh, this is tight. This is tight. What a tackle. But they reach out, they score. And despite the best efforts of the Etonian defence, Bedford are right back in this one.
Ollie Simmons, take a bow. That's superb work from him. Reading it like a book and having not only the pace to get towards the line, but the wherewithal to stretch out his arm and dot it down. Excellent defensive acumen, as you mentioned, but this is an extremely difficult score to finish off.
Yeah, the pasture's holding up on the wind. I really want to see this now, because the chase was incredible. Did the right thing, trying to go away from the man. Here we go. Oh, great score. And pressure coming from the kickoff. Oh, Bedford pinched this. They have. Oh. They're a little bit too busy on the floor. Good game. Still 2 minutes to go as well. Oh, goodness me. The dummy sells the final defender. And Eton are going to gallop towards the corner. This time it's Bedford's turn to chase. But the chase is futile. And Eton respond and restore the 2-score lead.
Could be the nail in the coffin for Bedford with about 100 seconds left in this game via our clock. And again, it's just using those edges really nicely. Eton have conducted themselves ever so well in those 5-metre channels and done so once again there. Bedford are going to try and get a hurry on and usher Eton into playing this ball to try and potentially produce a bit of a miracle over the next 60 seconds or so, but I think this is Eton's game to lose.
Well, they need to get the ball, they need to score, and they need to do it quickly, because if they do it in the next phase or two, as they try and find that left edge, then they will get time to restart. They've got the penalty, tempo, off they go. It's a good tackle, he's definitely not 10 metres though. More tempo, go again, yeah. This is nice from Bedford, working it up that short side. Trying to let the ball do the work here. Again, lovely pass off both hands from the man in the middle. Now it could open up centrally here. Eton respond, but Bedford into the 22. Are we in for a grandstand finish? Ball out to the left-hand side. Oh, but they cut back in towards the defenders. No faith in the edge here for Bedford School. I think they know that they need the conversion too, and then it's scrappy and turned over. And that should be it. Well, they've got a 2-score lead, but I'm looking down here at this Etonian bench and they're still pretty nervy. Oh, it's been an excellent game. They must have got the nod from the referee. And it finishes Bedford 14, Eton 26. Well, you're not going to believe this. The referee for this game has actually brought a coin with him, so we've dispatched of the rock, paper, scissors to decide who's going in what direction. We've tossed a coin. However, we don't know the result. What we do know is we've got Newport versus Clifton here. Newport in the black and amber, just like the famous Newport RFC. And Clifton in the sky blue and white hoops. A strip so familiar with those who follow schoolboy rugby. Newport High School coached by former Welsh international lock Robert Sodoli, and if you're not sure who he is, he's the fella stood on the halfway line who's 6'10".
Hard to miss.
Clifton on the ball first then. Do you know what, this is a relatively local derby, isn't it?
Probably as local as they come here at Rosslyn Park.
Yeah, they're both just either side of the border, either side of the Severn Bridge. I'm actually off to Newport on Saturday to do Dragons versus Ospreys, which is one of those games that simultaneously means everything and nothing. That's a nice offload, really lovely work in the middle of the park, and now a battle on the edge. And that is a powerful finish as well. Accelerating away, keeping that speed up. That is a good sprinter, a powerful sprinter, and an excellent wide player. Clifton off to the dream start. Jack Griffin gave chase. That was a good battle as well, but Clifton, goodness me, serious gas. Successful conversion. 1 minute in. Clifton into the lead. This work in the midfield can't be underestimated either.
It really can't. And just finding that again, just that outside edge, the one-on-one, and pace to spare. Clifton have had a strong run of games so far. Not the first Welsh side they've faced, I don't believe. I know they also played against St Benedict's, a 42-0 win against St Benedict's. So confidence is certainly sky high in Clifton camp at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's amazing the difference that a couple of wins can do. All of a sudden you feel like you are invincible. As for Newport, they've had one game already, defeated by Coleg Sirgar, so two Welsh teams travelling down the M4 to be at the biggest sevens competition in the world.
So the scorer there, Isaac Campbell-Wu, has had a few troubles with injury this season, Bristol Bear, and would be feeling relatively hard done by not to be in and around that England setup at the moment, but it's a tough competition at the moment within the centres for England under-18s, but certainly will be looking to put his name up for selection when it comes to the Six Nations coming up in the next few weeks.
Well, big pass over there to Jack Griffin, and he stood up. A lot of physicality in this Clifton defence. Oh, here we go. Bit of a gap in the middle, though. Some light footwork, but no one there to offload to. It's a little bit slow here for Newport High School. Going to back themselves round the outside, but again, Clifton look incredibly organised. And Newport High School over there on the far side. Just going back to that England under-18 selection, right? Imagine how difficult it is to pick the England team for Steve Borthwick and but then imagine how difficult it is to pick an under-18s team with all the schoolboys players and all the club players. It is incredibly difficult.
England age grade at the moment are a complete embarrassment of riches.
Yes.
They really are. And there's a few players here who will, I imagine will be using the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens platform as a place to shut their stuff.
Well, Newport a little bit soft around the edge of the breakdown. And Clifton in again. I mean, there's a chase coming back. Ah, God loves a trier. But it is tempo, turnover score, isn't it? And all the tempo coming from Clifton in defensive. Not really had to work hard in attack yet. This could be, well, already is, a quite one-sided scoreboard. 21-0. So speaking of the under-18s then, if you know it off the top of your head, I'm trying not to throw you under the bus here. What's the schedule looking like for that age group?
So they've got Wales on Saturday, and then they head over to Ireland to go not only just play Ireland, but play in the Six Nations Festival. So that's a game against France on the 8th of April. Then they've got a quick turnaround to play Italy on the 12th, and then finally it is Ireland on the 16th of April. So that's what, 3 international games in 8 days. It's nice and easy, isn't it?
You heading over?
Deliberating at the moment. Deliberating.
Come on. Come on.
Might very well have to.
Book the flight.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's certainly, I think it very well may be covered as well online, so people will be able to tune in. But either way, that is the pinnacle of schoolboy rugby at the moment, and it's the sort of talents that are in and around there. If you think these guys are good, then,
yeah,
there's a whole lot more where that came from.
Oh, Clifton on the move again, just puncturing that first layer of defence and not quite able to get the offload in behind this time, but always threatening to do that. Newport High School being run ragged. And that's an excellent kick. Oh, and he's nearly gathered it too. It's like Newport aren't sure if they're playing with a sweeper or not.
Yeah, I think they're trying to squeeze really hard on the outside edge, but that final defender just isn't committing as much as possible, which means it just creates that dogleg in behind. So it's Newport that are struggling at the moment with that sort of defensive communication and connection. Potentially it's a change of strategy for playing against clearly a tough opponent. Maybe that just hasn't been lost in translation slightly from coach to player. We're not too sure.
Either way, Clifton looking very, very sharp indeed. 30 seconds to go until half-time. Got another philosophical debate for you at half-time. It's not philosophical at all. It's all based around opportunities. We spent a lot of time this week talking about opportunities and experience and trying to make the most of them. So I'm going to pick your brains about that as a Gen Z. Do you say Z or Z?
Either way.
Okay,
either way.
fine. I mean,
we're nice and loose here, Dave. We're either way.
I'm a geriatric millennial, so so make of that what you will. Here come Newport. That's a big collision. Both men feeling the force of that. And Newport High School looking to get something here just before half-time, whipping that one out to that right edge. Can tell a lot of these boys enjoy the contact zone in the 15-man game. That little step and forearm, very South Walian. So our clock's gone red. I think this will be the last phase, or the last mistake, and that should be it. Referee's whistle goes, 21-0 at half-time.
Newport looking extremely heavy-legged there in one of their only phases of attack, and weren't able to produce anything. I think they're going to have a big, steep uphill climb if they want to try and get anything out of this game in the second half.
I was going to say, is that Chandler Cunningham South who's just made his way past?
It's like a little Where's Wally of international and pro rugby stars that you walk past and you go.
He is serious.
I mean, it's
by the way,
hard to miss him really. He's some player who stood out for London Irish and England under-20s again when he's had the chance.
Well, he started for London Irish against Harlequins and took like 3 carries in the first 5 minutes, and then made game line with every single one of them through big men. And then I saw the England under-20 squad and I thought, oh goodness me, they were playing it. Who did they play in the first week? England. It was
Scotland.
Yeah, they played Scotland. I thought, oh, crikey, they've got some big back rowers.
Yeah.
Because then they pulled him out against Wales. Who've got a really exciting number 8 themselves, Morgan Morse
in the Ospreys.
But he's still in his final year of school, so there's a big physical disparity there. But, well, I tell you what, let's have the conversation now then about experience, because all anyone tells me who's played in this tournament is what an amazing experience and how it follows them into adulthood. And obviously you're getting the experience as well on the broadcasting side of things and the social media side of things. Special time of year, isn't it?
It really is, and I think crucially for you look at under-18, so a lot of these players will be playing at academy level, and over the last few weeks contracts have been handed out and taken away. So this is sort of like a prove yourself sort of period. We've obviously got, I know, a lot of other academies that aren't necessarily the first route that are here scouting and looking, because there's so many different ways to get into professional rugby these days, which potentially these boys haven't yet explored. So it's a place littered with chances to get involved with that sort of stuff.
A little knock on there. All week I've been looking left and I've seen a whopping great big Scottish rugby tent that just says, are you Scottish qualified? We've got IQ, Irish qualified around as well, and the Welsh Exiles are away to our right. We've got Hong Kong as well. Apparently they've had an unbelievable uptake of people who are potentially Hong Kong qualified, so I'm sure they're going to be sending plenty of letters to the passport office as they look to identify their next generation of talent. And all the universities are here as well. Loughborough, Hartbury, Cardiff Met, Durham, Brunel, who are looking more and more like they're going to be a part of Bucks Super Rugby next season. Oh, my coat's gone. It's all right. It's just a big sail anyway. Right, Newport on the attack, looking for their first try. Now, Will, because you are young and competitive, you won't get this slightly paternal thing that I've picked up here. This is quite a one-sided game. Clifton looking good, Newport on the attack. There comes a point in the game where I put all my eggs in the basket of the team who haven't scored yet, and I really want them to get over the try line. Less so in the pro game, but certainly in this schoolboy game.
Oh, absolutely. It's never nice to see an X to nil, basically.
Yes.
Because you always want teams to be able to give the best account of themselves as they can, but
Clifton are giving the best account of themselves here. These
really
boys can play. They have carved through. Oh, it's a big chase. Has the ref given that? Oh, he has. And it's another chase by Jack Griffin. The second time he has emptied the tank to try and prevent the try. The second time he's been desperately unlucky not to. But Clifton putting on a show here, scoring tries from all over.
Yeah, you do have to admire that defensive resilience.
And that conversion!
He made that. That gets a round of applause from the crowd, which we yet to see.
That's a beautiful line, carving through, and to be fair to Dre, he hung in the fight. Did everything right, but oh, he's grounded it there. Cool, yeah, sure. He had the best view of it. Even turned his back, and just so the ref could see. So rugby-wise, then, what have you got to look forward to?
Oh, there's I mean, action doesn't really stop. Not just for us, but for these boys as well. You look at the tournaments that are still yet to come. As said, pretends this weekend or the end of this weekend. For a few of these boys, we'll finish on Friday, travel all the way up on Saturday, and then play Sunday, Monday.
Well,
so
you and I are going to be up there. I went a couple of years ago, and Llandudno College were there.
Oh yeah.
And that is a drive.
Yeah.
From deepest, darkest mid-Wales to Cumbria. You get to a point in both that part of Wales and that part of Cumbria where they forget that dual carriageways exist. This is a serious finish by that man again, just swatting away defenders. Here's what you could describe as thick with 3 C's, isn't he?
Legs like tree trunks.
Yeah.
He's certainly got a big frame, and he's using it well, using it extremely well. Normally when you get those sort of players on the 7th circuit, you're potentially nervous about his handling or turn of pace, and that might let him down, but we're yet to see any flaws in his game really at the moment.
A couple of very good tries indeed, and Clifton now 35-0 to the good.
So another excellent conversion from Finn Fielder, who's played a lot of rugby for Bristol Bears again this year. Still only lower 6th, wearing 14.
They're one of the teams that are really investing in non-traditional routes for players. They've signed a few boys out of the Championship, a few boys from Buck Super Rugby, and it's really starting to come good for them this season as well.
It just proves that these academies, when picking players, surprisingly at the age of 14 and 16, don't always get it right. It's unsurprising in what is such a physical game now that sometimes players will develop a bit later and mature a bit later and turn into really good eggs. And I'm so glad that professional teams and Prem Rugby teams are now sort of embracing the fact that they sometimes get it wrong and are willing to take players back in later on. This could be it for Newport.
That's a great take. Now they need to make good decisions. That looks like one. Feed the speed on the left-hand side. Oh, great cover tackle, though. Clifton showing they are adept on both sides of the ball. And another physical coming together. Well, just look at the amount of rugby that Jimmy Williams and your old mate Rich Lane from Bedford Blues have played this season. And they've slotted into those back lines with all those uber money megastars really well, haven't they?
Have indeed, and it I think should hopefully provide that little bit of hope to a lot of these players who may have had the door slammed in their face metaphorically by a lot of Prem Rugby sides, but there is now just so many opportunities to get yourself back into professional rugby. It's not the end of the world if at 18 years old someone says no.
And sometimes it's a case of hanging in there, isn't it?
Yes.
Just going to play for, well, for Jimmy Williams. I remember that COVID season in the Championship, that truncated season where he had a really good year for Hartbury. Playing at 10, playing at 12, showing that he was versatile, and then Pat Land comes knocking. And generally when he comes knocking, you answer, I think.
Yes, I think so.
Yes. Oh, Clifton, that lovely little switch. The timing of that pass was beautiful, and the timing of the run had to be on point to match it, and it did. Under the post they go. 40 up for Clifton, and there'll be a few schools like little meerkats poking their heads over and thinking, oh, these boys look good.
They're very much, well, Finn Fielder converting his own score as well, and he's just reference to the bench asking to be subbed off. I think after running that length of the field, he's good. He's good.
New lungs, please. Well, speaking of Hartbury and University Rugby, Dan Murphy, the director of rugby at Hartbury, has just made his way past. Their women booked their place in the Bucks final yesterday with victory over Cardiff Met. They're going to play Exeter at the Stone X. Oh, what a take!
It's going to make it nearly 50.
Oh, that sticky mitt out of the back. High skill level on these young men. Really high skill level.
To do that after 14 minutes of playing non-stop, attacking non-stop, and to still have the wherewithal to collect that ball and to make it good. It's a fine performance in Clifton, near perfect.
7 tries, 7 conversions.
10 out of 10, that really.
49-0. That boy can kick. Very impressive from Clifton. It is 7 out of 7. That is my 7 times table, isn't it? 7 times 7 is 49. Yeah, good. Take a look at the final try. Beautiful. Oh, that into out.
Just the weight on the pass, holding it up as long as possible. Superb score.
Great execution from Clifton, and as a result, that is a nigh on perfect performance. We won't say 10 out of 10. We'll say 7 out of 7. Clifton College 49, Newport High School 0. Canford School versus Olchfa, another England v Wales encounter for us all to enjoy. Welcome to Thursday here at the National School Sevens, Rosslyn Park. Olchfa in the red jerseys on the ball, Canford in the blue and white. And Canford managing to turn that ball over. We've just seen one of the performances of the day from Clifton College. Canford off to a nice start here as well. It's a lovely offload. It's fluid, it's accurate, it's 5 points. Heck of a start, less than a minute. So Olchfa receive the ball, look to respond immediately. I must thank the coach of Olchfa for giving us a team sheet. However, he's not put any numbers next to the player names that he's given us. So we'll be referring to the boys in their wider reference points as Canford. Just beautiful offloading, those last-minute passes to fix the final defender. These boys can play. Canford, 2 tries in 2 minutes. (14-0). Olchfa ring the changes. On a short restart as well. Olchfa not at the races, and Canford fully taking advantage of it. They've got numbers out on the right-hand side, but they switch it back in. The offloading, sensational. The try line, open and inviting, and Canford 19-0 up. Three minutes gone, 3 tries scored. Olchfa, well, they got a win over Gordon's School, and they were defeated by Cranleigh. Certainly no shame in that. As for Canford, well, they were defeated quite heavily by Kirkham Grammar School, and that's no surprise because Kirkham are perennial puncturers of egos in this competition. But here come Olchfa, great response, goose step, then the side step. And now their first opportunity in the Canford half. Here we go. Oh, lovely turn of pace. Lovely finish as well. The stop, then the start. And Olchfa on the board. Left-footed conversion through the uprights. Yeah, 19-7, 4 tries in 4 minutes. Sign me up for some of this. Big fan of the entertainment that these two teams are putting on. First time Olchfa touched the ball, really. Showing they can play, also showing the importance of getting the ball back after the kick-off. But they've kicked that one deep. They're inviting Canford on. Offloading game, Canford's is absolutely joyous, actually. Oh, good chop tackle. But still has the wherewithal to get rid of the ball. With Olchfa over it, contesting for it, but contesting for it illegally. Now there's some space on the outside. Important tackle to be made here. Oh, and it's a good tackle as well. And then Olchfa. I think you can feel hard done by there. Either way, Canford penalty. Loose pass, well picked up. This time holding on penalty against Canford. So ever since that nightmare start, Olchfa have responded really well, but they need the next score. I think they're going to need it before half-time. That's a good tackle. Numbers here, if the passes are good. Oh, the passes aren't great, and Canford have time to respond. Oh, big collision. Another penalty to Olchfa. And they've gone quickly. Oh, Canford back while they're over the ball. Up the short side go Olchfa. Oh, what a tackle, but what an offload. Oh, spicy stuff from the Welsh boys. Do we have a game on our hands? That is the question. God, I like that offload. It looked like he made the wrong decision there, sticking hold of the ball. Not a great conversion.
I'm off in about half an hour. You want me to come up and have a chat with you? It's dangerous, isn't it? What are you doing? Well, I'll go up to Bath, drop this bag, and then see you around there.
Canford back on the ball. Yeah. Oh, but Canford striking straight back, and that should be the last action of the half, and it'll be a Canford try. And they've been absolutely fantastic at times. Well, both teams actually. We've had 6 tries, and we'll have time to restart as well. We've also got a guest joining us, Alex Kay, former director of rugby at Durham University. Now, are you DOR at Grasshoppers? Are you head coach? What's the official job?
Head director of rugby, at Preston Grasshoppers.
Well, congratulations. Is that a homecoming at the Grasshoppers?
It is. I live there. I've always lived near there, so yeah, great club.
Yeah, quite excited to see how they go. And also, great to see you back in the game. I knew you wouldn't stay out of it for long.
Thanks, Dave.
But you're here now. We're gonna call the second half of this game, but sort of in between the action, which to be fair has been thick and fast. We'll just have a catch up and sort of find out sort of what you're up to and how you are, and kind of what you're doing here as well, because I know you've been here on a scouting mission in previous years as Olchfa, putting the footballing skills to the test. Need to get something before half-time here, and they might just do it too. Defence has been optional in this game, but it's not been for a lack of physicality. Oh, is it forward? No, says the referee. So they decide to go route one. Not that that's been a popular parlance in Welsh rugby over the last couple of years. Our clock nearly on 9 minutes. This is one of the longest halves we've had so far, of all the tries. 6 in total, 4 for Canford, 2 for Olchfa, and a penalty for holding on. Oh, and they're going to run it. Got to admire these boys, because they could just kick this out and have a breather, Keezy, but they won't have any of it, will they? They just want to play.
want to keep running. They're on Duracell.
Well, that'll take us through to half time. Okay, in the nicest possible way, what are you doing here?
I think, like most rugby things, you're catching up with old friends. There's lots of old friends, but people you've known for a long time, which is always kind of nice. Rugby doesn't change that much in that respect. People around. I've got a new business I've launched doing sporting gap years. And we're trying to do kind of sporting gap years, as opposed to a guy just going out and having a bit of a jolly and a few beers in Thailand via a few beers on Bondi. So we're trying to make it where we've taken sort of some venues in Australia, Sydney, Brisbane, Manganui and Waikato in New Zealand, and Cape Town and Durban, and basically said men, women rugby. We're doing cricket now as well. So we just kind of got it off the ground, been massive interest in it. I think there's nobody else seems to be doing it, which is worthwhile. So, and obviously my contacts with the university and the schools, it's kind of quite exciting.
Well, I've just seen the flyer that you brought up here. So it's sportinggapyears.co.uk. And who is it for then? Is it for players? Is it for people who want to work in the sport outside of the stepping over the paint?
It's principally for 18 to 30-year-olds.
Okay.
So mainly aimed at particularly these sort of guys who are going to be going off maybe to university and saying, I need a gap year. You know, Dave, from yourself from Buck Super Rugby. Massive step straight out of school to that.
Big time.
So, he's off.
Oh, these are good players, these Canford boys.
So, you're kind of just looking at guys who are maybe leaving school and thinking, I want a year. Can't step straight to Buck Super Rugby. Very few will. So actually the universities as well, certainly when we were at Durham, we were very keen on guys getting out, having a year's experience, as long as it was done properly in a good environment.
Well, I think a key word there is experience. And yes, it's important to get whatever it is, educational, professional, sporting development, but also living a bit of life as well.
100%.
And spending a formative year, whatever it is, 18, 19, 20, in another country, meeting other people.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I love about Bucks Super Rugby, and hopefully some of these young men and women this week will get it, where, you know, you might go to Durham where you were, or one of the other academic institutions, and just meet people from completely different backgrounds to you would if you went straight to an academy or something like that.
Yeah, agreed. And I think that's kind of where we pitch this a little bit, knowing it's a good idea just go and get a bit of life experience before you go to university, or when you finish university thinking, come on, I've just done X hours or years of education, I'm going to go and have a bit of fun now, but I want to play decent level. So we're kind of trying to put them in an environment that is safe but fun.
Here Olchfa then, on the edge of the 22. Looking for the first try of the second half to drag them straight back into it. Now have they got... I thought they could have had a 2-on-1 on the outside there. Oh, God, he's gone for the interception. I thought he was going for the rib tickler then. I thought we might have had to call St John's ambulance for that one.
I think he's hurt himself trying to do it as well, guys.
A little bit of afters too.
Yeah, we always like a bit of cheeky. So like to see the passion.
So what do you say? We've got Sydney and Brisbane, Cape Town and Durban, and Tauranga, Australia, South Africa and New Zealand. I've probably really mispronounced that, but I'm not very good with my Kiwi.
It's that Welsh in you, Dave.
Well, I'm very good at Olchfa and Machynlleth and all of the places that come over the border to play here. But they sound like three cracking places to start, goodness me.
Yeah, no, they're exciting places people are going.
Oh, don't drop it there.
Yeah, three cracking places people want to go and are already going, just maybe not being challenged enough in some of those environments. So, you know, we do want to make them where the challenging experiences for them as well as life-enjoying experience, if that makes sense.
And also really nice to, because some people, you talk about taking a gap year, some people just pack a bag and go, but to go with a plan and know that it's legitimate and there's a little bit of support if you need it, that's a really key factor to it as well, I'd have thought.
Yeah, he's away here.
Oh, he's quick. He's really quick.
Well done.
Tackle
Great
is
defense.
Fantastic.
Great D. And in touch. Oh, they're off.
Olchfa off. Well, they need to score here. The 2 tries down, 26-12. A nightmare start. But if they pick one up here, we could be in for a grandstand finish. They're playing some good stuff. They've just let themselves down with maybe a drop ball inside the 22. Now up the short side. Got a 2-on-1. They have to score. The pass is delayed. Oh, he's got to pin his ears back. Oh, you must back yourself there. The confidence, the difference in confidence between Olchfa and Canford, the confidence in the defence compared to the attack.
They're still in, I think, Dave.
They have to be.
Yeah.
And they are. Game on. 26-12.
I think you're right about having a plan as well. Sometimes just turning up, then you don't get the most out of what you're doing.
Yeah.
By having a bit of plan, you're going to get the most from going on this sort of trip. So, you know, and that's really important, because you don't want to come back going, I wished I'd done that and I wished I'd done that. You want to go going, wow, what a great experience, and that's the plan.
Well, I know you had an amazing playing career, all those games for Saracens and beyond. Did you ever go to the Southern Hemisphere?
I did, yeah. I played for a year in New Zealand at Christchurch and suburbs in Auckland. Fantastic time. I actually came back via Hawaii, which was hell.
Yeah, must have been a direct route on the plane, I'm sure.
I don't know what happened to it, but it took a massive detour and ended up on Waikiki Beach. So so it's pretty cool. Yeah, no, it is, and it's things you need to do, I think, in your life, and you know. So yeah, it's like everything back to the Durham days. You want. The most important thing in sport is memories.
Yes, of course.
And if boys come away going, or girls come away going, what a great experience that's been, university, going on a gap year, doing whatever it is, then that for me ticks all the boxes.
Yeah, certainly does. And it was something that you really managed to cultivate in your time at Durham. I mean, it's only in the last few years that I've got to know, oh, that's a big scrum. Wow, great strength from Canford. And one more score will put paid to any Olchfa resistance. Through that gap. Oof. Good tackle, lovely offload. Their confidence on the ball, very commendable. Players stay down after making that good offload, but with the clock ticking. Oh, this is looking good for Canford now. That's really nicely done. Switch back inside. Could take him under the post. Instead, plants a beautiful seed. And that is a lovely try for Canford to put the final nail in the coffin. The boys can play.
That was great football.
Really, really good. Thought when they'd not gone down the right-hand side, they might have blown it, but the vision, the execution. Like watching Durham.
Fabulous last pass. Must have been coached by us.
There's a few of those boys. Oh, good kick as well. Very nice.
These are Dippy's boys, aren't they? Tony Diprose's boys.
Our coach, he was all right, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was not a bad player, Dippy. Good Saracens boy initially, of course.
Apparently a few good ones have come through there over the years, so I've heard.
So I've heard.
But one of the things with just going back to Durham now is how much they all enjoy playing together and how much they enjoy each other's company, and that's all you can hope for when you put a group of players together, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's one of the challenges at university because, and I was talking to somebody today about it, if you get, say, a university that has a lot of academy boys and a lot of non-academy boys, that can be difficult because you end up with little cliques and groups, and that's what you don't want. And the other one is, you know, getting your freshers coming in and feeling comfortable to be able to say things and talk in games and play their game without feeling, well, I'm a fresher, so kind of do as a fresher's supposed to do, if that makes sense. So I think the sooner you can kind of meld them in, the better it is. And it's really important with your leadership group to say, look, fellas, we're all on the same page. We talked about this with the coaches, the same thing. So, for example, you know, when you stay at a hotel the night before, don't just leave a coach sat on his own. Go and sit with him. He's kind of part of the group as much as anyone, or a team manager, or a kit man, or the physio. We're all on the same team, so we're all going to work like that. And I was looking with people like the captains I've had over the years, from Josh Beaumont to Falsey to Fred, and these guys were great at actually building teams with you. They very much what used to say, you know, look, if things are wrong, go and, if you've got a problem, go and speak to Kesey. He's on our side. And then that really resonates with boys, and that works really well.
Well, we're all finished up here. I'm going to say the website again, sportinggapyears.co.uk. This one has belonged to Canford. 31-17 over Olchfa. Great game. Alex Key, great to have a chat.
Dave, good to see you again. We'll see you soon.
And good luck with Sporting Gap Years.
Yeah, we'll see you on the circuit.
Oh, we're underway here. It's 100 miles an hour straight from kickoff. Oh, and a drop ball stops what would be a fantastic try, but then we come straight back. Oh, my goodness me, it's end-to-end stuff. Catch your breath, everyone. I think we're in for an absolute screamer. King's College Taunton against Wellington College. Wellington in the black and amber hoops. King's College Taunton in the red. It's in the plate Group A of the National Sevens under 16 boys. Taunton undefeated yesterday. They beat King George's Weybridge and Caterham today. They lost to Harrow School, so need a win here. And then Wellington College, who applied that early pressure. 4 wins out of 4 yesterday. Lost to Sedbergh today, but beat Torquay Grammar and Ellesmere College. Breathless opening minute. And it calms down a little bit now. King's Taunton on the ball here, thinking about finding the edge, but good patient defence. Oh, that's not a great pass though. Not a great kick either. Out on the full. And we shall restart. There is a real buzz about the place today. You can see Burnsy down there. He's generally whizzing at a high frequency. Usually sniffing around the burrito stand. Wellington 0-0 on the ball. Coming up to 2 minutes into this one. Had one chance apiece, and Butterfingers has let the two teams down. Oh, that's a lovely return pass. Love watching these young players get a second touch. Will Stace has just jumped up. How are you, mate? Where have you been? What have you been up to?
Doing very well, thank you. Already been on here once today on RE1, but spent the majority of my time on RE2, commentated some brilliant under-16s and under-18s Cup rugby.
Who have you seen? Who's impressed you?
Ipswich School, obviously, ones to watch this competition. Got the pleasure of being main commentator for their fixture, but also seeing the likes of Harrow and Sedbergh.
Oh, I thought they were going to squeeze around the outside there, Wellington. But it's quick hands to try and stretch this King's Taunton defence. Good few phases of pressure here. Just bulleting up that left side. Then there's a missed tackle. That opens the door. The hitch kick away from 2 men. And a tasty finish to make it Wellington 5, King's Taunton 0.
What a way to kick off this game. Almost 3 minutes in, and Wellington have applied the pressure. Brilliant try, likewise to their
Had a lot of work to do there, didn't he?
Yeah.
So tell us what you're doing outside of the National School Sevens then, because I think the last time we had a catch-up was about a year ago, and you've been a busy boy since then.
Yeah, so plenty more sort of social media work, working in social content, looking to become that next best sports presenter, commentator, pundit, broadcaster, everything under the sun.
Yeah, good. I like to hear it.
Try many different sports as well.
What's the weirdest?
Netball. That's been my strangest one. Had a go at that.
How did it go?
It went well.
Well, you do realise that the two commentators that you have been stood up here with are Super League netball commentators these days. Strange old game. Not that. Commentary is a strange old game. The avenues that it leads you down. Kings getting rid of the first man. And the offload as well. Not supposed to trip over your own teammates. And then the penalty at the breakdown to Wellington. Straight on the move again. This is high tempo stuff. There's no one there, and the knock on stifles King's College Taunton. But they've got the penalty. And they find the cutting edge. How did you go with the netball?
So it was the St Joseph's College Netball Festival.
Okay.
It went very well. Some brilliant teams showed up. It was Brighton College last year who came and won it. They were unbeaten and got to watch some very talented under-18s netball. It was different, but the high-level quality of sport was similar to what we have on offer here.
I've heard St Joseph's love a festival. It was a nice offload, followed by an unorthodox one, but sometimes in this sport of sevens that we love, it's the unorthodoxy that makes the magic. Magic not quite there for Kings yet, though.
Well, this Taunton side did very well yesterday. unfortunately beat R16 St Joseph's College in their elimination match.
Oh, that's a powerful, powerful finish. Didn't even hit full gas. He was so balanced in that contact zone. Tough to get a good wrap around those tree trunk legs, and King's in under the sticks. 5.5 minutes gone, 5-5 and a simple conversion to come.
I think he's scored a few over the last couple of days. But what a way for Taunton to get back into this one. And under the post, surely adding some extras that will take them ahead of Wellington.
We've seen a few of these missed, you know.
It's a tough kick though, sure.
Well, it is a tough kick because it's short, and also you've got everybody watching behind you. You can literally feel their breath on the back of your neck. The Edwin Doran tent there, that's where all the teachers and the coaches are as well. You've probably heard about a few academy coaches that'll be knocking about there. You're like, ooh, don't want to get the yips in front of those guys, do you? But good game. Minutes to go before half time. Oh, that's not going to fire the requisite distance.
I've watched quite a few not go 10 today.
I think it's a bit breezier up top than we realise. Really pleased with the conditions though. I've dreaded the weather forecast every day, and we've had a little bit of rain, but generally it's been all right. Pitch holding up pretty well too when you consider the volume of rugby that's been played on it.
Well, it's nowhere near last year, that sunshine that was there. That was lovely. But
apply the factor 50. Although look, I have been here when it snowed. That's half time, 7-5, good game. More of a catch up than anything then. So last year of school?
Yeah, last year, looking towards next year and beyond education in terms of being at senior school at St Joe's.
Okay, so what are you going to do when you finish?
He's got opportunities at university, so looking there to study either media communication, and then also there's apprenticeship opportunities as well. So not decided just yet,
okay.
but we can have a look around.
A little look around geographically as well. Get out of the clutches of, I say clutches because you're at St Joe's, aren't you?
Yeah, so East Anglia area.
Okay. Okay, so what, sticking around there?
No, not for me. I want to try something else.
Spread your wings.
Yes, base myself in the Midlands, sort of go across the country, and I know if I was anywhere near the university game, I'd see a lot more of Joe Burns and Dave Rogers.
yeah. God, you can't get rid of us. Can't get rid of us, even though it has genuinely got to the stage now where we're old enough to be the dads of a lot of the university players. But just love rugby at all levels. Obviously the professional game is brilliant, but there's so much going on, whether it is the university game as you pointed out, or you know, this schools game. The circuit's incredible, but then when everybody comes together and we're lucky enough to be at a tournament of this magnitude, it just feels so special.
It's that level of competitiveness as well. It's changing every year. New year groups coming up, new players joining, new players leaving. So it is changing every single year. So this side we see on our screens today might be quite different when they come for the under-18s in a couple of years' time. And
it's nice to hear the whispers of who's going to be the next rock star, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I remember, well, last year it was all about Henry Pollock, wasn't it? Because he just played in the schools final, and he'd torn it up at the Stonex, and he'd been Northampton Saints Academy, and then he tore it up here, and everyone was like, oh my God, who is this kid? And it turns out he's unbelievable, as is this. Oh, what an individual effort. Talk about balance. It's all well and good having the vision, but having the physical capability to finish it off as well. That is a wonderful try to put Wellington back ahead.
His head never came down. His head was always up, eyes on the prize. He was never going to be stopped. Wellington apply their second try of the game in some style as well.
Where's the damage done? Oh, gets rid of that. The offload's pretty good as well.
Burner's turned on there.
I talk about balance because even when it's not a clean ankle tap like that, one of the ones where you think you're going to lose your teeth in the turf, just getting knocked off balance, the amount of times we'll see them go 1, 2, 3 steps and then fall. Having the strength to stay on your feet, really good skill, and he's taking a bit of a breather now, and not surprised. Probably feels like someone's dropped a match down his lungs.
Talking of Henry Pollock, had the pleasure of meeting him and 5 other young lads who received their Northampton Saints contract a couple of weeks ago at Northampton Saints. They got announced on the pitch, and me and Will Roberts, as Young Rugby, got the chance to create some brilliant content around that.
I think that's really cool. Obviously cool for them to get the opportunity to give it a good go, full-time or part-time or however they're going to manage it with Saints, but also recognition as of you two and the platform that's been created as relevant voices of rugby players and fans at that age. I think it's nice to see clubs making an effort and taking notice of the non-traditional rugby supporter who they've been relying on for their season ticket money for so long, you know?
Building in that new wave of following, especially across social media, the growth of TikTok and stuff like that. It's prevalent even here at Rosslyn Park. We've got the rugby guy here.
The rugby trainer's here as well. Ben John, he's been down there waving his phone around, taking selfies, kissing babies, you know, doing all the things you need to do. Nearly a brilliant offload there. The awareness of these young players in the contact zone as Wellington over the ball, will in the penalty, but not rolling away. I think he's a bit hard done by there. Alas, I'm not climbing into the referees because they're doing a great job. 120 of them across the week.
They've got a nice physiotherapy booth over there
Have
as well.
they?
Yeah.
Ref massages.
Yep.
Oh, here we go. King straight back into it. Same try scorer on a lovely support line. The hard work was done, but the final turn of the screw needed to be added. Once again, they're going under the sticks. Conversion to come, and it'll sneak them back into the lead.
Special rugby from Taunton. Turning over another one. And a chance underneath the post to once again get that lead.
Ooh, it's a close one. It's a good game. That's some great games as well. So are you going to be back on RE2 this afternoon?
Yeah, RE2 all afternoon to bring you, I believe we've got some under-16s final.
Nice.
So you've got the plate final over there, and we've got some brilliant eliminators in the 16s competition, as well as the last few group games in that under-18s. You've got a very good game coming up here. A point to make, Kirkham Grammar School in the under-18s has scored 95 points in 2 games.
Oh my God. I always think a lot of the Kirkham Grammar boys look about my age. They've all got beards and scars.
And mortgages.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But they are, oh, that's a lovely little shimmy. Now make the pass. And he commits to carrying the ball in the end. Does well to protect it. Yeah, Kirkham, perennial. Oh, killing the ball. Yellow card, sure. Yeah, perennially brilliant across the age groups, Kirkham Grammar. Whoa, big shot. Here we go. Still gets the offload away, though. Rugby's the winner there. Wellington need a score. Still plenty of time on the clock, though. 11.5 minutes. Good hands. I'm really enjoying this. Oh, I'm really enjoying it now. Options inside. Lovely offload. The ankle tap stifles the progress, but the strength breaks the tackle. And it's another fabulous score, and Wellington back ahead.
What a game this is turning out to be. Wellington College, pure strength getting over the line. They've got a big supporting fan base. They're on opposite ends, both cheering on their teams. It's great to see. But what a try from Wellington.
Joe Burns is down there with a man who has got such a wide back, the sun has disappeared. It has to be Tom Pearson.
Irish catch-up, is it?
Look at the size of it. What are they feeding him on? Whiskey and raw meat? Let's have another look at this try. It all started with that one-handed snag, then the backdoor offload, and this was superb. Just the wherewithal, free the ball, keep it on the inside. Thought one more pass would have done it. Desperate ankle tap, but a real wrestle there. You go high, you make it an upper body strength battle. He's got rid of 3 would-be tacklers there to score that try. Just brilliant. Into the last minute. Kings now chasing. Is that 5 times the lead has changed hands in this game?
End-to-end stuff here on RE1.
Ooh, another juggle.
A lot of these passes will be glimpsing on their highlight reels, I'm sure.
Oh, yes. Comes to that time of year. I'd imagine you get called into action as well. Oh, Will, can you do me a highlights video? But
recent one, Archie at Parkland.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, new Saints contract.
Very cool. Oh, so that with regard... Oh, fumble, ball's dead. With regards to the Saints thing then, did they give you the VIP treatment for the game as well?
Most definitely.
Oh.
We sat with the 6 Academy lads watching it, and we had I think it was a Stowe party at the end. All the Henry Pollock friends came along.
Great.
And it was pretty much a Stowe meetup.
It's a lovely place to watch rugby as well, isn't it?
Oh, Franklin Gardens is amazing.
Really, really cool stadium and a great club. Oh, now then. Wellington cough it up. Oh, but they've knocked it on and it's ended the game. It's ended a great game too. Kings gutted, because when it ends on a knock-on and you think you're getting one more shot, it's a real wounder. Alas, the full-time whistle goes. King's College Taunton 14, Wellington College 17. We go again, and once again we're off to a really fast start. First touch. We are under the posts. Despite the best efforts, Gosforth Academy take the lead against Mount Kelly. We are in the Under-18 Boys Cup. Gosforth Academy. Narrow defeat to Wellington College. Narrow defeat to Finborough School, 26-17 and 24-22, but they're off to a great start here. Mount Kelly, well, they've had a couple of defeats themselves, so the chance to get their first win for both of these teams on RE1. And if you're going to do it anyway, you may as well do it in front of the cameras on the main pitch, and you may as well take kickoffs like that. Will Stace is still here with us up in the commentary gantry. Oh my goodness me, Gosforth, well, they've come to play.
Well, I think they feel a bit hard done by some of those results. Very close for them. And they're in now, second try of the game already. Great stuff from Gosforth and Mount Kelly. Questions to answer.
Tell you what's not gone unnoticed as this conversion is sent goalwards. Oh, good strike. Go on, be good. Oh, it's just gone across the face. 12-0. You've had a fresh fade for the National School Sevens, haven't you?
Yeah, I had to be ready. I knew there's a few cameras about.
Oh, that is someone who is across social media and knows that sometimes you don't want to get caught without getting a trip to the bar. Wait till Adulting gets in the way, mate, because I never had the chance to get mine done, and now I'm regretting it. Well, first mistake from Gosforth, but they've let it... Oh, no! They've let it bounce, and it turns into a mistake from Mount Kelly. It goes from bad to worse for Mount Kelly. And this offloading from Gosforth is serious. These boys have lost 2 games. Oh, my.
Can't imagine what they've been feeling this afternoon, but they've come here with a point to prove. Well, certainly.
Yeah, they've got numbers here. Oh, they're not going to need them. Great fend. And that is your classic example of using the fend to get you away from the defender as opposed to the defender away from you. 3 tries, 2.5 minutes. Goodness me.
This could go horribly wrong for Mount Kelly. I don't want to speak too early, but Gosforth, wow, some incredible rugby on display. And
but it's like they've been recharged.
Yeah, recharge, ready to go again.
Oh, and they're going to go short with the restart. Oh, sweet relief for Mount Kelly. They're going to be able to remind themselves what a rugby ball feels like.
Well, it's their first chance to get a hold of the ball here, really.
Well, what can they do with it? Well, you're on your own there. Straight over the ball. Well, turnover so sweet that the referee doesn't even have time to blow the whistle. A couple of raindrops falling, which is bad for a couple of reasons. 1, because we don't like the rain. 2, my umbrella's in the car. 3, the number of cars in this car park. I'm parked about 4 miles away. What do they say? Perfect preparation prevents. I'll let you finish the rest.
Yeah, let's hope the rain doesn't come down too hard. Could do with it staying the way it has been all day.
That's a great offload and a great take because it was drilled in. 2 games these boys have lost. I can't believe it. They can play. Oh my. Try number 4.
Well, that's the way the groups can go. You can be dealt the unfortunate card and have almost a group of death here. Gosforth 24-0. 26 now with the added extras. Some special rugby being played here on RE1.
Barnard Castle have just gone past in what can only be described as romper suits. What do we make of those?
I can't quite see them from here.
The purple one here.
They're quite interesting. They're either preparing for another Sevens game or painting the lounge.
Yeah, they look like something Prince Charles would go skiing in the 80s. Here go Gosforth again. That's a lovely tight spiral on the pass, and again create that space on the outside, twisting the defenders in knots. Well, even if they were playing touch rugby, they'd have scored 5 tries here.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. They're evading every single thing Mount Kelly are trying to do. If you're Mount Kelly's coach at half-time, I don't quite know what you'd say.
5 tries in less than 5 minutes. Oh, this quality of delivery is absolutely sumptuous.
Pinpoint accuracy. Lovely to watch.
So Burnsy has gone to do the halfway stage TikTok update for the official RPNS7S TikTok that rolls off the tongue a little bit better than I just made it out to then. It's just important to get the S. Oh, big bump. Who went from 0 to 10,000 followers in the first few days. So that's even with Burnsy on it.
He pretends to not really enjoy it, but I think he secretly does.
He loves it. He loves it. And we love him loving it as well, which is as important as anything. Right, Mount Kelly. I'm putting all my eggs in their basket here. I want them to get a meat pie. Decent take over the shoulder. Decent collision as well. A little bit sluggish, isn't it? But quite difficult to have zip about your play when you've conceded 5 tries in 6 minutes. Not a turnover penalty.
It's all about that sort of confidence in play. Mount Kelly need that. Just find one gap and get through, and this game could change. But Gosforth still going.
On the march again. Haven't seen many scorelines like this. We've temporarily lost pictures, so I'll give you a bit of radio. Mount Kelly back in there, 22. And pictures are back. Loose ball, Gosforth on it again. Even flipping one out of the back door. Not once, but twice. And now, foot race. That Bouncing ball proving to be an absolute nightmare. It's still loose, and Mount Kelly hacking it through. This is old school rugby union, and I love it.
It reminds me of that England under-18s game.
Yes.
All the mud everywhere. Bit of kicking rugby, just didn't quite go their way, and there'll be final play here for Gosforth.
Knowing now, they'll probably score. They're certainly going to try to. 5 tries. And a gap. Disjointed defence. Oh, lovely offload. Chase is going to come here. 40 minutes to catch him. He's got a handful of jersey, but the support arrives. Oh, is the ref going under the sticks? Is that a penalty try? Well, well, well. It goes from bad to worse, and that is the first penalty try I can remember in the National School Sevens here at Rosslyn Park. And to add insult to injury, it's going to be a yellow card to boot. Half-time. 40-0. Heck of a performance.
Well, I don't think Mount Kelly will be too happy with the way that half went. But Gosforth, 2 ever so close losses to some brilliant teams in their group. They've got the hunger to come out here and just show what they can do. And the referee gives them another one.
Well, I don't think he had much choice there, did he? 40-0 is the score. Penalty tries. Goodness gracious me.
Second of the day for me.
Oh, was it? Really?
Yeah, we had one earlier on pitch RE2.
Did you? What was that for?
I believe it was a high tackle on the line.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I genuinely can't remember one. To be fair, to give it from 22 metres out, but with 2 Gosforth players arriving and him loitering offside, gave him no choice.
It's the level of support play that we've seen from Gosforth.
Yeah.
Always there, ready to receive that offload. Preparing for everything. He knew he was going to get caught and made sure he had someone there to offload. Didn't need it in the end, given that penalty try.
Just looking at their scores, they lost the first game to Finborough, but then 22-24 against Wellington. To lose games in sevens via missed conversions, drop goal conversions, seems brutal, doesn't it? It's a tough way to go.
Very harsh, but if their cards go the right way, they still might have a chance to play more rugby tomorrow. Remember, second place in these groups still gets some rugby.
Oh, he's unlucky not to get the turnover there for Mount Kelly. Big physical boys, these Gosforth lads. Feels like a matter of time until the 50 comes up. Last ditch tackle, offload there, dive to finish, 45 up. This is wild.
This is ridiculous. An outrageous display of rugby from Gosforth. I'll say it again, they've lost 2 games today.
I know. And it's not for lack of effort on Mount Kelly's part either. They're defending.
Yeah.
They're trying. But they must just feel empty, because this is a yellow and blue onslaught of epic proportions.
Kirkham, are you watching? They might be coming for your points total.
Yes. Got to gather this ball, Mount Kelly, and try and get something to cling on to. That's a loose pass. That's not going to help, is it? They are trying. It's not quite working right now. That pass drilled in, and then they've left the ball behind. Oh, nutmeg. Get that on the TikTok. See ya. Don't see it very often, do you? The old through the legs.
No, you don't. I want to know who that Rosslyn Park admin is.
Yes.
See if they can get a load of clips out after this weekend. After this week.
To Liv, who's been doing a great job with the social media, by the way, particularly enjoying Mullet Watch. Although Dogs of Rosslyn Park is one that I'd be really keen to follow, because we have seen some wonderful canines over the 3.5 days so far. Rare mistake from Gosforth, and I'd imagine the coaches will be fuming because we've gone 60 seconds without a try. Obviously willing to let their levels drop, which I think is a disgrace.
They might need to improve going into this later part of the second half.
Was it Barnard Castle, you said, put up a big total earlier? What did they score?
I didn't see Barnard Castle. It's Kirkham.
Kirkham, sorry.
45-0 one of their games was.
Ah. Well, they've already pipped that. We could have a 50 up soon. We've got a bit of rearguard action here from Mount Kelly. Stop and go and stop and go. And now he needs to stay in field. Can't do it. Tough one. So what time are you back on an RE2, Will?
Well, I'll be back on after this. We've got a few good games coming up, closing on the end of the group stage for the under-18s, and then we've got some semi-finals in the U16 Cup, and we've got the plate final in the U16 Cup later this afternoon.
Days fly, don't they?
Emma Burford as well.
Sorry?
Emma Burford will be joining us.
Oh, nice.
So she'll be on our commentary team.
Oh, very good. All the slabs. All the celebs. It's quite nice over on RE2. You've got a different approach to it than us. You seem to be organised. Everyone's doing it, whereas we're like, oh, somebody fun's walking past. Let's get them up to have a chat, and I think it really works. And I'm delighted that we are live streaming every game on RE1 and RE2 as this great competition continues to grow. Gosforth 47, Mount Kelly 0. What's a win here for Mount Kelly? They've just got to try and get a try, haven't they?
Well, reduce that points deficit, see what they can get from this game. It will be interesting to see what they can do. But Mount Kelly, they just need something to take from it, take some positives, and go forward into their final game of the day.
Yeah,
but Gosforth
just top draw, aren't they? Even that little pick up there off the toes, brilliant, and they're away again. This could be the 50. Oh, turnover ball, here we go. Mount Kelly on the move, looking for the offload. This is good from Mount Kelly. That's the thing, isn't it? Even in a lopsided score like this, it's not to say there aren't good players on this Mount Kelly team. There certainly are. They've just been starved of the ball and starved of opportunity.
It's good to see them playing so well, even when far down like this. Still playing with heart and hunger. Great to see.
Still firing those offloads away. This is their purple patch as we approach the last 2 minutes of the game. Mount Kelly closing in on the 22. Not had many opportunities like this. Cover tackle comes in. Gosforth over the ball. Overzealous as well. No clear release. And a penalty for Mount Kelly. And Gosforth will be so keen to keep a clean sheet. Might seem like a small thing. However, Mount Kelly get over. Look at that. Straight over the top. Dot it down. See the opportunity and take it.
Well, we'll see the second half score. Might be something for them to take from this game. Got themselves something on the scoreboard, which is good to see. Even this deep into the game, still going for it. Great to see from Mount Kelly.
Yeah, coaches will always be happy with that as well, because it shows that they've got a group that'll stick at it. So it'll be easy to roll over. Not a great kick, though. It's okay to be critical of awful conversions, and that's what that was. Take a look at this try. There you go, a bit of a space there. Go on, touch it down.
Whatever way possible.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually quite a soft one to concede there, isn't it? Low body position. Oh, it's getting breezy and chilly now as we come towards the end of this one. And I'm hoping that it finishes early, so I'm going to have time to get another jacket before the next game kicks off. Gosforth then, can they get the 50? Will they raise the bat for the half century? Oh, they just might, you know. Lovely double step off the left foot. They're going to cruise in. That'll be 50 up.
We have been treated to probably one of the best sides I've seen all day. And even though 2 losses, they are looking very, very good. Gosforth, hopefully, might have a chance to get second place. We will see how the group folds out, but Gosforth, that's a statement, isn't it?
Well, I don't think they're going to worry too much about points difference after this one, do you? 54-5, clock's red. Oh, brilliant take from the restart, and they're straight back on it. Oh, my. Gosforth Academy have knocked the ball on with the try line beckoning. But they have put on a real show here. Full time. Gosforth 54, Mount Kelly 5. Oaklands College versus John Fisher up next. And who better to help us through this one than one of John Fisher's very own, Mikhail. How are you, mate?
I'm good, Fran. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you for asking. Well, you're not playing because you're a TR. So if you're not playing, shouldn't you be in school?
No, I'll come to support the boys today.
Okay.
Come out with a big win.
Tell us about the lads then. Good bunch of boys?
Yeah, it's a good bunch of boys. Had a bit of a rocky season, but sevens, we come out looking really strong.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, we're underway here. Have you watched? You've played already today, right?
Yeah, we played already. Had a win against Clooege, and then unfortunate loss against Seaford.
Loss to Seaford, but that win against Dulwich must have felt good, as we've got the afterburners put on immediately here. Here we go. Race to the corner. Desperate cover tackle, stifles the progress, and it's knocked on over the line.
I think it's been given as a try.
Oh, is he given it? Oh. What a score! What a start!
Not the best for us, but that was a great try from the boys. I can't take it away from them.
We certainly cannot. Oh, it was tight, and as the ball bounced up, I thought it had been spilled, but no, Oaklands get the first try, and that's a real statement of intent. Oh, what a kick as well. Nudge that one through the uprights. And even the biggest fan of John Fisher has to respect that kind of quality.
That was great play from them, to be fair. Great play.
So we're taking a look at this as the rain starts to pour. Mate, if you're doing this out of the goodness of your heart, so if you need to go and grab a coat or something and come back, that's cool. But in the meantime, if you're also happy to stand here and get wet, that's cool too.
Yeah, it's no problem.
Right, John Fisher. Oh no! Thought we were going in for the second try then. Alas, the knock-on was spotted. And these are not the sevens conditions that we love, are they?
It's not. Seven's best played when it's nice and sunny.
Yes.
Which 15s this is.
Which it was about half an hour ago. Tell us about you then. You've been playing 15s this season?
Yeah, I've been playing mostly 15s for the first team.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but good. Seven's not really my game.
Okay. So what position are you in the 15s then?
I play overside or blindside flanker. Oh, we've got Kevin on the line break.
Oh, great tap tackle.
Oh.
So Kevin, he looks like he's got wheels.
Yeah, I think that's our top try scorer this season, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. Good player, yeah. Out on the wing.
Fast boy, trying to find the edge. But we'll reset with a scrum. Oh, I've got the London Irish boys here today. Any John Fisher boys at London Irish? I know there's a couple at Harlequins, isn't there?
Yeah, we've got a couple Quins boys and a couple boys who have represented Surrey.
Oh, very nice.
None for London Irish, unfortunately.
Of course. Oh, the weather's really changed now. We were just saying how good it's been today. As Oaklands on the move again, trying to find that space on the left edge. John Fisher just slipping off a few tackles, and there's some defensive work, some drifting to be done here, because Oaklands are moving it from left to right and surging towards the 22, and knock on keeps things level. Pretty physical there as well, but these boys, they want to play.
Yep.
There's Kevin again. Oh, big shot, big offload.
Look what that was.
Oh, penalty to Oaklands. John Fisher napping. That's the second try.
Sloppy for them boys. This is just slow play.
You say slow then, so is tempo something that they really concentrate on?
Yeah, that's something we've worked a lot on training, which is controlling the game, having patience, knowing when to challenge, when not to, when to drop off and stuff like that.
A lot to think about in sevens, isn't there?
It is. Much more of a challenging game. A lot of skillness, a lot of skills and fitness this takes.
Has he put another one through? Okay. Oh my, it's like watching Neil Jenkins. I'm aware that is a reference that you won't get because he is very old, but he was a great kick. All right, you just got to take my word for it. So which year are most of these Fisher boys then?
So we have a couple of us in year 13, some year 12, and we actually have, I don't know if you can see him in the far corner with his hair tied back.
Jack Grealish?
Yep, it looks like Grealish. His name's Corker, he's year 11, but he's been fantastic all season, so he's got the call up.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah.
So you're year 13 then, a few weeks left. What happens then?
Then it's off to uni.
Where are you going to go?
It's between Nottingham and Manchester at the moment, struggling to pick.
Hey, great cities, mate. No matter which of those you pump on, I think you will have a great time there. And what are you going to study?
I'm studying marketing. Marketing and management.
I've just been dissed by Martin Webdale, head coach of Loughborough students who've just won Bucks Super Rugby.
Yeah. 9 out.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, Fisher needs something, but we've got a missed tackle there from Oaklands College now. Perhaps an opportunity for them to do something. Oh, another knock on. Tough in these conditions.
It is, especially with the knock-ons.
So do you think you might play at Nottingham?
Yeah, I'm aiming to, hopefully.
Or Manchester, sorry.
Yeah.
It's just Nottingham came to mind because obviously they've been in first season of Bucks Super Rugby this year, but plenty of great rugby up in Manchester as well.
Nice.
Now Oakland's looking for try number 3.
Ooh.
John Fisher not had any time on the ball in the Oakland's half, and again it's the left-hand side, but a forward pass spotted by the eagle-eyed referee. 5.5 minutes gone on our clock.
2 minutes left, and I hope that the boys can just manage to maintain possession.
Yeah, that's been a problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
Relentless defence from Oakland's College.
Let's see what we can do from here.
Well, Oakland's lost their opening game to Seaford. They beat Dulwich as well. Here we go. Needs a bounce.
Can we do it?
Oh, doesn't get a bounce, and it's back with Oakland. And the ankle tap as well.
Some lovely flair from our captain, Darren.
Oh, he's the skipper.
Yep.
Okay. 15 skipper as well.
Yep. 15 skipper, 7 skipper.
What's been the most memorable 15s fixture that you played this year? Then what's a big memory from the season?
There's 2 which are really hard. Obviously, we have big rivalry against Whitgift. And that's a really big game, really big turnout. Oh, we see Sam joining.
Good tackle. And how did you get on this year against Whitgift?
Whitgift, it was a close match, going from 20 to 19 for up until the last 15 minutes of the game, in fact. Then the game started to slip. Lost the lead, unfortunately.
Okay.
That was a really memorable game. Very big crowd, very big turnout. It was a great game of rugby.
Good fun with the boys.
Yep.
That's it, isn't it? I mean, obviously it sucks to lose, but if you're enjoying it, then it is always worth it. Even when it's wet and cold like this.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's always amazing looking what people walk past carrying. So we've got the Harrow boys here walking past with a big case of fruit, oranges and bananas and whatever. Oh, what an offload. But we've also seen people coming with like 20 plates of chips.
It's actually been great food here, if I'm honest.
Yeah? What have you gone for?
Oh, I had the katsu curry, which was really nice, actually.
Oh, here he is. Katsu curry. Right, John Fisher on the board just before half-time. Hardly been in the Oakland's half but only 2 scores down. If they can get one on the outside here,
Can we
then
get-
anything's
can we go,
possible.
Sam?
Now it's a
Can we
foot
go,
race.
Sam? Oh.
Well, if that's batted straight into touch, there could be problems, but it bounced first. So at half-time, it remains John Fisher 0, Oaklands 14. And we're going to carry on this conversation because I'm enjoying finding out about you.
Yeah.
So what did you say? Media and marketing?
Management and marketing.
Management. I knew it was another M. Management and marketing. And it's umming and ahhing between Nottingham and Manchester. So you fancy just getting out of London for a bit, right?
Yeah, honestly. Looking forward to trying somewhere new.
It'll do you good.
Mainly to the Midlands. Looks a bit fun there.
Well,
Good
you've
rugby.
been for a visit, have you?
Yeah.
Have you been up to Manchester yet?
No, Manchester I haven't been to, but I've been to Nottingham.
Okay. Either way, mate. I think it sounds like a good decision. It sounds like a fun couple of years. What about these boys now then? Talk to me about the team talk. Who are the big voices over in that John Fisher huddle right now?
In the big voices, we've obviously got our coaches, Mr. Shea and Mr. Osborne, great coaches. But we also have Darren, our captain, who's a really big voice, really big leader, gets the boys together, gets them motivated. We've also got Charlie Carr, who's unfortunately not playing today.
Okay.
But like me, he's travelling reserve, gets the boys really energised, gets them in the right frame of mind. So those are the 2 main voices you'd expect to hear in the circle. And also Zach, I don't know if you can see him, he's got pink boots on.
Yeah.
Yeah, him in his pink boots. He also steps in a vice captain role. That's to control our game at 9.
You've got to be a serious player to wear pink boots, right?
He is.
What colour are yours?
Man, I'll go for the light. I haven't got my Crocs on.
I've just seen you wearing Crocs.
Yeah.
I looked down and I thought, oh, as if.
Yeah, Sam has actually snapped his boots today on the pitch, so I've had to give him my boots, but got the light blue.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
You've got to be good to play in those. But hardly anyone wears black boots these days, right?
Yeah. Started to see a bit of a change from that. It's more about the colour, seeing vibrant, standing out.
I'm a traditionalist, mate. I still like a pair of World Cups or Puma Kings or something like that. Maybe I'm too old school. It's been wellies all week for us boys, though, up here in the wet and the rain, the thick mud. And the rain just easing off a little bit now. So Oakland's Academy, contestable kickoff. I mean, they're a good side. Oh, that's a really good take, though. John Fisher on the ball for the first time in the second half.
We get moved. This is Colcott, one of our year 11s. You just see him finding gaps, challenging players.
Oh, you're the commentator now, are you? Oh, hacked forward, though, and this could be bad news for John Fisher. Foot race is on. Great take, but great defence. Fisher chasing back. Oakland's a metre short. Less than a metre short, but they've dropped it forward. Oh, chaos, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolute chaos. Oakland's, though, not surprising, they're good, associated with Saracens, of course. They've got the badge of the club on the arm.
Yeah, we saw that this wasn't going to be a tough game, but the boys don't really back down from a challenge, so we're still out here playing to the best that we can.
That's the key, isn't it? So with regards to being a travelling reserve then, have you got your kit if required, or have you just used it as an excuse not to go to lessons today?
Oh, it's been a bit of both actually. I do have my kit, in fact. But
okay.
Yeah, missing lessons was mainly the big thing.
Of course. And I'm so glad you didn't lie about that and you were just straight up and honest with us.
It's true. It's nice to come out and watch a good game of rugby today.
Yeah, and this has been a good game of rugby, and that is a really good finish. Not a lot you can do about that on the outside. The stop and the start. And
just got isolated.
Yeah, you're shaking your head, mate. That's frustrating for you, is it?
It's really frustrating to watch the boys lose like this. I think it's a thing where we need more possession, need to be on the ball, show what we can do. But right now, it seems like we've been mostly defending.
Oh, he's finally missed a kick. Strikes a good ball, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, to be fair. Made the other two. I thought he was going to make that one.
Oakland's extend the lead. That's the first try of the second half. Couple of minutes in. It's at the point now where it's hard to even tell if it's raining or not. It's just like one of those days. Are we getting wetter? Who knows? No, but great to have you company wherever you're watching around the world. To be fair, might have a few local people watching, 2 teams in the London area, which, given how international this competition is almost a surprise. Like, God, he strikes a good ball. I mean, I know that's gone out on the full. I just like watching it come off the boot, you know?
Yeah. Well, let's see what the boys will come from this.
So, any other of your schoolmates, teammates thinking about Nottingham as well, or are you going there as a lone ranger?
Quite a few of us actually, captains looking to follow along.
Okay.
We've got a couple of boys on the side, like Sam, he's looking also to follow.
Oh, referee. Yeah, advantage coming. And we'll go back for that as well. Tackle off the ball.
He's been one of our best players actually. He doesn't look like one, but he's a fullback.
Yeah.
Very solid.
Oh, yellow card shown as well. So Oakland's down to 6.
Go on, Kevin. Go on, Kevin.
Kevin's going to back himself. Can't get the offload away though. Can't free the hands. Oh, just seeing some rival tracksuits here as well. So the subs are being made, but we've got Geraint from Leicester Academy, and we've got Jim from Quins Academy there. They're all sort of vying about who's going to get the next big thing, the next talented youngster who might have fallen through the cracks.
So we see some out here today. Although captain comes off and Daniel comes on now. Fast one.
So your captain coming off. Did you say that? That's Connor's brother, right?
Konya Orasanya's little brother Duran.
Okay, nice. Yeah, Connor's doing well, of course. Contracted with Quins, but playing Buck Super Rugby up in Leeds at the moment. He's another one who's
forward. Will we see a try here?
Made a journey north. Well, it's turned into a penalty as well. Now John Fisher with the chance. They need a score. They've got 3 minutes.
Will this be it?
What do you reckon?
Hopefully.
Oh, it might be! Turn of pace is beautiful. Flat-footed Oakland's defenders left floundering. And that is finally a glimpse of what John Fishers can do. 7-19.
Yeah, that's Zach, our vice captain with the pink boots.
Yes. If you can do that, you can wear pink boots. Replay of this try then. Here we go. Men outside. Whoop. See ya.
Just accelerates through. Great track.
Oh, but then the mistake from the restart. Oh, they've let it bounce. Gonna get away with it. Or are they? Let them play, ref. Come on. What a good game here. See people scrambling around for coats and umbrellas.
Yeah.
Doing everything they can to try and stay dry.
The weather certainly changed from earlier.
Oh, I thought I was going to have to put sun cream on earlier.
Oh, that's pretty high. That was pretty high.
I'm going for the corner here.
Something you don't really see much in sevens.
No. How do you feel about it?
Don't know, they must have a trick up their sleeve. But no, I like sevens a lot. Like to see how the ball gets played in hand. A lot of penalties, just tap and go, tap and go. I like to get the ball rolling.
So the line out in the 15s, what's your role? Do you lift? Are you lifted?
No, I'm more of a jumper option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Throw you up. You can't see him on camera here, but he's very lean. Keeps himself in good shape.
Thank you. I try to. Ooh. Oh, no.
They've given away the ball and they're falling off tackles, and Oakland's look so strong. And they score their 4th try.
That's heartbreaking. Really is heartbreaking. Well, that's a great try from Oakland.
They're a good team and they play good stuff. So what is it then, mate? Chicken and bench press? Or?
No, honestly, I've been more of legs actually.
Okay.
We have a really great strength and conditioning coach.
Oh, nice.
He keeps the boys active, gets us in there about 3 times a week. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I love that. I love that you get the buy-in as well from you young lads who just want to enjoy your rugby, stay in shape. But it is full time here, and Oakland's have taken the win over John Fisher's 26 points to 7. Thanks for having a chat, mate, and
Thanks
good luck with the
me.
rest of your school, and good luck with Nottingham or Manchester or whoever's lucky enough to have you.
Thanks, sir. Nice having you.
Well, we've got an absolute cracker for you here. They don't get much bigger than this, do they? At any level, in any tournament. In the rain as well, to give it that little bit of extra waz. Can we call it waz these days? Either way, it is a serious game. Coming up here in a serious competition. It is Cranleigh versus Kirkham. Cranleigh in the hoops kicking off. Kirkham Grammar in the navy with the white sleeves, with a suggestion of brown because of the conditions. I'm surprised there's that much white on them. But this is two great schools, a great rivalry, and we're underway in the Boys' Cup. And I promise there will be no bias in the commentary. However, we've got a father to take us through. Oh, we've got a great start from Kirkham as well.
Animal. God.
You can't say good lad. Your mic's live all the time. However, this is beautiful work from Kirkham. And whilst they're not in the 22, well, they are in the 22 now, making their way towards the line. Give us an idea of how much these boys have looked forward to this and how much they're looking forward to coming and playing and pitting themselves against the best in the country.
Well, yeah, you can't say they haven't trained hard.
Oh, really? Putting a lot in as they're bulleting that ball towards the edge here.
This is good.
Well, it's an early opportunity, and this feels like a game where if you get an opportunity, you're going to have to take it.
Yeah, you are.
Could have been some space over there on the left-hand side,
Go
but
on,
beautiful footwork from
Well
Kirkham,
and
a wonderful score! What an opening for Kirkham Grammar.
Archie Barber, that.
Archie Barber gets the opening score. And Cranleigh not had a touch. They find themselves 7 down. Let's just give you a quick update on the score so far. Cranleigh 47, Olchfa 5, then Cranleigh 21, Gordon's 5. Kirkham opened with a 45-7. Oh no, I'm on the wrong results here. Goodness me. Either way, it's an important game to win. And that's a fantastic start.
It certainly is.
So have you followed these boys in the 15 season as well?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, it's been a very good season. Done fairly well. We drew against Hartbury pre-Christmas.
Oh, very good.
At home, which was a pretty good result considering they were the size of the boys that Hartbury brought.
Well, they're a rugby factory.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just attract so much talent from around the country, and they take them through from teenage years all the way through to, well, sometimes test match level. It's quite astonishing.
Yeah, it's
really.
pretty good stuff.
Looking for try number 2 though. Oh, more good footwork around the outside. Oh, the final step was a beauty.
That's F.N. Edwards.
Dreamland stuff.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're our own little rugby factory today, aren't we?
Yes, yes, indeed. Well, one thing that must be said about Kirkham is that they've been so consistently excellent for so long now, and hit the post with the conversion. I think that says something about the sort of rugby culture and the coaching and the fact that I think playing first 15 or first 7 rugby in this case is a real sort of ambition that a lot of these young men are very proud of.
Yeah, it is. My son wanted to play first team since the first year, just like most kids.
Oh, so he's been there through for the duration of the schooling?
Yeah, there's a number of these boys have.
Are you a Kirkham boy as well?
I am, yeah.
And did you play first 15 and first 7?
Bloody right I did.
I won't ask you what year, however.
97, Twickenham year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we lost in the final, sadly.
Oh, must have. But okay, this is a question that you've got. You can give me a first-hand answer on. So, when we do the presentations at the end, and I might have to dip in and out of this because your boys have got another great opportunity here to launch a play in the rain.
Yeah.
Trying to sell the dummy.
Got to get around him, get over him.
Powerful boys out there on the flank.
Spin it, boys.
Not able to even get a touch on this at all at the moment, and they might be 3
Harry.
scores behind here just before half-time.
Oh, well played, Harry. Well done. Harry Ray, great stuff.
So, when we do the presentations at the end, because we're a little bit older now, we talk about the experiences and the fact that whether you've won or lost, you've been part of something incredibly special. When you look back on that Twickenham final now, do you look back on it with any fond memories?
Well, yeah, it hurt at the time. He's hit the post again.
Unbelievable. 17-0.
Yeah, it hurt at the time, but I mean, I've literally dined out on it for the last 25 years or however many years.
So you should.
Oh yeah, I've lived on it. And it was good. I mean, it was a great experience. We had an unbeaten season back in '97, and first time that had happened, I think. And then we went on tour to South Africa. Schoolboy rugby at this level is just the greatest rugby you'll ever play.
Oh,
I don't care
right.
what sort of level you actually get to. This is the most enjoyable stuff.
Playing with your mates. It's
playing with your mates.
And again, this sometimes sounds a little bit corny saying this, but there's this amazing competitive purity to it.
Yeah.
Where these boys, no matter what school colour you're wearing, in this case we've got Cranleigh and Kirkham, two great rugby schools.
Yeah.
Who do absolutely anything for the boys that they're stood side by side
exactly.
with. It's so brilliant to see as Cranleigh are looking to get back into this game.
Cranleigh are good.
Oh, very
Tidy.
good. And they've been here. They've been here before.
They've been here before. They've been
won the
champions.
under-18s.
Yeah.
A few of those boys in that team now are going great guns.
Yeah.
You've got Hugh Tizard, who's that's a great
That's
ball.
a great offload.
And a round of applause rings out across pitch RE1. It's Cranleigh. Got their first try to try and get their way back in. 4 tries in the first half. We like this. Yeah, Hugh Tizard now playing for Saracens, formerly of Harlequins. Will Trenham, who's with Quins as well, but he's been playing for London Scottish this season.
Yeah, they've got good heritage for sure.
Mm.
And they've won this. When did they win this? Mid-90s, maybe?
They've won this recently in that
Oh,
team
really?
with Tizard. I've done this for 6 years now, and because we see so much rugby and I'm so frazzled by the Friday,
Yeah, well,
it's difficult to remember who's doing what. Eagle-eyed spectators just keeping on top of the scoreboard here. But this all of a sudden a good game.
Yeah,
so
it
did you play here then? Did you
yeah,
play Rosslyn Park?
I think so. Yeah, I mean I can't really remember that much.
Just Twickenham.
We just played a lot of rugby in that year.
Yes.
I'm still friends with loads of the guys.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool. So have you sort of stayed local or just made sure that your boy has gone to the school as a...
Yeah, I'm a farmer down the road to
amazing.
Kirkham. And so my boys have, well, 4 kids at Kirkham. So
Crikey, busy boy. What do you farm?
Dairy, beef and sheep, bit of everything.
But yeah, well, it's a busy time of year, isn't it? Lambing at the
Well,
moment.
we've just finished. We've just finished.
Okay.
In my
Perfect
defence, we've just finished.
Perfect timing
So
to come watch some rugby.
I can get away. I can get away. Somebody is milking my cows. Trust me.
Well,
yes, well
Kirkham
played.
are milking these tries. 4th of the half. And again, these two teams, they won't play each other on the circuit, but there'll be a mutual respect there. They wouldn't say it. They'd be like, oh, we hate Kirkham, we hate Cranleigh or whatever. But they'll know about them. So to get 4 tries in the opening half for these Kirkham boys, this is some performance. Completely dominant. Cranleigh have shown that they can do something.
Half-time.
But they've not had the opportunity. Half-time then, Cranleigh 5, Kirkham 22. And so far, so good.
Yeah.
So we've not seen your son in the first half. He is in a very sensible, nice warm coat, I imagine.
Yeah, he's looking like he's nicely wrapped up.
So is he in his final year?
No, he's lower 6th.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah, he went up to Sedbergh last year and played.
Are they going this
Sedbergh
weekend?
Yes, they are, yeah.
And is he?
Oh, yeah.
And are you?
I am.
I'll see you up there then.
Right, good.
That's a great tournament as well,
It's
isn't
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Well run. I mean, love to hate Sedbergh, but you can't. You can't. They run a good ship there, and the whole tournament's... So, I mean, as it is here, I mean, it's remarkable. I had a walk over on the pitches over there, the W pitches. There's the under-13s comps going on. There's girls rugby all over the... I mean, it's just brilliant. What an operation this is.
Oh, they do an incredible job. And it's important that they do, because there are so many young boys and girls, men and women, that just want to play, and this gives them the opportunity to.
It does.
And we've got... There'll be people who we see on pitch RE1 here who'll end up playing test match rugby, and there will be some that maybe after they finish school might not ever play again, but they'll have this experience with each other, with their mates.
Yeah.
I think whatever you can take away from the sport, you should, and this definitely gives them an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what as I say, schoolboy and girl rugby's all about.
Yes.
Brilliant to watch. I watched some of the girls' games before. And, I mean, I'm not sure as I would I would like to run out against some of them, because they're just tough and hard and tackle low and heavy and brilliant. Great to watch.
And what's fascinating as well is, of course, you'll have seen this with your son as he's got older and he's got into the first team here, how seriously they take it. Even things like nutrition and strength and conditioning now, they're all over it, aren't they?
Yeah. We've got a new coach, Dan Bibby.
Oh, is he coaching with you now?
He is now. He's changed things a little bit.
I can only begin to imagine.
Oh, he's away.
Here we go. A missed tackle. And Cranleigh are away.
Back in the game.
You can't give them half a chance, because you bet they will take it. They needed that score.
He took it well.
Bouncing ball in these conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, missed tackles. Say it all the time. Missed tackles cost games.
12-22.
Got that.
How important will those misconversions be? Well, again, just the opportunity to be coached by someone like Dan Bibby, who's done the amount that he has in the game. I mean, rugby's taken him around the world.
Well, he's made a career out of it.
Yeah. Very good one too.
Yeah.
Fascinating character. We've seen all kinds. I mean, we had Newport College here.
Got to claim it, boys.
Oh, what a take! Off the foot, then snaffled up with one hand. And all of a sudden, Cranleigh smell blood. One more try, and it is game on here on pitch RE1. Now a chance for them to attack. Hardly had any ball in the first half. Kirkham Grammar, so good at looking after it, so good at taking their opportunities. They've slowed the ball down well there, but it's still with Cranleigh. Two teams in navy and white. I do not envy the person who's got to wash the kits at the end of today.
Oh, it's a 3-on-1.
Well defended on the drift,
Well
but it's
done.
still with Cranleigh. Oh, there's a lifted leg there, but
Give
the referee
over.
happy to play on.
Lifted leg, my ass. Go on, you make your tackles count now, boys.
Well, the rain pouring too. There's not easy conditions to attack or defend in, but Kirkham resolute. But Cranleigh still keep knocking on the door. They don't really trust the edge yet. Kirkham's defence is organised.
For now.
Staying connected. Those three on the outside.
Ball.
Over the ball go Kirkham.
Well played, Archie.
Winning the penalty. Great patience.
Archie Barbrigan, well played, Archie. Yeah, we've had a management shift in the rugby department recently, so our head coach is now no longer with us at the moment. So the boys have had to readjust, and it's taken a fair bit of readjustment.
Well, the head coach had been there a long time.
Yes, as long as, well, he coached me.
Wow, really?
So he'd been there nearly, well, over 30 years.
God, that's the end of a legacy.
Absolutely. We do miss him.
But there are those... That happens in schools rugby, doesn't it? I think sometimes people get into it thinking, oh, this will be a fun thing to do. And then you just end up living and dying the institution, don't you?
Yeah.
Because it means so much to people. I mean, you've just said now that it's meant enough to you that you've sent your kids to the same school and they're following in your footsteps.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll end up on the farm as well?
I don't know.
Here we go. Oh, I thought we were going to have one there.
I don't know. We'll see.
All the years I've been doing this, hundreds of games of sevens, we've never had one ball in this commentary.
No.
Which is crazy, because we're right on the halfway line, aren't we?
You'd have thought we'd have... Well, we nearly took one on the chops there, didn't we?
Yeah. Still a few minutes for us to do that yet. Kirkham on the ball. 10-point lead.
Oh, go on, Cam. Cam Scanlon's with Sale Sharks this time.
Well, you can see he's a strong ball carrier with lovely balance.
He is. Another man down.
There's a few players down here.
Oh, ball, Darren. Oh,
That's
Darren, well played, Darren.
Oh, and the offload as well. This should open the door for Kirkham.
Put it in, Archie. Good lad.
And Archie goes over again. And he even enjoys the slide in the rain. Oh, I'm not sure he's got much choice. The surface is so wet.
No.
But Kirkham playing the conditions well.
That was a good try.
Oh, it's hanging down. It's hammering down.
It is now. I'm glad we've got this brolly up.
Yeah.
It's the only reason I offered him.
Yeah, exactly.
Took the opportunity to do this.
Where can I stay dry? He's got an umbrella. I might have to do some talking, but it'll be worth it. 27-12. This is a real statement from Kirkham Grammar.
I see Millfield dropped a game.
Did they?
And Wellington have dropped a game, which is unusual.
Well, I think that shows the level of the competition here today.
Yeah.
Wellington and Millfield. I'm glad you came and told me that. I've not had a chance to keep across all the results.
I just looked at downstairs, you know.
12:29 in the rain. There's a player looking in some discomfort down there.
Yeah, I didn't just see what happened there, but
In Cranleigh colours, but there are 3 professionals out there looking after him, making sure that he's in the best possible hands. Just trying to invite you under the brolly, mate. I don't want you standing there getting wet.
There's not enough room. Sorry, pal.
There is plenty of room. I keep getting big golf umbrellas and losing them, so I've just got hold of this one for now. Oh, he's back on his feet. That's great news.
That's good to see.
I don't think he'll play any further part today. However, great to see him safe and walking about. But as it stands, Kirkham, the big statement victory here. Day 1 of the competition. It's amazing speaking to players and parents and supporters from different schools, because for some, you know, just being here is amazing. For others, the ambition is to reach day 2.
Yeah, we've not come here for a walk.
Yeah, exactly. For both of these schools, day 2 is like the minimum requirement, isn't it?
Disappointment if we go home before day 2.
Smart run in behind there, but the ball does come back Cranleigh's way. It's looking like a tall order for them now, though. They need 3 scores. They've got just over a minute to get them, but remember, our clock continues to tick, so it's not linked in with the referee's watch. It might be a little bit longer in this game than you think. Not come for a walk. To be fair, you wouldn't come for a walk. It's a fairly hefty drive, isn't it?
Yes.
Now then, Kirkham's starting to be organised in defence. Cranleigh's turn to try and reach that defence. Good solid contact. Anyone who thinks that the 7s game is any less physical than the 15s obviously hasn't seen these boys go in for the big bumps. Oh, that's been filled forward one way then the other. That'll be Kirkham ball, which will suit them because it'll kill some time.
Yeah, we know how to game management. We know what we're up to here.
Well, we're not in the habit of doing this, but seeing as you know these boys and you've watched and enjoyed this performance, I'll let you pick a man of the match.
Oh heavens!
Well, they've opened.
Yeah, Archie Barber on Kirkham's side. He scored 2.
Yeah.
Good hands. He's a nice lad as well. He's a farmer's son.
Is he?
Oh, well done, James. Stacey's through.
Oh, this is a try.
I'm not going to stop him there.
Just sold that dummy.
Indeed.
And it's great work from the try scorer, but don't underestimate the dummy runs or the dummy lines that were run either. Kirkham look like they are purring.
Yeah.
We will restart, even though the game is beyond any doubt. Oh, he's a farmer. So quite a lot of boys involved in agriculture in this Kirkham side.
Yeah, it was about, well, there's certainly 2, 3. Look around them. So yeah, got to give it to the farmers.
Of course you have. Of course. It's interesting the demographic of a lot of these teams because, you know, I'm from, well, the north part of South Wales. Some people call Mid Wales, so a lot of boys, sheep farmers are players, but of course these Cranleigh boys much less so. But no matter the background of the boys, it's just great to see them playing rugby.
It is.
And we've got 2 good teams here, but Kirkham certainly have been better in this fixture. That's a lovely pick-up in these conditions, right off the bootstraps.
Good tackle. Another good tackle. Oh, sorry.
Penalty there.
What's that for?
Referee saying off his feet at the breakdown. Can Cranleigh just get something to cling on to? Maybe the last score in what's been otherwise a very disappointing game for them. A very pleasing game for the Kirkham players, coaches and supporters alike.
Yeah.
This is good meters after contact. Been dropped though. And that may well take us to the end of the game. Oh,
another play now, one more play, but look at it.
Now and then they'll try and go the length. These boys just love to play, don't they? I mean, the sensible thing to do would be get it off the park and hear the full-time whistle. But
well, I'm not sure that's just on the cards.
No, once you've got the blood pumping,
Yeah,
you're feeling
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Well, the rain starting to ease off, but the damage is done. I think those who've not worn wellies or walking boots today are going to have pretty wet feet walking around here.
Oh, he's kicked it out. There we go.
Sensible decision.
Yeah, well done.
Good victory for Kirkham,
Indeed.
36-12. Thank you very much for your time.
Not at all.
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah. See you later.
Please get Galley up there. Apparently you're slagging us off on it. We said hello. Galley is, yeah. Galley's the man. He's the orator. It's Harrow. Go Galley, I got the ladder, don't worry.
The action continues. Games are non-stop. Rain is non-stop as well. And this is Bromsgrove versus the LEYS. The LEYS in blue, Bromsgrove in maroon and white. Tell you used to play in maroon and white because Loughborough Students RFC, which leads me nicely onto the man who stood to my right-hand side, James Gallagher. Gally, let's call him Gally for the sake of this. Less formal. This is a friendly day. Good couple of weeks for you, Gally.
Yeah, it's not been bad, mate. Obviously winning BSR League last week, heading into the Cup next week, and yeah, we've just about recovered.
Bromsgrove on the attack here. Lovely little backdoor offload too. The LEYS. It's the under-16s competition. Working hard to slow down the progress, but if it goes to the right here, they might be stretched, they might be in trouble. One more pass could do it. Oh, and he gets it down. Just try time.
That's an excellent finish in tough conditions, that.
Tough conditions. We've had a rotten 5 minutes of weather, haven't we?
I know. It was holding out. I had high hopes for today, and then walking over here, nearly lost my footing several times.
It's the hope that kills you, mate. It always is.
I know.
So let's talk about that Buck Super Rugby League win then. Clinched it down in Cardiff, Met. They made you work for it as well, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Just been catching up with Aaron from Bath. We wanted them to do us a favour, but to be fair to the Exeter boys, they put in a hell of a performance against them, so then it was all down to us, really. Conditions even worse than this, if you'll believe it, and probably a good 2-3 minute defensive stand at the end, only the 6 points up, so boys did really well, and yeah, it was good to top off what was an incredibly exciting Buck Super Rugby season.
Lost the captain with an HIA early on as well.
Yeah, he wasn't in a good way, but that's the importance of Bucks. You might come in, not be initially a starter, but you'll get your shot eventually.
Well, it's interesting with him because he was Kirkham grammar, Teddy Leatherbarrow, wasn't he? And we've just had Kirkham on the pitch here, absolutely stuffing Cranleigh out of sight. So that's a real statement of intent from them. So you're all stashed up here, maniacally in shorts, like a crazy person. But what's the purpose of the week or the few days for you and the Loughborough guys who've made the journey down?
Well, as everyone will have seen, there's a lot of excellent rugby on show, and we're looking really to just to catch a glimpse of a few players. We know a lot about everyone already, as will every university. I don't know if the boys really appreciate just how much school rugby we watch and how much we're talking to their teachers and their academy coaches, etc. So we're here to have a few conversations with boys, their parents, their coaches, keep the relationship going, and it's not by accident that you've seen several unis here today wandering around.
Oh yes, if you're not going to come here and have a look at the next generation. Also, lovely day out of the office as well.
Yeah, it's not a bad day job. I mean, you know better than most with all the places you get to travel to, but it's not too bad a gig getting to come watch this sort of stuff day in, day out.
Here are the Leys inside the 22, but Bromsgrove over the ball. Fabulous turnover to keep the score at 5-0.
You know, I came up here and until you said, I'd have been forgiven for thinking this was the under-18. Some of these boys, honestly, the standard is fantastic and they are massive as well.
Yeah, I think that second point is more important. They are well conditioned. Something that we've spoken about as well, and as you'll know at Loughborough with the Women's National League programme and Loughborough Lightning as well, the women's game is massively high on your priorities list. We've had the 14s and the 16s with the girls this year, and the level and the upward curve of improvement in terms of core skills has been astronomical this year.
Yeah, and I think that's really exciting, and almost from a selfish point of view, we had the news around Sarah being her last game this weekend, Sunts. And it is something that we've been dreading the day that's coming, and it's finally come upon us. And
Bromsgrove going around the outside. The cover tackle's brilliant. I love an outside sell.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, don't worry.
No, we do have to do some rugby
Yeah,
commentary
100%.
sometimes. But yes, Sarah Hunter, 141st cap at the weekend in the home city of Newcastle, where it all began. What a player, what a servant to the game, and what a place to bow out.
Exactly, and I think people like her are the reason we've seen an excellent tournament today with the under-14s, under-16s girls over the week, and we just know that year on year that tournament's only going to get better, and the reality is we see the boys tournament get better every year as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Even in the rain here, these two teams really trying to play rugby, but that's been knocked on. And this will be put into the LEYS. I've missed this basically because I've been here and it is relentless, but with Sarah retiring, is that just from England or is that from all rugby?
She's retiring from all rugby. She's not going to play anymore.
So no Loughborough Lightning?
No, I think I totally understand the decision that it started in Newcastle, as you said, so what better place to end?
Well, I understand the decision too, because she's my age and it's about time.
I forgot, of course, your old university friends.
Absolutely. Taught her everything she knows on that Belgian beach rugby tour in 2007.
Weren't you playing rugby league?
I was, but there was no synergy between the women's and the men's programmes back then, so we decided we were going to go on tour, the league boys and the union girls. It was great fun.
I can only imagine.
Yes, yeah, but that's probably not a conversation to have at this time of day in an under-16s game, as the Leys looking to get their way back into this. Bullish defence from Bromsgrove.
Yeah, Martin, head coach of Loughborough, and I were talking earlier. I do think, especially in conditions like this and on some of the pitches around the ground today, defence is what's winning the day. A strong defence in sevens can take you a really long way.
Well, it's working so far. A clean sheet is about all that's clean.
Yes.
With the kits there. Good ball off the top. Effective line out. Because the under-16s is the first age group they'll have played in sevens with competitive line outs. And we've seen it cause a few teams a bit of a mischief. Whoop. So you've got Nottingham in the playoffs.
We do. Nottingham next week, a little local derby. It's as if the Bucks gods are writing it, mate.
Yes. And then, to be fair, they've been a fantastic. Oh, big bash. Here we go. And again, they've been a great addition to the league this year, haven't they?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's not a game anyone will take lightly. We lost away at Nottingham, as you saw. So it's definitely a game that we need to take seriously. When you get to the knockouts in Bucks, your league position doesn't really matter, so it should be an exciting affair.
I'm really excited about a few of them. I think Hartbury v Durham is an absolute belter in Durham. Again,
Durham are the form side, of course.
Yes, they are.
They've snuck up out of nowhere.
And they managed to secure that home quarter-final, and they are very, very tough to beat up at Hollow Drift.
100%. I think them, along with us, they've gone undefeated so far in the season at home. So if we can both continue that, then we may be seeing each other down at StoneX.
Well, as the league leaders, of course, provided you in your quarter-final, you'll be at home in the semi as well. It's a flat pass, it's a scruffy pass. And that should take us through to half-time. Lovely stuff. So what kind of feedback are you having with the young players here then? Are people positive about Loughborough? Is there still a lot of interest in coming to play?
Yeah, 100%. I think naturally a lot of universities are talking to a lot of players, so and the thing we're finding in no short thanks to someone like yourself is that the boys are watching a lot of Bucks Super Rugby, so they actually know a lot about it. So they'll be asking us about some of our players. They'll know about us, our program. So it's kind of just sort of reinforcing some of what they already know, making sure that they're aware of the academics, making sure they're fully aware of what course they want to do, and giving them some advice on that. And then just reinforcing how important now, get the rugby season out of the way, get your head down and get your grades, really.
Yeah, of course.
Because the beauty of the university game is that you get that education alongside it, and sort of at school, with the quality of the school programs now, you get a little taste for that and how you have to be sort of a dual career athlete.
Come and get a degree, make some friends, play some code.
Yeah, and then the world is your oyster after that.
It certainly is. I mean, I'm not going to publicly state what I've heard through the grapevine, but the potential for a few of the Loughborough graduates to maybe step into the professional game next season as well, and follow in the footsteps of some great players who've done that before.
Absolutely, there are a few that are certainly being looked at, and that's no surprise to any of us, really. They truly are fantastic, and I think your rugby career doesn't end when you're 18, and that's important to remember sometimes for some of these young lads. And some of these boys that are 16 out here today, sort of the player you are at 16 is by no means the player you'll be. And here comes a break. If he stays like that when he's an adult, then he'll be all right.
Keep accelerating. A race for the corner. And a great
try. Finish.
Oh, he did everything right there. Yes, he had the speed and the physicality, but the decision-making as well to take it away from the defender. Brilliant score. Bromsgrove up to 10.
Yeah, that's a really exciting score. That is the sort of thing you can see in sevens, and it's important for the LEYS boys that in a heartbeat they could do that as well. So they're back in the game with in no time at all, with plenty of time left in this game.
They forced him wide there. Conversion to come here. Oh, a left hooker as well. It's a good side for the left boot, if he's trying to kick it into the bar.
Just make sure they're all paying attention over there.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
We're here for the rugby, not for the bar. So
just looking at these players here, it's a little bit feral, isn't it? It's proper rugby union, this.
Yeah. Weirdly, I remember being up here around this time last year with you.
Oh.
We had sunglasses on, hat on so that my head didn't burn. It was absolutely boiling and glorious. And now here we are today. Yeah, factor 50 on.
Cold.
Yeah, we're wrapped up today.
People are only coming to do co-coms with me because I've got an umbrella and they can stand underneath it.
It's as if you know our secret.
No, I know. I've actually, I've got a spare pair of gloves that I keep in my bag because co-commentators invariably forget a pair of gloves.
They don't know the tricks of the trade like you do.
So I've got a list of players in my. I've not written it down. I must write it down before I forget. Who've borrowed those gloves because they've forgotten theirs. Just get the brownie points where you can.
Yeah, 100%.
And also, I've got to get a pair of those magic stretchy ones because some of the hands, the size of the hands. Stefan Levis, the Harlequins captain. Oh my goodness me.
Dustbin lids, I'm sure.
Yeah, hands like feet.
This is good sevens here, just taking their time, assessing what's in front of them from the defence, and then looking for that space again out wide.
It's one of the things these young players, and we've seen it in the 14s all the way through, is decision making.
Absolutely. Sevens, I mean, I'm no expert at it, as you can probably tell, but they it's a different game, and you do have to take. Oh, wow, what a handoff!
And again,
and he's got another fend out.
He's a strong boy. We saw him take a couple of heavy carries in the first half too. So are you telling me there's not a lot of space for a scrummaging tight head in the sevens? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unfair, really. I mean, it depends what sevens you want.
Yes, very much so. Oh. Not happy with the clear out there, the referee. Still 4 minutes of this one to go, though. The Leys need a try, they need it quickly.
But even there, you see from Bromsgrove, they've with the big handoff down one side, then they've swept to the other edge. Unfortunately, they haven't got the clear out correct, but there's still some really good rugby on display.
So just going back to what you were saying there about, you know, the player you are at 16, 18 isn't the player you can be later in your career. One of the things that I'm really enjoying about schools rugby, more so university rugby, but it's creeping into schools as well, because we've had Will Roberts and Will Stokes joining us on commentary today, is opportunities off the pitch and
100%.
Giving people the ability to find their place in rugby, whether that's as a player or a coach or a physio or a reporter or a commentator or as an analyst.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my my personal journey is very similar to that. So I came through Saracens Academy, went to Harrow for sixth form, went to Loughborough, and I'm now back working at Loughborough in sort of the operations side of it all. So I found my path into rugby off the pitch, and I absolutely love it because you're still involved in the game in every way.
Yes.
And as you say, that's something that's sort of permeating through universities, schools, and it's really important because without all the extra people on the off pitch, what we see today on the pitch doesn't happen.
Yeah, and just looking down to your right there, we've got Jared Mullen. He was a coach at Loughborough University. Left to go to Harlequins, won the Premier 15s for the women, and now he's moved within the club and he's involved with the academy and coaching London Scottish in the Championship.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the university pathway is coming to fruition for everyone, really. So the work that Bucks have done with Bucks Super Rugby, it's starting to really show across the pro game. So as we saw in the Six Nations with all the boys from Bucks Super Rugby that are in there.
God,
Tebow, wow.
I mean, the phrase in sport world class is bandied around a lot, but he is a world class lock forward now, isn't he?
He is unbelievable. And it's the stereotypical joke of the story of him at Loughborough at fly half in the 5th team and stuff like that. But the reason it's said so much is because it is such a fantastic story. And he's an excellent bloke. And the important thing that people need to remember with Tebow is he got a first-class degree in international business alongside all of that. He turned down an offer from a big bank in London to work in the city. So,
goodness me.
Yeah, he's an exciting individual and he's very well-rounded. Leeds got their first real opportunity here down the side.
Oh, good tackle, though, but they've committed some defenders here. Quick ball needs to be well executed. If they get a score here, we could be in for one of those grandstand finishes we love so much. But Bromsgrove look organised in defence. To make
another
that
excellent tackle, and they've managed to turn it over.
But it's spilled out the side, penalty. Hands on the floor. Need to go, tempo. Come on, the Leys. Again, this Bromsgrove defence looking pretty impenetrable.
Yeah, great counter-ruck there.
Do love a counter-ruck.
Yeah, 100%.
Now a kick in behind. Knock on, the Leys just not having any luck. Very good. So are you here tomorrow as well?
No, just today actually.
Okay.
We're back up in Loughborough prepping for next week tomorrow. So
of course, big games coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
And the National 2 season going pretty well too.
Yeah, we've won 3 out of the last 4. On the 4th, we drew away at Hinckley in terrible conditions. Hinckley's not an easy place to go. We're actually away at Leicester Lions on Saturday, so we're prepping for that tomorrow as well. Leicester Lions can win the league, so we're turning up to spoil the party.
Every time I look at the scores, it's like 43-38. You've had some absolutely insane scorelines in that league this year, haven't you?
That's Loughborough in the National Leagues for you.
Yeah.
We play a great brand of rugby, so it does tend to be you scrum, get a penalty, kick to corner and maul it, and then we'll run it round you. So
fantastic. Well, that I think National 2 is probably the right standard to develop players into senior rugby at that age
100%,
as well.
yeah. Obviously, we were in National 1 previously. That's a really tough level.
Yeah.
Leys need to score now, don't they?
Oh,
even if they got any time left at all.
Going to help. Our clock's red. It's another penalty, but do you know what? Given the conditions, this has actually been a very high standard game. Thankfully, the rain stopped.
100%, 100%. Really, really good game. I had the pleasure of watching some of the under-16s earlier. My little cousin was playing for Bedford.
Here we go.
This will be a hell of a score.
Oh,
finish it.
Gotta score it.
Great
He's got to score it, and he has. Right, take the restart.
Come
Let's
on, referee,
go.
give them some time.
Let the children play. Well, I think judging by the reaction,
yeah, I think that's time
of the Bromsgrove players, that's going to be it. But what a high to end on. Is this the final act? Yes,
unfortunately so.
Great game.
Great game.
The Leys 7, Bromsgrove 10. Gally, lovely to spend some time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Cheers, mate. Thank you for having me.
Right, we are back, and I am back as well. This is St Benedict's of just down the road, West London, in Ealing, zipping the ball about in some unfavourable conditions against Clooege Sir Gar, team from Wales. And, well, it's kind of against my better judgment. We've got more Loughborough representation up on the mic, celebrating a Bucks Super Rugby League title. We've just been chatting a bit of Bucks, haven't we?
We certainly have. Yeah, it's been a good week for our boys, and as we said, down in wet and windy Wales last week, we got that win against Cardiff Met, so Clooege Sir Gar will be used to it. The wet and the windy weather we got here now.
It has been 4 seasons in one day here today. I started the day in Factor 50, and now I'm ending it in an Arctic jacket that's fully waterproof.
The shorts are on for both of us, but I've got 2 coats and 4 layers on as well.
Right, well, St Benedict's being asked to work hard in those green jerseys, which are pretty well camouflaged actually when you take into account the mud and the grass out there on RE1. Pitch has stood up well for a lot of rugby over 4 days, and defences looking miserly again. Wow, look at that dummy. The Clooege Sir Gar defence buying it. Oh, and an instinctive ball over the top into space, inviting the support to run onto it. Can St Benedict's finish? A wonderful flowing move. They go to the toe, and Clooege Sir Gar dance their way around, and off they go.
Will he go the length?
Well, this would be a true turnaround. The sweeper is in. There are some tired legs and tired bodies out there as Clooege Sir Gar, they find their defensive line, and look at that for an injection of pace. Door just shuts at the last minute. Benedict's have their shape back. A few famous alumni from Benedict's in years gone by. Joe Simpson, Jonah Holmes.
Opportunity on the edge here for St Benedict's.
Oh, but there, Gasman coughs up the ball, taking his eye off it just there. Have you been impressed by the quality and the progression of the sevens, not just this year, but generally, because you'll have been coming here for a fair number of years, and it seems like the growth in calibre is pretty exponential these days.
Yeah, it's been outstanding. The quality of rugby on show today, and not just today, throughout the week, has been brilliant. There's some absolutely outstanding teams here today, and individuals playing well, and as a collective, there's been some great sevens on display.
And you're, out here having a look at some of the talent on offer, and presumably trying to seduce them to come and join the African Violet programme of Loughborough in the Midlands. And, well, you wouldn't mind having a lad like that who can shift at a moment's notice. Great pace, burning down the right wing to open up the scoring here for St Benedict's.
Yeah, some outstanding footwork from that guy there. Really, really good finish.
So, yeah, so tell me, what are you looking for? What's the process in having those conversations with students who show an interest in wanting to come to Loughborough and play Buck Super Rugby?
I think it's that, just providing people the opportunity and the information around those opportunities that we get at Loughborough, and all the other Buck Super Rugbies are doing the same job here, and it's a really competitive field in terms of the boys. Under 17, under 18s have got multiple opportunities, and it's helping them make the best decisions for them, what's right for their future, what courses each different university have on offer, and helping them advise just around what we can do at Loughborough, compare and contrast that with other unis as well, because ultimately with Buck Super Rugby everyone's really competitive, and I think the competition's increased year on year, so everyone's got those opportunities to play, display what they've got, and then hopefully, if that's what they want, potentially move on further in the game once they graduate, as we've seen a number of guys do over the last few years.
Well, for those of you who are uninitiated to Buck Super Rugby, this might have been covered by Dave Rogers, who's been on the mic before me, but he couldn't pay me enough money in the world to listen to that guy when I'm not working, so I haven't been tuning in. I'm only joking. D-Rog, an inspiration on the mic. It is the highest league at university level in England. It's the top 10 across the country. There's no north-south divide. It is the best of the very best. They play each other in league action through the season, a league that Loughborough clinched at the very, very depth only a couple of Wednesdays ago, away at Cardiff Met, with Exeter University hot on their heels to the very end. And then after that they go into cup competition, and you're seeing players like Tom Pearson, who's carving it up for London Irish in the Premiership. Freddie Stewart, well, he's still technically
a student
at Loughborough, but
yeah.
I think unfortunately when the country comes calling, it just about takes precedent.
I don't think we call him back for the playoffs, to be honest. He won't be in our quarter-final team this week.
And more's the pity. I bet he'd like to, is there a part of him that would love to be out there with his university mates playing BSR?
Well, he played BSR for us in his first year, and he's lived up to a few months ago, still lived with some of the guys in Loughborough. He's moved out of Loughborough now, but up to a few months ago he lived with a number of our squad as well, which I'm sure they enjoyed.
I can say that, just speaking of some other current great names who are actually studying at university that people might not know: Chris Schunzer, Daffyd Jenkins, both caps for Wales in the Six Nations. They are still eligible for Buck Super Rugby. They're not this season because I don't think they played enough in the preliminary rounds, but I know that some of these lads are still desperate to pull on the university jersey, even though they're in the Premiership in Europe.
Yeah, you're right. We got bodies all over the place here. I think Collis Cigar down to 5 on the field at the moment.
Well, they're tackling very bravely indeed.
And have won a penalty.
And St Benedict's as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, they've got their 7 on their feet. Colleague Cigar with the injury in the St Benedict's 22. The players being taken off. So some reinforcements arriving on the far right-hand side. And I wonder if a little crossfield kick behind might do the trick. Here we go. Someone's listening to the stream out there. And that's a lot of pressure on one man to be going back. And, well, he's fallen and did well to get up initially, but coughs up the ball in the contact. And colleague Cigar, well, you said right there, the physio still walking off the stricken player. He's just far away enough from the action that it isn't an issue and we can continue. That's a lovely pass to run onto, really testing the dexterity and the athleticism. One more pass out wide and a bit of power against the gas man of St Benedict's. And this time, power trumps pace. Clooege Sirgar get themselves on the board. Breathless stuff. A lot of ball in play time.
Outstanding finish there from the big guy. Really, really good strength of the offload or defend to finish it. The kick to level it before half time.
Well, right on the stroke of half time. They're being made to wait for a very diligently tied shoelace. He does have an important kick, so we'll forgive him. Doesn't have a bearing on the outcome as the kick sails to the left of the upright. And there's the power in the finish. Just about able to reach to the line. And, well, they may trail. They have their try. And it's a 2-point match at half-time with Benny's just in the lead. St Benedict's 7, Clooege Sirgar 5. Clooege Sirgar back to the full complement of players. They're playing with 6 for a while due to an injury to their number 21. And that try on the stroke of half-time has breathed fresh oxygen into their confidence. A bit of swagger about the way they're playing, but they do run out of pitch this time.
It's a really good tackle from the guy in the pink scrum cap. He's been really good in defence and attack so far.
There's not a massive emphasis on 7s at university rugby level. I'd say probably it's more about 15s. But for you, how do you see 7s honing the skills of young up-and-coming players?
I think the skills are really transferable in terms of 7s puts a real microscope on those skills, and it's that under pressure, the catch-pass skills are really key, and then the breakdown skills as well, especially on the edge, looking after the ball, really, really important. We've got Buck 7s, which happens in May, up in West Park, Leeds. Always snows up there on when that happens.
Just
so
what you want.
Typical 7s weather. And we're lucky at Loughborough, we have our Scimitar Storm, which is our sort of invitational 7s, and we go to Amsterdam 7s, and then some of the other big 7s tournaments like Bournemouth throughout the summer as well. So our boys really enjoy that, getting a bit of a tan as well at the same time.
Well, look at that demonstration of running with the ball in 2 hands, just manipulating the defence with the danger of where he might pass. Oh, that is a
big
seed. Oh, and that's going to be a yellow card. Advantage being played to Clooege Sirgar, but if nothing comes of this, Benny's boy is bound to see yellow. Loose offload. Well, he's lucky, isn't he, to be staying on the pitch. So still 7-on-7. Clooege Sirgar using the penalty to go quickly, and they're looking the livelier of the two teams in this second half. Great options popping up on that flank, and the pass was a bit high, but he certainly would have expected him to take that. He had a long old run up and would have been hard to stop.
I think the amount of advantage the referee played there maybe prevented him giving the yellow card. Potentially forgot about it. Another replacement for Collar Cigar comes on now.
Tense affair. 2 points in it. The West London lads leading the boys from Wales at the moment, and well, straight off the training ground and as direct as you get. And it pays dividends as Benny's charge onto the 10-metre line. Nice offload from the tackle.
They definitely moved the ball out of contact well, St Benedict's.
Well, here's the pace of their finisher. Scampers out of one challenge and then gets wrapped up. Doing well to recycle the ball here, Benny's, and there's an opportunity here wide. Little juggle and then a stutter step, and only a handful of jersey stopping him from progressing. Just the timing off on the pass. They could both see an opportunity, but they couldn't quite link up their strategies. So much ball in play time. The lungs will be bursting for both these teams, and the inside ball might well be the undoing. Desperate defence, but Clooege make their way across the line, far out wide to the left.
Fantastic support play there in the corner, keeping the ball alive in these conditions. Really slippery and absolutely outstanding finish from the guy in the corner.
Well, in a match of the finest margins, we're trying to look at our monitor at the moment, but water is collecting on the protective, I don't know, cellophane, what are we calling this? So we're just doing a little bit of roof work here in our commentary spot, and we can get a bit of a better view of the action. We can see that that conversion has been unsuccessful, so it remains a one-score game, but now the weight of balance has tipped in favour of Clooege.
Really important kickoff, I think, here. Could help shape the game. If Clooege retain this and get possession again.
2.5 minutes to go. Benny's allowed to bounce, usually a cardinal sin, but it's sat up absolutely perfectly for one of their speedsters. He takes them across the halfway line. He's going to be turned over, holds on that bit too long, and they're allowed to take it quickly. Clooege, oh, if he just looked inside on his shoulder, there was a man there for him, but the weaving run has still created big problems for Benedicts, who are scrambling out to the left flank, which is where they broke them. Not once in the first half, and again this half. This time,
Scrum 5, is it?
Scrum 5. Wonder what for?
Quite sure. Can't imagine he was held up. Fantastic jackal turn over here in the corner in front of us, sorry, in the middle of the field in front of us here. With the number 7, really good work. Tackle, back to feet, steal the ball.
Some Benedicts coming into this one after a victory over Newport High School. Colleague Gar themselves had a victory over Newport and came out second best to South Gloucestershire and Clifton, which is the same for Benny. So both these sides pretty well matched in the under-18s Boys Cup competition. Clooege Gar, though, in the driving seat at the moment. 3 points, they lead. A score now would close out the match, and they do so.
Very good finish in the corner. The final pass, the guy drew both two players together and left the number 23 there with the run into the corner. We saw Clifton play St Benedict's earlier, and Clifton looked absolutely outstanding, especially defensively on the narrower pitches out on the extremities instead of the wider pitch here on RE1.
Clifton College have had a fantastic 15 season at under-18s level, so it's no surprise that that is translating to their sevens game as well. But that final score from Clooege consigns St Benedict's to a loss here on RE1. An entertaining game, a tense one, with the Welsh lads coming out on top against St Benedict's. Up next, Stourport High School and Sixth Form Centre versus Whitgift in the Under-18s Cup. Whitgift versus Stourport High School and Sixth Form Centre. Whitgift lining up on the right with the white shoulders, and Stourport all in blue with a bit of yellow detail. Bit of a kit clash in some leaden and increasingly damp conditions here on RE1. And it's Stourport who are fending their way through to the 22. A loss against Berkhamsted School to kick things off, and a real tight one against Bishop Burton. This is for Whitgift. A 36-14 victory over Bedford, while for Stourport, well, they've had a pretty similar afternoon, winning 2 of 3. So in terms of the group, this is a well-poised affair, because Berkhamsted School have played 3-1-2, Stourport have played 3-1-2, and Whitgift the same, with Bedford having played 4-1-2. So the result of this match could well be significant in the final Group D shakedown, with Whitgift on the attack now. Well, asked a few questions about that hole that exists between centre and wing, and created just enough indecision that no man bit in and committed to him. Had the pace to finish. Crafted and scored by the Whitgift number 10. The Croydon boys are on the board first. Well, Whitgift rather lethargically returning to the halfway line to kick off. Slotted the conversion, so 7-0 they lead. Big chase and knocked forward by Whitgift hand. Wonderful kickoff, just giving the opportunity to really get after, and as an avenue of opportunity opens up on the short side, it's as soon slammed shut as it is opened for Stourport. Good low tackle, one that very much needed to be made. One of those tackles that won't be celebrated much because it happens high up the pitch, and but actually absolutely key in preserving the integrity of the Whitgift line, because had he got away there, it would have been a clean stretch to the line. Well, a lot of confrontation in the breakdown. Two physical sides here in and the defensive pressure from Whitgift means that they'll have a scrum just in between the 10 and the 22. And the caginess is probably a reflection of just how tight their group is. Whitgift starting this match in third in the group. Slightly inferior points difference to Stourport. Keep having to check myself to say Stourport, not Stourbridge. But Stourport are trying to find their own little holes in the Whitgift midfield. They don't find it in the middle, but they do find it out wide. An offload on the inside, but then one offload too many, too risky. Means that Whitgift come away with it. They haven't seen much of the ball in attack, but they've looked sharp. And here they take it to the line. They engage a few dark blue shoulders from Stourport. And the referee not happy with the tackle that came in there. In fact, he's going to have a chat. He's going to give a warning. And for the moment, Stourport will keep all of their players in position. I think it's a bit of notice serve. Whitgift attacking for the second half. Just a slight juggle. And then a real bit of pace coming down that right wing. The offload inside slips off the fingertips. The ball's so greasy now. And leaking forward and not finding a Whitgift hand. Three tough matches already negotiated by these two schools. The fourth, the most vital for them both. Two Stourport players apply pressure to the Whitgift man, who chases back to retrieve, and it's a messy affair, but Whitgift will breathe a sigh of relief that they're the ones to come away with it. Stourport's big men up for the fight, up for the cup. Whitgift are unable to find the pass. All they can find are the tentacles of the Stourport defence, who find a way to take them across the touchline. And it looks like there's a knock-on as well in the process. No, there isn't. It'll just be a line out to Stourport. In a fine position as well. Creates a lot of space out wide for their backs. All those forwards engaged in the line-out drill. And leaping very high. Doesn't really return the investment in the height with a clean ball down for his halfback, and from the resulting melee, Whitgift have a penalty. Off they go, slipping it through the hands, undeterred by the moisture out there, which is increasing with every drop. Well, that is not the area of the field, all the conditions to be looking to slip a ball out the back door. Whitgift are lucky to get away with it, and some of the passes a bit wild, really testing the dexterity of their teammates. Just a slide over chase opens up a gap, and the tap tackle's good, but not held, and athletically, gymnastically, rolls his way back to his feet, pins back his ears. The tackle is good. It's just in the nick of time, but the support has worked so hard to finish off that break. A brilliant try from Whitgift, all the way from their 22. They had to work so hard to get out of there in the first place. And still they had to fight 4 metres short of the line as the cover came in. But hard-working support is rewarded with a second try. The conversion not added on this occasion, and with plenty of extra seconds played of this first half. Whitgift, who head into the break with a 12-0 lead. A glorious sunny day in southwest London has descended into a wet and drab and drizzly afternoon. And incredibly challenging conditions to play running sevens rugby. But between Whitgift and Stourport, who we have here on RE1, it's the team in possession. Whitgift, who've mastered the conditions the best so far, leading 12-0 at the break and beginning to find more and more little avenues to dart down as they progress further up the field. Numerical advantage, low sort of hamstring stretcher there for his teammate to pick up as the pass just about goes to hand. But we'll have a halt in play and we'll restart with the ball in Stourport hands. Stourport being asked to carry from their own 22. And Whitgift not rolling away means Stourport can drive some tempo with a quick tap and go. Good challenge on the halfway line before a hitch kick and a powerful man gets brought down just before the 10-metre line. Stourport, oh, just opening up for a moment, but then the door slams shut. Jackal penalty rewarded. He was on the ball accurately, wasn't on there for long. The referee happy with the efforts and awarding the penalty. Whitgift, a try here, could be terminal in terms of Stourport's ambitions. This group ever so tight. Oh, lost forward and then picked up. Was that player in front? That's the question, because that could be a penalty. But as it is, It'll be a scrum, and here come the heavies. Big reinforcements coming on for Stourport. There's energy-sapping conditions out there. The rugby's relentless, but that claggy pitch, the addition of the rain, just encouraging the lactic acid to come flooding in that bit quicker. The Stourport don't need to panic here. There's plenty of rugby in this match left to go. 4 minutes worth, and they're across and into the Whitgift half. And a try now would do them the world of good. Fast-moving traffic through the midfield, and then an offload, and then a bit of fly hacking, and eventually a knock-on from a Whitgift hand. So slowly but surely, Stourport progressing deeper into Whitgift territory. The referee not happy with the attempted hook by Whitgift, so a free kick and free possession for Stourport. Oh, really well gathered in, just as the offload looked like it might slip over the shoulder, and Stourport are keeping things direct. They're backing their power, but they get isolated after the tackle, and that's a very nice jackal picture to be painting for the referee at this stage of the game. 2.5 minutes. That's what Whitgift need to do to survive. Stourport hunting for this try to give them a chance, to give them hope. Oh, Whitgift, give them a gift. And a big swinging right boot at the very last moment saves the day. They've got work to do. 5 metre scrum to Stourport. Massive blindside, so difficult to defend. A try right now would be so timely. Force of the rain picks up a notch. Stourport move to the short side. A late switch intact and shoveled out on the offload and picked up in the nick of time, but lost forward as he went to the line. He can't believe it. The Stourport boys incensed by the decision. We're going to get a look at it here. Brilliant pick-up, darting to the line. Well, no judgment that we can pass from up here. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, you have to feel that that's Stourport's final chance. And Whitgift's last stand has stood up, but Stourport win the ball against the head in the scrum. Still they fight, still they squirm, but a high tackle. They need the ball, they tap, the big man goes for it, all the power. But the referee says the tap's not from the mark. They'll get another bite of the cherry. Another big bruiser goes blasting forward and gets across the line. Stourport get their score. Do they have time for the restart? 12-5. If they slot this, they're a converted try away from stealing this at the death. And the referee says the kick is good. Grandstand finish incoming. Whitgift's last stand.
Oh, and the Whitgift captain wants to talk to the referee here. He thinks the conversion was missed. The referee says it snuck inside the post. Got to admit, it was difficult to see from our angle.
Well, it's one of those that went over the upright, and it was so high that the call was all in the ref's hands. We're going to get a look on the replay as well, I'm being told.
Oh, lovely
Let's
stuff.
take a look. What's our view like? What's our angle like? Here we go.
The left footer.
Play yet to restart, by the way, as we're waiting for a ball.
Oh, yeah, it's good. Got to give that. Let the boys play.
Well, Timmy up here says he doesn't know. You're giving it. And guess where I am? On the fence. The kickoff finds a bit of green turf and bounces out. Time to play. Whitgift need to win this line-out. They need to repel this Stourport attack. This Stourport attack that has continued to believe for the entirety of the match. They've trailed 12-0 for 95% of it. But now within 5 points, they'll believe that they just need one opportunity.
I'll tell you what, with a good lift there, they'd have pinched that.
Well, the throw not straight, and no time for the ensuing scrum. Those two teams have had a hell of a game. Stourport gutted as they run out of time, pressurising at the end. But Whitgift prevail in an epic in the rain. Stourport High School 7, Whitgift 12. Kirkham Grammar versus Olchfa in Group F of the Under-18 Cup, and the rain doesn't just continue to pour, but the heavens have truly opened up now. It's a relentless heavy stream of rain, and much like Kirkham's day so far, their steady stream of tries continues to pour. Right from the kickoff, flashing down the right flank and opening up the opposition. And just in time for the arrival of Olchfa on pitch RE1, our Welsh correspondent Dave Rogers returns.
Oh, sit IT, Joe. That means how are you?
Dave, I've got a bone to pick with you. When I left you on commentary earlier, it was glorious
I
sunshine.
know.
And I return.
I'll tell you what, I'll tell you can blame, mate, is Kirkham Grammar, because they played Cranleigh earlier. Very, very impressive indeed. They were 34-12. They won against their illustrious opponents. And about halfway through the game, the heavens opened, and it suited the boys from the north. Let me tell you, they played some brilliant rugby. And if they continue in that kind of form, then Olchfa could be up against it here.
Well, I can tell you that the rain hasn't stopped.
No.
Since then.
Nope. If anything, it's got heavier. It feels like that bit in Forrest Gump where it's coming up from the floor.
Pretty bleak, but that bleakness is being cut through with some shining sevens. Kirkham looking pretty slick at the moment. No option to go wide there as the defence of the Welsh boys comes up, and they celebrate that turnover by going on a little bullocking run, and then a flash across the halfway line up to the 10-metre. Good counter ruck, almost forcing a knock on.
We've had Olchfa on pitch RE1 already. They played against Canford. They lost 19-33, but they can certainly play. But Kirkham, as anyone who watches schoolboy rugby know, are very much a different kettle of fish. They've pretty much battered everyone today. 45-7 against Canford, 55 against Gordon School, and 36-12 against Cranleigh. And here they are at the left-hand side.
And they're opening up Olchfa here with some smart passing. Fizz to the flank again. And while the person who makes the ultimate assist is picked up and put down rather unceremoniously, the pass finds its intended destination. And it is try number 2 for the boys from the north, who last year at under-18 level won the Sedbergh 10s, defeating Sedbergh in the final. A competition taking place this weekend, Sunday and Monday. It's wall-to-wall schools tournament rugby at the moment. This is festival season.
We had one of the Kirkham players' dads join me for the commentary before. Runs in the bloodline of that family. He's out there today, and his dad played when they reached a Twickenham final in 1997. Means a lot to these boys. Goes through the generations across a lot of the schools. And those conversations we were having, similar conversations, seemed a lot more fun in the sun on Monday and Tuesday than they do now in the mud and the rain of the Thursday afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But we're staying perky because we've got a couple of cup finals to deliver. We've got the climax of the under-16 boys Colts competition, and we could potentially have back-to-back champions.
Before we talk about that, Joe, because, you know, we spend a lot of time talking code here. This is the whole purpose. Your feet must be soaking wet and freezing.
They're actually all right. These white trainers are waterproof.
Are they?
Yeah,
okay.
I've got a posh pair of socks on, but someone is now throwing stuff at my legs from down below the gantry. So, you know, I'm being victimised out here.
Yeah, it's
for all my stoic work up here on the commentary gantry.
Man of the people, let it not be said that you won't go to the trenches for your art.
Well, the carrot that dangles for you and me and for everybody is that promise of finals. And that promise of splendid tries like that from Olchfa. His teammates enjoy the power slide as well across the line.
Any more rain and he'll end up in the gym.
So Olchfa back into this contest. Bromsgrove School versus Harrow School. That is the under-16 Colts final that's coming up. Harrow, the reigning champions. Can they go back-to-back, or will Bromsgrove go back with the bag of marbles? And then after that, it is the girls' ace final.
We had an old Harrovian join us for co-commentary earlier, actually. So are they called Harrovians? Well, they are now. James Gallagher, team manager at Loughborough Students. You had Martin Webdale come and join you as well, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Oh, here we go.
Kirkham have evaded the clutches of everyone on that kickoff for the second time within seconds of the drop kick restart. Olchfa are turning round and staring forlornly at their uprights as a Kirkham lad dots down. so key to get your kick-off drills right, especially after getting a score that gets you back into the game. And all it takes is a missed tackle, but on this occasion, 2 missed tackles.
I think Kirkham are genuine contenders, you know.
Well, they're looking hungry, they're looking well drilled, and that's the difference in kickoffs, because immediately the boys in blue back on the ball and back exploring the extremities of the pitch, and well, that is a rapid young man. He found an extra gear, didn't he, just as the old calf defence was coming across to try and manage him across the touchline.
Well, you spoke previously, didn't you, Joe, about getting your kick-off drills right, and Kirkham, they're just on the brink of half-time. They've won the ball back, and I think they are ruthless. Olchfa not doing a heck of a lot wrong, but when you don't have the ball in this game, it's very difficult. When you don't have the ball in these conditions, it's amplified. And when you're facing a team as strong, as powerful, and as ruthless as Kirkham, you're going to find yourselves up against it. 26-5 at half-time.
28-5.
28-5 at half-time.
They're particularly ruthless when it comes to maximising those 5-pointers. So all 4 tries turned into 7 points. We're just going to go off comms while we try and get a bit of water off all of our equipment. Kirkham get us back underway, and Olchfa cough up the ball, and they're going to be punished once again from the kickoff. Well, 3 Olchfa boys turn up to do the defending on the job. Somehow Kirkham managed to get that ball backwards, and well, which blue jersey do you pick? You pick the man on the switch, who is initially stopped the ball out at the back. Olchfa really defending hard, but I think they might just get undone this time. Oh, it's a tricky ball to take, but it sticks in the big left paw of their number 7. Once again, from the kickoff, giving up possession, allowing Kirkham in.
Really impressed with the decision-making for Kirkham. They're not rushing to score the try. They could have moved it all the way out to that right edge, but they didn't want to risk the pass in the wet. But then when they had to shift the ball along quickly back to the left-hand side, they weren't scared to drill that final pass in. Conversion unsuccessful, but it doesn't matter. The game is won. And now they're just looking for maximum damage, aren't they, Kirkham? Tough lesson for the Welsh boys, Olchfa, today.
So Kirkham Grammar School looking like real contenders for this cup as the action begins to die around the pitches at the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens. Just looking out across the landscape, fewer and fewer jerseys in action, and I have to say that the jerseys that are in action are moving a little bit slower as well, given the really quite dramatic change in elements.
Fewer parents than there have been sticking around for this one. They love watching the kids, but this is a real test of that desire. Oh, but Kirkham, wow.
these conditions are conditions for just the true fans.
Yeah.
But they're conditions that Kirkham are truly thriving in here in their final action of day one of competition in the Under-18s Cup. They'll be coming back tomorrow. They'll be coming back with something of a target on their back, because other schools are going to be tuning in and watching the way that they're going about dismantling their opposition. Big victories all round for Kirkham.
Well, as we get into tomorrow, this is where the game management comes in, doesn't it? So we've seen that Kirkham can score from anywhere. They're confident, but they're going to come up against a team at some point who's going to do well to stifle them of possession, and it's how they react to not having it all their own way. Oh, cool. I thought we were going to see even more of a rib tickler then.
Well, Olchfa, they do take the kick-off under extreme pressure and they retain it this time, but as you said, they have to wear a big right shoulder in the process to do so. Change in tact in attack, and it yields a positive result. Scrum to Olchfa on the 10-metre line.
Yeah, good decision making there from Olchfa.
Olchfa, sorry, I don't know why I said Olchfa. Thanks for correcting me.
I didn't correct you. Olchfa. How is Yuch?
I beg your pardon?
Well, Olchfa, you've got to get the
Olchfa.
There you go.
Olchfa.
Spot on. Yeah, again, good decision making, mixing it up, using the conditions in their favour, and they're trying to do the same here. Oh, this is brilliant.
That could be brilliant. What a try. What a piece of individual skill. And right, he may celebrate. Is the only man who saw that opportunity, the only man who thought he could get a result from it. Perfectly weighted kick. A rapid pursuit and a great try for Olchfa.
Love to see that as well. Go on, convert it to. Oh, just across the face. Comes to the point now, doesn't it, where Kirkham, they've got this game won, but Olchfa, these boys can play, and they know they can play. And they've not really had the chance to. They've just come up against a brilliant team in Kirkham. So for a few minutes now, leave it all out there, try some stuff, maybe come away with some really great moments like we've just seen there.
Oh, nearly worked out perfectly, but they're going to have to work hard to get back and defend, because in his desire to chase hard is a wry smile from the number 4 who went hard at it. If it had come off, it would have been a majestic kick-off try, but instead he left a bit of a defensive vacuum that was filled by another greedy Kirkham attacker looking for more scores. They do just that.
Well, I know that you're a real fiend for sevens, and I mentioned James Gallagher, who is well, not a fiend for sevens, let's just say, loves his code, but not built for this form of the game. And we were talking about situations like that where you beat the last man and you think, yes, try time. And then you look up and there's still 70 metres between you and the post, and you've still got so much work to do. Massive commitment from these boys to score tries like that. It might look easy, but it certainly is not. And Kirkham's certainly making it look that way.
Final 90 seconds. Olchfa turn Kirkham around. The bounce inside means that the Olchfa defence is very fractured indeed. And that man is someone who enjoys running at a broken field. Serenely glides through the gaps underneath the uprights. Kirkham nudge a half century, and there's still a minute left on the clock.
50 up. They take no prisoners, these Kirkham boys, do they? I mean, fair dues to Olchfa. They've got a couple of lovely meat pies themselves, but consistently brilliant, Kirkham. And I think the fact that they've done so well against the level of opposition, 36-12 against Cranleigh, that tells you a story. Former winners, well, in quite recent memory as well. Cranleigh had a bit of a golden generation, didn't they, with some players who are kicking on now in the pro game.
The Olchfa heads drop just momentarily after that penalty is awarded. Kirkham will have one last attack.
No.
They'll be unable to capitalise on it, or will they? Not back 10 metres. Refereeing to the letter. There are some tired bodies and minds out there. You really can forgive them for that. Bedraggled in the mud and the rain. But still they battle, still they look to dispossess Kirkham. Not held in the tackle, slithers through on his own. And that'll be the final act of a dominant display from Kirkham. Final score, Kirkham 61, Olchfa 10. It's finals time on day 4 of the Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens, and it is the culmination of the boys under 16s Colts competition. Bromsgrove in white against the white and blue hoops of the reigning champions Harrow School. We have a hell of a cup final on our hands incoming.
And a heck of a couple of results from Harrow. Knocked out Dulwich 33-19 in the quarters, then Sedbergh 28-14 in the semis. As for Bromsgrove, it was dramatic. They led 10-0 against the LEYS, and then it finished 10-7. There wasn't time to restart after the LEYS school scored late on. But before that, they absolutely cruised through this setup beautifully. The conditions might not be perfect, but I'm pretty sure the rugby will be.
Bromsgrove have us underway, and it's a really treacherous kickoff that almost falls into Bromsgrove hands. But just the faintest of knock-ons mean that Harrow breathe a sigh of relief.
10th game over 2 days for these two teams. Unbelievable stamina. And what a scrum! Oh my!
Well, Harrow shocked as they're splintered in the scrum. Rare that you see a penalty given so emphatically for scrums in sevens, but Bromsgrove showing their power in the big man set piece and calling on their big men to take them across the 22. Battle hardened from that classic against the LEYS. But up against a real class outfit here in Harrow. Bromsgrove, well, in possession, but still operating around the same spot of the 22. Harrow not competing in at the breakdown at the moment, just biding their time. And Bromsgrove biding their time as they look to unlock the Harrow defence. This time, they put an extra man in. the same result. Bromsgrove away with possession, but driven back 20 metres.
Really good defensive set this from Harrow, isn't it? Great discipline. Keep an eye on how they defend as well. It's 6 and a sweeper at the moment. I wonder if that'll change depending on where they are on the pitch.
Energy sapping stuff out here in the mud and the rain of RE1. And Bromsgrove have been driven back all the way to the halfway line. Confrontation on the halfway. 2 Harrovian defenders in and on them. Bit more pace injected by Bromsgrove. You take it to the line. And you feel that's what they need.
Ball in play time, 2 minutes here. We've not had a stoppage since that scrum penalty. Serious test of the lungs of both of these teams.
Oh, the inside ball is good. A jag back inside and they're in behind the Harrow defence. Bit of a messy recycle gives Harrow an opportunity to squabble for it on the floor. They've got knock-on advantage. They're in transition. Deadly ball for the dark blue and white hoops to attack with. And that was interesting. He just took that tackle, engaged 2 defenders and was already preemptively looking to flip the ball over the top out the skylight. But the pass just not going to hand.
Now these are fit young men, well-conditioned young men, but after 9 games, as I mentioned, this being the 10th, 2 minutes non-stop, catching, passing, running, tackling. That's going to take its toll on the legs and the lungs, and scrappy ball, but it is back with Bromsgrove. Well, if they don't score here, and it is in fact Harrow that opened the score, and this will feel like a hammer blow for Bromsgrove.
You feel tries will be coming at a premium in this final. They're always tense toss affairs, but with very, very few inches given by either side so far in these opening exchanges. Every point is truly going to count.
I mean, Bromsgrove very good at going through the phases. As you mentioned, Harrow not really committing to the breakdown, but
a chance down the flank. Tackle needed to be made, and the defence really is resolute by Harrow.
Just really impressive, actually, and discipline to stay connected as well.
Just waiting for their opportunity. Bromsgrove the same. They go arcing around the outside, and appeal for crossing from Harrow. They need to reorganise themselves as the red and white jersey steal in behind. Good counter ruck coming through and a wrestle all the way to the floor. God, it's tense even calling this. You just feel like any error is going to be punished, but both sides perfect so far. Real physicality brought in on the 22, flipped up with a bit of risk. Will there be the reward for the Bromsgrove boys? The Harrow defence for the first time looking fractured.
And the referees called a halt to the game there. There was knock-on advantage. But unless we've seen another knock-on here...
I think it's for an injury.
Okay, that's a massive bump. You mentioned the physicality. Well, he's back up on his feet, so that's good news.
The fans braving the conditions. Big smiles on dials despite the rain. Spirits not dampened.
That's a big day. It's a big moment as well, isn't it? All of those lined up on the edges of RE1 here. Still plenty of people behind the goal as well, the side that Bromsgrove are attacking, because there's a bit of cover there and everyone wants to get a piece of this action, this final. These 2 excellent teams who've earned the right to be here.
Well, one of 2 finals heading our way. We've got the ace final, the girls' ace with Hartbury chasing a hat-trick and up against Exeter College.
Really good hands there, you know. It wasn't a brilliant pass, and he's picked it up off the bootstraps.
Very few handling errors and just an avenue of opportunity that's almost started through by Bromsgrove, and the audacious offload isn't held. An advantage to Harrow. First real sighting of them in attack. You spoke about that hammer blow if Harrow were to be the ones to score first after all that Bromsgrove possession.
Well, they're going to look at going through the hands here, but I wonder if we might see some kicking later on, and we might not need to as the taps are opened.
Well, the defender bites in, but the sweeper does so well. Players appealing for decisions. Oh, the blind side is left unattended. He steals down the short side like a thief in the night. And Harrow do steal that first try of the match, the first try of the half, with 6 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock.
Well, that is the first time in the entire match that Bromsgrove have switched off. They've looked after the ball so well. They've gone through phases, they haven't taken risks, they've looked to play in the right areas. But Harrow's defence, that was a brilliant try. Opportunist, the door was open up the short side, and he kicked it down, however. Oh, beautiful conversion to make it 7-0. Absolutely brilliant defence from Harrow. That's what we should be talking about here. But then the opportunism. Yeah, nobody there on that short side. In fact, it was the player who arrived for the counter ruck when the ball was already lost. If he'd have just stood his ground, then that wouldn't have been an opportunity that would have presented itself for Harrow. But now the clock in the red.
Well, Bromsgrove lost a man in the process. They're 10 stricken and off the field, and you can tell by the cleanliness of that jersey that that's the replacement. And Bromsgrove are putting themselves under pressure. They're dicing with a bit of defensive death late in the half. But their adventure is being rewarded with opportunities now in the dying embers. Up to the 10-metre line. Sensing opportunity on the short side. Oh, out of the blind spot. Comes a Harrow defender who's offside.
Well, we're going to get to the point in this game, Joe, where I think it might be difficult to tell who's playing for who.
Well, the number 15's all right for
yes,
the moment.
Yeah.
The number 15's all right. Lost backwards, regathered, foot down. Nothing doing.
Tough to beat a man on the outside when the ground's like this.
Well, 8 minutes and 45 seconds. That's what our clock says now. And with Bromsgrove being marched back another 10, this is going to be lip-licking ball for Harrow to have a second crack late in the half. We could go to nearly 10 minutes. The hitch kick, the fend.
Oh, not managed to put him into touch.
Almost slung into touch. A real wrestle out tight on the touchline. That'll be the final act of the half. Harrow leading 7 points to 0. Ooh,
some game of rugby.
Tense.
No, what a fascinating game.
'23 Rosslyn Park National Schools Sevens under 16 boys Colts final. 7 minutes from greatness for either Harrow or Bromsgrove. Harrow in the blue and white hoops, the side just about in charge. They defended for such large swathes of that first half, and given one opportunity, they found the key to unlock the Bromsgrove defence. On they go, on the charge. Confrontational stuff. Bit of brutality in the ball carrying. But once again, Bromsgrove being made to work to unlock the defence. A brilliant gather right behind him, and Bromsgrove playing some entertaining rugby in unfavourable conditions. Do well to regather the ball, and the confusion has maybe carved out an opportunity for them.
I think that's what it's going to need from Bromsgrove, isn't it? Just a little change of tempo and not allowing their opponents to make their tackles and then reset. Just needs to be a little bit quicker.
There's been an incredible defensive display from Harrow to this point before that pirouette. And the forced offload was under too much duress. Good defensive read.
Shot.
That pleases the touchline. But he doesn't roll. So difficult to roll in such slippery circumstances.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Might be a penalty to Harrow, but that was a key tackle, key timing. Harrow look uber composed as they bring some numbers in from the far side to join the attack. And then again, we saw that in the first half, looking to straighten up and then find a ball on the inside. And the cover defence is absolutely magnificent.
Cup saving.
The determination of that defender keeps Bromsgrove's cup dreams alive.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, you saw he had the edge on him in terms of pace. This was lovely work around the outside. Just getting rid of what he thought was the final defender. And really good tackle as well, because he knew which arm the ball was in. Threw a right hand at it, knew he was going to make the tackle, hoped he would dislodge the ball, and ended up doing both.
Is that a momentum shifting moment? Can Bromsgrove capitalise on the energy that try-saving tackle has brought? No, they can't, because it's Harrow who capitalise on a key turnover. And as they have been all competition, utterly ruthless in their punishment.
Well, sometimes you've got to remind yourself that you're watching under-16s boys, because the skill set involved here wouldn't be out of place in the pro game. It was a great carry, but nobody arrived on the clear out, and Harrow were there. They've been really selective about which breakdowns they've committed to. It's a conversion just misses. But when we have a look at this again, the man was isolated, but in these wet conditions. So yeah, decent carry here. The pass wasn't on the outside, so he sticks it, fair enough. But makes the tackle, back on his feet, there's the release, makes the turnover, little offload, and the door is open. Harrow have just taken their opportunities. Again, it's been built on solid defence. Only really half a chance, but they've taken advantage of it now. Bromsgrove, well, they're running out of time and running out of opportunities, but this could be one. Oh. And then it goes back to Harrow.
Brilliant turnover of their own. Bromsgrove go. Harrow not back 10 there, but that man was, so we'll continue to play. Bromsgrove looking to exploit the fractured defence of Harrow, but dropping it at the key moment. And you just fear for Bromsgrove when Harrow get on the ball. You said it was a half chance. That's all these guys need.
Not seen a plan B from Bromsgrove, have we? In the previous game, think back. I know the game was lost, so they were throwing caution to the wind, but Olchfa started to kick the ball, didn't they? They looked for green space in behind. Just dropping it on the toe, trying to force the mistake, maybe trying to get on the end of the kick. And it's getting to the point now where Bromsgrove need to throw caution to the wind, because there's 2 minutes to go and they need 2 tries.
Harrow looking for the coup de grace in this cup final. Looking for the dot down that would make them unequivocally back-to-back Colts champions after the exploits And you called on the kick from Bromsgrove, but it's Harrow who are the ones hacking through to glory.
Oh, he's knocked it on!
But adjudged to have knocked on.
Oh, I was thinking of some kind of Harrow football pun there to finish off what would have been a wonderful try. But touches off the left and the right foot. And with all the hard work done, we can't tell because the touchy's in the way.
Well, the touchy and the ref working together clearly got the call from his assistant. Time running out for Bromsgrove, but a burst down the middle and he's free
Back
for
yourself.
the first time. High tackle.
Go, go, go!
Everyone urging Bromsgrove to go and to go quickly. They've got 60 seconds. They need 2 tries. They need 1 to give them hope.
Another brilliant
Harrow
tackle.
continue to hound and harass in defence. They have been utterly relentless, but the game is opening up now, and Harrow are slightly under-resourced out on this far flat. Beautifully timed pass, steps back in to a big upright tackle. No one committed to the ruck again. The defensive line filled by Harrow men. Well, the ball was out and the referee's happy for them to play lost forward. Bromsgrove with the advantage, loose stuff at the end. But still the hits rain in.
Some rearranged rib cages in those last couple of phases. And a big check of the right arm from the referee.
Reinforcements rung. And if anything, it's so that we can see who's who. The endeavour of both these teams written in mud across the crests of the schools that they represent, that they've given everything for, and Bromsgrove have one last dart. Can they get the try that they need? Pop off the floor. Harrow determined to leave their line unbreached in this final. The ball goes back. Lost forward one last time. You feel that'll be the final play, and the fitting play almost, that it is mighty Harrow defence that has won this Colts Cup final. Back to back they go. Bromsgrove, valiant. Bromsgrove, they gave everything, but Bromsgrove defeated, and Harrow, for the second consecutive year, are the Rosslyn Park National School Sevens Colts champions.
Do you want a story for the next game? Go on. My daughter Rosanna Burton was playing for Harvard. Yeah. Her sister Alice won the Ace final in 16 and 17. No way. Obviously won last year. Yeah. She's trying to win this year. So is that anything you can see? So I can mention. Fantastic. Thank you, mate.
It's a wet and wild Thursday here at the National School Sevens, and we are going to close day 4 with the women's ace finals. Exeter College versus Hartpury. Hartpury, 3 clean sheets in 4 games. Only Henley College managing to get over the paint. Wins over City of Oxford College, South Gloucestershire and Stroud College, Worthing College. And of course, we've already mentioned Henley. As for Exeter, Bishop, Burton, Loughborough, Brooksby, Melton and Oaklands all put to the sword. And we will face off for the final time. Hartpury in red, Exeter College in the blue and white hoops. And to the winner goes the spoils. The championship up for grabs, and Exeter College with a massive carry to get us underway. As the conditions have worsened, the rugby has become more attritional. And this is going to be a real test of the durability and the skill set of these 2 teams. Made of winners, used to winning. And 2 programmes that are doing it at all levels as well. So it's Hartpury versus Exeter here in the ace final at the university level. It'll also be Hartpury Exeter in the Women's National League final after both teams booked their place. And of course Hartpury and Exeter Chiefs, or Gloucester Hartpury should I say, both going great guns in the Women's Premier 15s as well. So 2 powerhouses of the women's game. And inside the first minute, after claiming the kick-off, it's Exeter College with all of the ball. It's really narrow, and neither team taking any gambles on the edge. Hartpury making their tackles, Exeter going through their phases. And a high tackle. The first penalty of the game, and Exeter College up over halfway. Well, with these conditions here, we can actually do with some floodlights on pitch RE1. But a little knock on, and we'll have our first look at the set scrum.
Well, Dave, 2 finalists who last year were champions. Hartpury are going for the 3-peat. They're going for a hat-trick of Rosslyn Park titles. While Exeter College, they won the girls' tournament last year, defeating Oaklands. So here they are meeting in the same tournament, in the ace tournament. Showing a bit of gas right there.
Yeah, good tackle on the edge as well. But Exeter with the majority of the possession. But Hartpury's defence proving a tough nut to crack. Couple of handling errors, but that's to be expected given the fact that it's been raining non-stop for about 3 hours. Everything wet and cold. Generally not what you sign up for in 7 season. But if you're going to win, you need to be able to win in every condition.
There are going to be some epic and iconic mud-soaked photos doing the rounds after these finals.
Well, I think Hartpury have got away with a little knock-on. Just seen a lovely celebration from the previous final with the senior boys celebrating with the Colts as well. They all Klinsman'd. Wouldn't want to be the one who's got to clean the kits ahead of tomorrow. Oh, what a tackle! And then winning the collision after the tackle as well. This is already a real blood and thunder midfield encounter. There's no way through. But it's excellent retention of the ball from Exeter. Again, they've got some serious wheels on the outside, but very difficult to get that engine rolling along in these wet conditions as Hartpury win the penalty and finally have the chance to try and put their stamp on the game, ball in hand. Good game line. Couple of metres over the 10 now for Hartpury.
You really feel it's just a bit of a Mexican standoff almost. You know, who's going to blink first?
I like this kick. I really like this kick. The chase is good too. Hartpury, the first ones to make the decision to try and put the ball in the right area and go from there. But Exeter doing well. They can clear their lines. Well, better than that, they can win a penalty. Hartpury not rolling away. Oh, and 10 as well, and a yellow card. What has she said there?
That's a big moment in a final to be reduced to 6 players, and you can see the style of rugby that both these sides are employing, driven by the conditions. The physicality is sucking numbers in. Look right there, 2 Hartpury jerseys taken right out from that carry. And with that numerical advantage, they should be well placed to find some room out wide. But it's just that, the handling so difficult. You've got to tip your cap to the under-16 boys who we just saw. As you said, blood and thunder out there. Very, very few handling errors, very few scrums in that high caliber final built on just huge Harrow hits.
Scrum time. Only 2 players on the open side here for Hartpury, with the one in the bin, no one up the short side. And that reset will suit Hartpury. Still 0-0. Yeah, with Exeter College there, I'd just like the scrum half to be a little bit more decisive. It didn't matter which way she went, she'd have had an overlap, but look one way, look the other. I think a bit of tempo. I know it's difficult in these conditions.
Some healthy competition on the strike. Oh, there was good advantage there for Exeter. Called for the penalty, they'll take it, but it really had opened up.
Oh, here we go. Hartpury bringing back the biff.
Uncompromising stuff in the midfield.
Ah, it's nice. I like it. Now, numbers, it's got to go. Go, Hartpury again. Bonus points for the defensive coach. Oh, they breed him tough down there in Gloucestershire. But Exeter just not willing to compromise on their game plan, even though they've got space out wide. And it's another Hartpury penalty. Away they go. Still down to 6, but then coughing the ball up. And then it's forward from Exeter. And Hartpury just a little over eager, a little over anxious at the breakdown, conceding the penalty.
It has been a tri-fest on RE1 ever since we arrived here. But since this rain's flooded in and the intensity of the finals have arrived, we've been shorn of scores. 12-0, the boys' Colts final determined, and still yet to be a score in this one. The short side.
Oh, great. Oh, she did so well to go up the short side. Again, decisive decision making. But then the handling evading her. Just trying to push the envelope here as we tick towards 7 minutes.
Hartpury back to their full complement as they welcome back their sin bin player, and they also welcome in a couple of pairs of fresh legs. Absolutely pristine kit as well.
Well, they'd played most of their games today in beautiful sunshine. We have had all 4 seasons in one day today. Ah, the glory days. Now, if you're the scrum half here, are you looking down that short side? Well, no, because the strike wasn't that clean, but still, that's a really good carry. Getting rid of 2 defenders. Now, a bit of pace required here for Hartpury, going in search of the opening score. Getting the nudge in behind, the winger looking to get the roll on. But Exeter College dealing with that well. That's twice they've managed to gather that kick in behind. Our clock's in the red. Oh, the ball's spilled. Great chance for Hartpury. It's picked up. It's knocked on. Oh, and the score remains 0-0.
And that's half-time, Dave.
Oh, the biggest moment of the half was the final moment of the half. And this girls' ace final is in the balance. Let's take another look now. The pickup was so good, but the last-ditch tackle was even better. Half-time, Hartpury 0, Exeter 0. Second half incoming. This could be one of those games where one try is the difference between glory and glorious failure.
Oh, I like that kick.
Oh, I like it very much. Hartbury leading the foot race here into the 22. Composure required. Oh, thought we might go for the second hack, but we've gone for the offload! And Hartbury under the sticks to open the scoring at the start of the second half.
You called for composure, Dave. The coolest head on the field was that girl there, yellow carded in the first half, but slid on the ball so coolly and then just bided her time. She waited for her teammate to arrive. She didn't rush the pop off the floor. It was she who created the opportunity with the big booming kick over the top. And then right here, she knows what she's doing. She's going to slide on. She's going to secure possession, wait patiently. One glance, Exeter players sucked in, and then the finish right underneath the uprights.
Really good try, and it was going to need something like that, wasn't it? They tried to go up the jumper, and they've absorbed similar tactics from these Exeter players. They've been big and brave carries, but no way through. Exeter still trying to make the ball do the work, but it's like a bar of soap. And Hartbury playing the sensible rugby, and they're going to have the put in at the scrum here.
So important to be getting that first try in these conditions. Obviously, it's difficult to score. 0-0 at half-time. It's probably the first time we've said that this whole week at Rosslyn Park. But now, Exeter College being asked to push the envelope. They're going to be asked to do things that are that little bit more risky.
Yep, superb. Massive, massive blindside. Everyone was stacked to the open side, but the scrum was in the middle of the park. Scrum half goes. What did we talk about in the first half? Good decision making. Scrum halves being decisive. We've seen two great decisions. They've led to two great tries for Hartbury. The conversion's gone under the bar, but they are fully in control of this girls' ace final.
It helps when you're absolutely rapid as well.
Yeah.
Once she was gone, she was gone.
Well, the rain's just eased off, but I think the damage is done in terms of the conditions. And look.
Well, the referee had a good long stare at it. She was happy that the nibble didn't go forward.
But with all the love in the world, these Hartbury players will be used to conditions like this and a pitch like this at the Al Pass Arena. It's another pitch that sees a lot of rugby.
Well, these Hartbury Ace girls will have the weight of history on their shoulders as well. 4 of the 5 Ace titles here have been won by Hartbury teams. The only time was a loss to Loughborough in the final, and I know they'll be roaring them on.
Oh, what a rip.
From back at the college, men's and girls teams alike, but Exeter College aren't going to die with the music in them.
Some of this tackling from Hartbury, but that offloading from Exeter, brilliant. And just a jersey grab stops them from going over, and they won the penalty, holding on. Just watching the Hartbury player on the right edge there almost skid to a halt before she can get hold of that ball. Oh, yellow card. Exeter down to 6. Oh, is there a little knock on there? No, referee saying that it's gone backwards off a Hartbury hand, but that suggestion of forward.
That'd be one of the easier decisions for any of our referees, our brilliant referees who give so much to make the tournament what it is.
Do you know it would be really fun if at the end of the day somebody just decided to tackle the ref and
that would not be.
Got a little bit of mud on that.
That would not.
On that pristine kit.
That would be not good.
Don't you good cop, bad cop me, Jovert.
Not good for the integrity of the game.
All in the good spirits. Hartbury looking to turn it on at scrum time, but a fresh jersey Exeter scrum half looks to get them underway. Oh, here we go. Burst of pace. The subs bouncing up and down, back in their ball carrier to get there. The final tackle falls, and Exeter College bounce back.
Big roars of delight from the Exeter College bench. They've got the try, and they've got it with 6 players on the field. Not even at the full complement. The first time that Hartpury have taken their eye off the ball, the first time they've allowed their focus to slip. The conversion goes agonisingly under the bar. So if they're to score again, they'll need the conversion to level up the match.
That's only the 4th try they've conceded in the whole competition, Hartpury, and it's only the 2nd game they've conceded a try in. 3 clean sheets, which I will repeat is about the only thing that's clean out there at the moment. Oh, a little slip on the edge, and Hartpury through again. Number 9 with the wheels. I'm not saying she wouldn't have finished it anyway, but there was a heartbreaking slip from the outside defender for Exeter College. And once the mistake was made, it was game over, and an immediate response from the champions in waiting.
Well, we're treated to a glimpse of her gas from 50 metres for the second try. This time she goes from 70. And this time that try could well be the decisive one. This one could put it beyond doubt.
Well, the conversion important as well, because that means it's a 2 converted score game now. Exeter College missing that kick from under the poles. Yeah, deep with the restart as well. More good decision making, allowing the defence to set. That's a good clear out though from Exeter. They are a physical bunch, aren't they? As we've seen with that carry.
Exeter College continuing to work so hard for every metre, give themselves the best opportunity to get a score, and their flyer right there would be a good option, but she's well watched.
Oh. Well, the clock's red now, and there haven't been many stoppages, so even if they do get a score here, Exeter College, I'm not sure they'll have the chance to restart.
The jerseys almost indecipherable from each other now. It's a testament to the work that's gone in from both these sides, in attack, in defence.
It's been a superb final. Full-blooded commitment from both of these teams. At the end of a tough day. Came through their challenges as well. I know they were the favourites to get to the final at the start of the day, but still got to go out there and win the games. Still got to put away teams like Oaklands College and Loughborough. Oh, there's a kick pass. Go on, get a bounce. This is lovely rugby from Hartpury, and they are going to finish with a 4th try. 1 for the highlights reel. And the way they've managed this second half has been absolutely exemplary. It's going to be another trophy in the Hartpury cabinet. What a kick. What a finish. Love that score. And the final whistle goes on the match and on the competition. And once again, Hartpury victorious. 3 in a row. They are the queens of the ace competition. Come rain or shine, Hartpury find a way to win. The full-time score, Hartpury 26, Exeter College 5.
Drive safe.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the presentations at the end of day 4 of the National School Sevens here at Rosslyn Park. If you're watching at home, judging by the chattering teeth of the players who've just got off the pitch, I think we really need to get on with this. However, before we do, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners Limitless, Holroyd Howe and Lions Rugby. And of course, if everyone could make some noise and put their hands together for everyone who's done another fantastic job of putting on this great tournament in very challenging conditions today. I think we'll all agree that this is a day where we love rugby sevens come rain or shine, particularly the rain. And again, you will see the state of some of these boys who are about to come and collect their medals and trophies. They have really put it in over 2 days, and we concluded the girls' ace and the boys' under-16s competition today. 2 trophies will be awarded, and the first team that we're going to bring up are the winners of the under-16s plate. 2 grueling days of competition and a victory in the mud and nearly thunder against Epsom. In the red and white hoops, the champions, congratulations go to Tunbridge School. They've gone the other way. Yeah, it's all right, don't worry. No, come with me. And the plate will be presented by the National School Sevens Tournament Director, Andrew Higgins. Congratulations to the champions, Tunbridge. Congratulations, boys. Go and get warm and dry. And now we move on to the Under-16s Cup. Just like those Tunbridge boys, it has been 2 hard days of competition. The final will have been their 10th game over 2 days, and I think some of the older people who are here are thinking how their bodies and minds would feel after 2 days and 10 games of hard competition. First of all, we welcome the runners-up to the stage. An incredible effort. Their semi-final 10-7 on pitch RE1 was absolute elation to book themselves a place and the chance for glory, and they were so close, and I'm sure next year they will be back doing it all again. However, we welcome them to receive their silver medals, the Under-16s runners-up, Bromsgrove. Congratulations once again to the Colts runners-up, Bromsgrove. Yeah. Well played, boys. Now, before we announce the winners, we announce the Limitless top try scorer and the player of the tournament. And trying to pick that is a serious task. However, we did find a winner. Your Limitless top try scorer and player of the tournament is Sam Winters. Congratulations, Sam. And now we present some gold medals and a trophy to the champions. 2 days, 10 games, 10 wins. and the second time that they've won it at this age group, so maybe they're starting to think about a legacy. Congratulations to the under-16 Cup champions, Harrow School. And now to present the cup, please welcome the tournament director, Andrew Higgins, and he hands over the Under-16 Colts Trophy. Winners for the second year in a row, Harrow School! Congratulations, boys, but the content is done because we've still got a presentation to go, so enjoy those gold medals. Go get a shower, and good luck getting those kits clean again. Well, congratulations to Tunbridge, the plate winners, and the Colts Cup champions, but now it is time for our final presentation of the day. Here at the National School Sevens, the girls' competition continues to grow. The ACE competition has been running for years. We had the 15s last year, and we've already had the 14s and 16s as well, and it's great to see that the women's game at this level is in great hands. We have had another fantastic day of competition that has led to a brilliant final, played in testing conditions, and we saw the very best of these two teams. It was physical, it was brilliant, the skill level was high, but as always, once you get to a final, there has to be a winner and a loser. We've loved watching this rivalry grow. We see it at college level, at ACE level, at university level, and at Premier 15s level. We see Exeter and we see Hartbury, and they are thriving in the rugby space. The final could have gone either way, but it was a great start from one team that was the difference, but that doesn't stop us congratulating our runners-up. A few clean kits, mostly dirty ones, but a great day's rugby. Congratulations to our women's ace runners-up, Exeter College. Once again, for your National Sevens ace runners-up, Exeter College. Well, as they'll shortly disappear into the warm before we present the gold medals and the trophy to our champions, it is important to recognise the limitless top try scorer and player of the tournament. The congratulations go to Daisy Aspinall. And now we award the gold medals and the trophy to the winners. It seems as though no matter what level the rugby is at, they're in finals and they're winning trophies. 5 victories, and they only conceded tries in 2 of those games. They started in the sun, they ended in the rain, and they're about to get the gold medals and another championship trophy. The Ace champions, Harbury College. And now the trophy will be presented by the tournament director, Andrew Higgins. To the champions, Harbury College. Well, while they continue their celebrations that have gone awfully quiet so they can get the perfect smiles for those muddy photos, we're going to leave you after another fantastic day here. We are back tomorrow for the conclusion of the competition. It's the last day. If you're watching at home, get in the car and come and join us, but maybe park down the road because it's been very busy trying to get into the ground. It's been another amazing day here. They've done a fantastic job both on and off the pitch to keep the ball rolling here at the National School Sevens. 4 days down, 1 to go. Have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow.